Hello and welcome to the 8th and final edition of the CCT for Dota 2. My name is Atomo, join me is Tultras, and this is our first time working together. And I must say, I like your hairstyle, bro.
I like your hairstyle too. I mean, CCT really paired the ball guys together, right? It's interesting, but I hope it's going to be good.
We just need DK Truman right in the middle here, and that's it. We're all going to be happy. I do apologize for the lighting. This was last minute. I'm moving in, but hopefully it'll still be fine. What matters is how we sound like, not how we look like, right?
I mean, I hopefully a bit of both. I do think that the ball look, is going to be a thing. It's going to catch on.
Oh yes, as we continue becoming more geriatric in our Dota 2 community, this will be the look of everyone. But enough about us. Let's talk about today. So today we are down to the final, I believe, 6 teams of the CCT, and by the end of the day, we're going to have only 4 teams competing, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at the schedule, because we do have 3 series coming out for you guys. Quite a long day. Me and Totos will be taking the first series only, which is going to be Apple City Gang versus One Move. Then we have Zero Tenacity versus Endgame, and in the upper brackets, we have Natus Vince here and versus Rabo Tiagi. Is that how you pronounce it?
I think it's Rabo Tiagi. At least that's the way that I pronounce it.
Yeah, all right, so that makes sense. But yeah, we are only going to be covering the first series, and the second series will hopefully be done by DK Truman as well as Bowie. And we're doing an elimination match. Do you like upper bracket, or do you like more of the lower bracket stuff, Mr. Toltras?
I actually prefer the upper brackets, but the thing is, in CCT, the lower brackets is actually where the action is at, because most of the better teams, they for some reason, they end up falling down early on in those lower brackets.
Yeah, well, this is it's lower bracket. I personally prefer the lower bracket because that's where you see more people cry, and I kind of, the tears are good. But this is going to be a schedule for today. We're going to have a match every 3 hours. It's not going to be a rolling schedule, but it's usually okay because these, like, at best, it takes like 2.5 hours to go through a series. So there's usually a very small break in between series anyway.
Yeah, and speaking of the schedule, One Move versus Apple City Gang, I'm personally pretty happy with One Move because we have seen them struggle in the earlier parts of the CCT series through CCT series number 2 to 7. But this is the first time that they've made it this far, right? And they've also eliminated Passion UA, one of the stronger competitors in the current tournament. So this is a lineup that was built for a certain promise, and currently they're living true to their promise.
And difference, he's definitely living through on making us feel bad about our hairstyle. Let me tell you that. That guy has more hair than me, you, and our families combined. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that is a bit too much. But yeah, they've been having a good time here on One Move. I'll be honest, this is my first time catching them, so it'll be interesting to see. I'm more familiar with the other team, which is Apple City Gang. But to go with One Move, is that Nesphere or is that Eyesight? Are they 2 different players?
So yesterday, I thought it was Nesphere, but apparently it's Eyesight, right? So Liquipedia, it wasn't updated on Liquipedia, but I have to say, very nice plays coming out from Eyesight, and also from their position 5. Those position 1 and position 5 are the new players for One Move, where you had Iffy Fall before, but then BB has replaced him. And for Apple City Gang, you have Dual Rays, a former CCT champion back when he was playing with Dragon Esports Club, and then you have Flacco, the former Passion UA player.
Yeah, and they also have Mangekyo, if I'm not. I believe this is the he recently hit 17,000 MMR.
Oh, wow,
17,000. Let me guys, if you thought, hey, I just hit 9,000, I'm pretty good. No. 17,000 is the new record. Like, what is the value of MMR when you can just hit 18, 19, 20,000? Like, does it even mean anything anymore?
Oh man, I wonder how many games he has, because I remember yesterday we were casting someone who had around 1,000 games on a hero, and that's like 1/3 of the total amount of games I have.
Dude, 1,000 games is nothing.
But like, on a single hero though.
Yeah, it's still nothing. I mean, I think I have 1,000 hero on like 3 heroes.
I don't have anywhere near close to that with any of my heroes. Even though I've been playing for a really long time, don't get me wrong, but still.
Oh, by the way, this is the tournament format. We are now in the playoffs, but we start off with 10 teams. We split them into 2 groups of 5, 3 from each group advance. Then we go to the 2 invited teams, which have been OG as well as Navi. Tough showing by OG, I gotta say, man. This was not. I didn't expect them to be eliminated first round without a single victory. They did take a 1 map, but they didn't have a single series win. Was that what you expected to happen?
Definitely not for Stormstormer and Daze, right? Because if you remember,
Yeah.
Stormstormer, even when he was with Team T and Team Avulus, they made it pretty far in CCT. And Navi Junior always making it pretty far in CCT, and Daze was one of their star players, right? So for this new OG squad, they are struggling not only in this tournament but also over at Fisher Special. They haven't exactly won any of their games, so I'm not too sure about OG in their current state.
Don't worry. Coach Kezu will solve it. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he's on the case. Don't worry. But on the other hand, Navi Junior, they've been doing well. They are guaranteed at least a top 3 finish, which gives you 7,500 USD in the pocket. Very nice. Imagine you win 2 games, 7,500 right there. You win 2 more, 30K. That's not bad. That's not bad for a week of work.
But the first place is just too tempting, right? It's a 3-fold increase from that second place. So if I were any of these teams, knowing the fact that I don't think these teams have too big of a skill difference, to be honest, right?
Yes.
All of the teams that are here now. So every single one of them has a chance to be playing for that first position and taking home $30,000.
Oh, 30,000. You know what? We could talk about money all day, and I would. But we do have a draft to go into. Let's go into that right after this and see what we're working with. So far, I believe we're seeing a few heroes going up to being popular. We see the PA, the Nature's Prophet, the Tinker, and the Magnus. But we're starting off with a bunch of there you go, PAs right there, as was mentioned. We're going off to Beastmaster and Dark, so mostly the off-lane bans here. Is there any hero you think is flying a little under the radar? A hero that you think is very strong but no one's really picking?
I personally think ever since 7.3HC was revealed, certain heroes that were not picked, right? Even in PGL Wallachia season number 3, certain heroes like the Wraith King, for example, just not picked at all, right? So it's a bit of difference. Teams are still picking up that Nature's Prophet and Phantom Assassin, and they're very squishy, right? So I wonder when the pro scene will actually figure out how to deal with those squishy heroes, because I think it's going to change things up quite a lot when that happens.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're getting rid of Terrorblade. Yeah, unfortunately, I thought Nesphere is playing, not Eyesight, so don't actually have his heroes ready. But it is going to be Apple City Gang with the first pick. What are they going to go up with? They've been really liking the Bounty Hunter, the Tusk, for their position 4, Force Astral. We'll see if that's going to be their opening pick.
I wonder though, because yesterday most teams went in for that first pick Phantom Assassin. This time Apple City Gang going to go for a Templar Assassin. I think on that carry position, because the mid Templar is faded out now.
I like the TA. I like the TA, and I also like that they banned 3 heroes that have huge instances of damage. Which is the Jakiro, Dual Breath, Double Hit. It's many instances. Tinker March, Darkseer Surge. These are very good at removing refraction. But now, some of the best heroes at that are just gone. However, if I was one move, I think Leshrac is something that Difference likes to play a lot of. Could be an option.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of Leshrac. Leshrac has actually been doing pretty well in this tournament, at least in the lower brackets. Teams are struggling to face up against the Leshrac when he has that eventual Bloodstone. And the Leshrac is a hero that does very well against physical DPS, right? Because you can even get a Scepter up and get that Nihilism up. But still, for one move, they're going to go for a Ringmaster. It's not exactly a hero that I've seen picked up on that first phase. We normally see it on that second or third pick, but all in all, does provide a decent save in the form of that Escape Act against a high DPS hero like Templar.
Yeah, but I wonder, again, we're both analysts, so we just kind of got lumped up together last second. But I know that attacks AoE spells do hit people in the coffin, but does the physical attack from the Psyblades hit? I imagine it would, correct?
Oh wow, that's very interesting, because I've never actually seen that played out, right? Because Ringmaster is just a very recent addition to the meta, and to be honest, I don't actually see a lot of Ringmaster in my pubs.
Same.
Right? It's weird how there's that natural gap. I suppose I don't play at 17,000 MMR, of course, but I imagine it should go through, but you're also not targetable when you are inside of the coffin. So while AoE spells hit, single target instances don't damage you, so it could.
It's I don't know, because I'm sure Death Ward from Bushak wouldn't hit.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the splash would go. It's a tough one. We'll find out eventually at some point. We'll keep our eyes on, or maybe one of the viewers will tell us, you idiots! It's so obvious. They always know everything. These guys.
ACG, like you mentioned, banning out on that overtime damage, also taking out that Phoenix and the Brewmaster. So they're very heavily investing in this Templar Assassin. I wonder
they
if
are.
the rest of their lineup is going to be drafting around this Templar Assassin.
Oh, well, you just picked Tidehunter. Tide TA, right? You have everything you need to win. So that might be something that they go for on Apple City Dang. They do play, like, I think for Mangekyo Tide's his third most played hero competitively. I mean, it's there.
And meanwhile, One Move are actually banning out heroes that push objectives very well, right? The Enigma, Furion, TB, and the Beastmaster. So both of these teams have their heads at very different places.
Yeah, it's all course for them, by the way. Like, that's all they really want. It's surprising. The Elder Titan, very strong 5, good babysitter. You usually pair him up with something like a ranged hero that's like Drow, who needs a good bodyguard, and Elder Titan is just like one of the best at it.
And Drow's pretty good against the Templar as well. But then again, you can also pick up yourself up a Sniper, a hero that just naturally does very well against the Templar.
Look, there you go. We mentioned the Tusk or the Bounty. Apple City Gang loves those for position 4. They take the Tusk, and usually they like to give their offlane a bit of a free lane. So they have the Bounty or the Tusk go behind, pull creeps, try to get couriers, things like it'd be a nuisance. They don't want 2v2, they want 2 1v1s in the offlane, if that makes sense.
And you really have to wonder if One Move are going to invest in a late game carry against a Tuskar, because Walrus Kick, the Blink Dagger Walrus Kick is always going to be that big threat, right? So if you do go for that long range DPS carry, then you also have to think about how you're going to keep that carry alive against the Ice Blast that's going to be coming in, and against the Templar and Tuskar, who are going to be jumping in on you.
It's going to be an icy game, from Apple City Gang. One thing I do like is they haven't revealed any of their lanes. We probably think it's going to be TA, AA together, but it could be TA mid and then the supports in the side lanes, whereas One Move, you're going to reveal some lanes now. You're going to be revealing 2. It's going to be Luna, Elder Titan, Underlord, and Ringmaster.
Yeah, it's very surprising to see the Luna make a comeback in the meta. Like, I'm seeing the Luna being picked up in ESL Raleigh as well as Fisher Special, and I don't know why. I genuinely do not understand why. I don't know. But it just seems that the Luna can get bursted very easily.
I haven't really seen much of Luna either. I did think that she got a nice buff to her defensive aspect with the Lunar Blades. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. But we'll see right now. Luna Elder Titan is pretty strong. But I think you can get something stronger, like the Tusk and maybe a Timber Saw. We'll see what they want to go with. I think they're taking offlane right now. They go for a Visage. I don't love this.
How not? Why not? I mean, I've seen a bunch of Visage played by Apple City Gang. They've had mixed success with it. But in this game, I mean, I know you're right, because the Luna's glaives will bounce on the Visage familiars as well, so you can actually naturally take out the familiars without even having to target them inside of those fights. So it is a bit of a risky pick. But then again, if this is a Visage that comes up with an Orchid or some sort of silence, then the amount of pick-off potential and the teamfight potential that the ACG have is going to be a lot, considering that you have very squishy heroes on the other side that require a BKB to fight, such as the Luna.
Now my thing is, I feel in the laning stage, I think that Tusk, while very good, maybe not enough to protect the Visage. Luna and Elder Titan seem like a little bit more. They're like more powerful as a duo than the other two, but we'll see. By the way, people are saying me and you are twins, which it's news to me. I didn't realize we were.
We
twins.
share a name. We do share a name.
We do. Oh, that's nice. And which one of us is the good-looking twin? Well, I'm
gonna vote for you.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah.
I'll vote for me too. Last pick looks like it's going to be mostly mids here. You can see that ACG, they're taking their time thinking about what we want to remove. They remove the Monkey King. This is actually one of One Move's most played hero for difference. It's actually his most played hero. I think Monkey King and Ember might be the 2 heroes they end up removing.
A very nice ban coming out from One Move, banning out that Storm Spirit. It's the fact that any Spirit pick, or even something like the Queen of Pain or a hero that has high mobility, is naturally good with that Ancient Apparition for getting those pickoffs, right? And even right now, the Queen of Pain is still open. How will you survive a 1500 damage nuke coupled up with an Ice Blast coming in?
I feel like Queen of Pain and Ember are going to be the 2 picks that I'm looking at right now. We'll see what they want. And if you look at it, both teams, their lockdown is okay. Like there's Pit of Malice, Lucent Beam is The whip from Ringmaster, Elder Titan, like these are all okay stuns, but they're all kind of dodgeable. The same thing for the other side. Snowball, Cold Feet.
I will say that the synergy coming in from the limited lockdowns is a bit better from one move, right? Simply because of that AoE combination. The pit into the Eclipse is going to deal a lot more damage. And the caveat to that is, for Apple City Gang, you know, they ideally want to pair up their Ice Blast, and if you have limited lockdown, doing that just becomes a bit harder. So for ACG, I hope their last pick is something that provides them with that much needed lockdown. Perhaps something like a Magnus?
I was thinking more. I mean, Magnus is he not banned? Shockingly, he is not banned. He's still in the pool. But I would rather see something like an Ember, because Magnus seems easier to control than Ember, which is why I'm thinking Ember and Pango are the two. Ember, Pango, and Quap are the three picks that are like going to be very contested. Ember gets banned out. Are they going to take the Quap or the Pango right now?
They even have the option for Dragon Knight, to be honest, if they want to add some sustain. Oh, but it turns out you were right. It is going to be the Pango layer.
Yep. You know, see now we know who's the smarter Baldy as well. All right. On the other hand,
what do you do for one move?
One move Quap would be good, but no, they don't play a lot. Leshrac, actually, they might go Leshrac or the Dragon Knight, like you talked about. Something like that would be pretty solid. But both of them feel very susceptible to the AA, so Quap might be safer.
Yeah. And not to mention, I mean, both of those heroes do very well against the Pango in the laning phase, so... And the Leshrac is just a bit more tankier. But again, you know, the Bloodstone won't help you if you are hit with an Ice Blast. And it looks like one move. Going to go for that Tiny. So they're actually creating an Initiator. You know, probably a very early Blink Dagger going to be picked up by Difference over here. Meanwhile, Eyesight is going to farm, and the Primal Beast, or sorry, not Primal Beast, the Underlord is going to be getting those auras up for his team later on. So overall, I would say it comes nicely together, but ACG can create so much chaos, have so much pick-off potential and team fight potential, right? So it's going to be difficult for one move to execute properly.
I don't know, Taltris. You know, see, I'm gonna go all in on one move. You know, betting my grandma on her. May she rest in peace, of course. But all in on one move, because I like that they're so much more durable, right? You have three very tanky guys. You have Underlords can build a lot of these aura items that you need, that you mentioned about. Tiny's jump is fantastic. Commander's got good saves. On the other side, they feel so flimsy. You know what I mean? Like Visage and Pango and AA, even TA without refraction, she feels like very easy to bring down. And I don't like that. I hate low durability drafts, and that's why I'm all in on one move.
I mean, even the Templar Assassin's refraction charges, right, that ACG were trying so hard to protect, a single avalanche is going to take away all of those refraction charges. So you're right. The durability just isn't there for ACG. And in case any of them get jumped in from that Tiny, it's going to be a 4v5 fight right off the bat. And can ACG survive through that? It's a bit tough, right? I don't see a 5v5 scenario working out for them. But what I do see working out for them is the pick-off bit, right? Coming in with that Ice Blast from the AA and possible initiations, or an Orchid coming in from the Visage. That is potentially an avenue for them in this game.
By the way, we have some interesting facets. Crash Landing being picked up on the Tiny. I'm seeing a lot more people go for a surmountable. He's like, no, I want to go for the damage. Luna did go for the Moon Shield. All right, I practiced this. I've actually played Luna position 4 with Moon Shield. It's not too terrible. It's not good, but it's not too terrible.
But 30% damage reduction is nothing to scoff at, right? You didn't go for that before when Luna was the meta carry hero, because the other facet was just too good. But now...
Oh, top lane. No, Chodex taking some damage. And Roshan even killed Grip on the other side of them. What? No one was even there. How did he die to Roshan?
So that's very interesting. I've never seen someone being tossed by Roshan level 1, right? So I wonder if that just straight up kills them.
I don't know. That is a very unusual. We'll see. We'll see about that. And that is very odd. That is very odd for me to see. And it looks like Apple City, they still want more blood. They're still hanging around here, waiting for someone else to step just a toe out of line.
The battle begins.
They might even get 3 bounty runes towards that bot side, but it seems like Pango did turn around. I mean, it works out for ACG. You got the first blood. You don't want to be too greedy. Just pick yourselves up 2 bounty runes, and you're still going to be ahead around 5 to 700 net worth right off the bat.
I wonder if Ringmaster killed himself to get a carnival ticket. Is that something that people do?
If it is, I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing it. But
it says whenever an enemy hero dies. Oh, and if he responds, yeah, he does. If Ringmaster does not have a souvenir, when he responds, he'll be granted one. So he did kill himself just to get a ticket. Okay, that makes sense.
I think
I've never.
though he might have wanted a better one, like such as the Whoopee cushion or the strongman tunic, but instead he ends up with the illusion, which
But I've never seen that before. I've never seen someone kill themselves. But I guess you have time and it gives you one ticket. Why the hell not? But in the meantime, let's look about the lane. So this is the bottom lane. This is the one where I said that I think the Luna as well as the Elder Titan are just the stronger duo. Do you agree?
I do agree with the Elder Titan's ability to zone anyone out, but you also have to be careful on this Luna, right? If you're stuck inside of the shards, Amaterasu with that Visage and that Soul Assumption can deal a whole lot of damage on the Luna, right? So it is a bit of a double-edged sword there.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, we have AA and TA versus the Underlord and the Ringmaster. Ringmaster has taken a lot of damage, and it probably won't be too easy for the Underlord to go for 2 range people, especially with the Death Rhyme, or the Cold Chill, whatever it's called, the fast that reduces your strength. Bone Chill. There you go, Bone Chill.
The Pit is definitely something that you'd have to be careful for because the Whiplash from Grip deals a lot of damage in that early game, right? So the Pit followed up with that Whiplash, and Flacco can end up dead, and if TA does not have his refraction ready, then the TA might end up dead as well. So a lot of kill potential overall for one move over on that top side, and for ACG over on that bot lane.
But you know, it's so far, one move seems to be having a fairly good time in the laning phase as Flacco takes another dagger. I really am not a fan of how much damage the dagger does. It's like level 1's fine, but it does get way too high at later levels, and it's percentage damage as well.
I actually have an issue with the amount of charges you have on that dagger.
Yeah.
Like 4 charges, that you can essentially take away what, like 20% of a person's max HP, right? Yep. Because it's 5% per charge. So it's like
I mean, the benefit is that it's reduced a little bit by magic resistance and all that. It's like, it's over time. But yeah, it's very strong. It's definitely very strong. I think it can even get. You can also penetrate one target. That seems nice.
But normally you go for the other talent, if I'm not mistaken, debuff immunity.
Yeah, definitely.
But, an additional thing, because the game is on pause, if the Ringmaster drops the escape act on towards Luna, who has his eclipse on, then I think the eclipse still pops off, right? And the damage is still going out, but then the Luna is just untargetable. So that's a very unique mechanism that could perhaps be of use in this game.
No, that's actually no, that's cool. It's like, because you're not channeling. Once you've done channeling, you're inside. It's like Sand King, right? Once the epicenter comes out, it's still going on no matter what happens to you if you get disrupted or things like that. Meanwhile, they are complaining of lag on the game, unfortunately. Mid lane has been going very nicely for difference, as dual raise, it's not as easy once the guy has tree grab. Like, the damage is so much higher for the Tiny.
But still, I wouldn't expect this much last hit discrepancy to exist, right? Because Pango, it does have a fair bit of HP on his own, has around 700, has a bottle as well. So he can trade effectively, and not to mention he can just use his skills to get last hits. So I'm not sure what the struggle is here. Because Tiny is sitting at 6 denies, right? Tree grab, sure, but you only have about 4 hits with that tree, or rather 5 hits with that tree grab. So how is this Tiny getting 11 lost hits and 6 denies this early on is a bit baffling.
Well, and he's a Grandmaster Pango. How could you make... he's not allowed to make mistakes, basically. Well, we are going to be... It looks like we might be here for a few minutes, and it gives me a chance to get to know you. How have you been, Toltris? What have you been up to? Are you enjoying the new patch?
I am actually enjoying the new patch, yeah. I thought, when the patch came out, I was like, water changes, the map's bigger. Why are we turning into an MMORPG? what is going on. But as time went on, I do actually like the new patch. I don't like certain heroes that didn't get buffed. I really like the Juggernaut, but it just seems like Valve doesn't care about the Juggernaut anymore,
No.
unfortunately.
Yeah, I remember Juggernaut was one of my favorite heroes when I started playing because I loved Omni Slash, the animation. I was like, I can teleport and slice people? Yes, let me do that. That seems fun. But yeah, since then, you know, his facets or whatever, his just not as strong as he used to be. There was a patch when he was able to get like attack speed into Omni Slash. That was pretty good. And then that got nerfed like 7 times in a row. But he's very interesting. He's a very fun hero for sure.
I remember back when his Blade Fury was really strong, he was in the meta, right? Just because of the AoE damage he could put out. But it seems like the nerfs hit him a bit too much. Honestly, from what a patch does, I think that Dota should move towards a self-evolving patch rather than having a patch every other month or like every 6 months or something. I think
Explain.
that's where the fun. I mean, in a situation, I think that they should create a situation where heroes don't require buffs, items get changed. Right, so every hero is in a way viable, but because of the customization coming in from those items, that is going to determine what's meta and what's not meta.
Okay. That's I mean, I've never heard someone suggest something like that, but it's kind of cool to have every hero be viable. The thing is, what does that mean? What does that look like?
It's very difficult to execute. Very difficult.
Yeah, because no matter what, at some point people will be like, listen, these two heroes, one of them is just better. Like no matter what. And that's why we get patches so that the weaker one gets a little bit of number tweaks and things like that to be viable. But it would be nice if every hero was viable. Now, so how are we thinking about this year's TI? Do you want a battle pass? How do you think about the battle pass being removed?
To be honest, I've never actually gotten a battle pass. So like I've never been a
Sacrilege.
fan of cosmetics.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I know. I've never been a fan of cosmetics. It's just not a thing for me. But I do think that this year's TI, I think they should introduce more teams. They should have an online, like they should have like 30 teams competing in TI or even in Riyadh Masters, and just
I think.
yeah, just the overall competition increase there would be of use. I know that there are only like, if you talk about tier 1 teams, there are only like 8 to 10 tier 1 teams, right? But just having that overall competition would be, I think, a bit healthier, because take a look at CCT, right? Team T later on rebranded as Team Abulus. They won in CCT, then they're actually improved to the point where they're winning major qualifiers, they're qualifying to major lands, right? You talk about Navi Junior, who through CCT improved, and now they're also qualified, right? PGL Wallachia season number 4, they beat their parent organization Navi to secure a spot there. Team Night Pulse as well. They in CCT, continue to perform, and despite winning an Elite League season 2, they also got to compete in a major LAN recently. So the tier 2 or tier 3 scene, that's where your competition is going to be driven from, right?
True, the growth, it's like that's where the new people come in. But I did like your point about the international having more teams, because I love when they're like, welcome to the international, and then 10 European teams, 2 Chinese, 2 Asian teams, and then 2 from North and South America. And you're like, wow, the international seems really limited to the amount of countries are being represented.
Oh man. And you do have an international competition that does feature a whole lot of countries, but it does it in a weird way, right? And I'm talking about the international East. Yeah, I'm talking about the ISF, right? They shouldn't limit players from not being able to join different squads, right? It can be something like, you don't have to have, for example, I'm from Pakistan, right? So Team Pakistan doesn't necessarily have to have 5 Pakistani players, right? It can have something, you can make a requirement that suggests
3.
that, you can have 60% of your composition has to be from that country, but that still leaves the room to have other players coming in and overall growing the competition and perhaps even having a really good tournament.
Exactly. I mean, we even see this, like, this used to be something like 10 years ago, like with Old Alliance, where Lola was like, we want an all Swedish team. And back then, it feels like the competition level wasn't quite the same it was where you can make a team function with one nationality. But now, every team you look at has like 4 to 5 nationalities, except China, where it's all Chinese. And even then, it's like Chinese, Malaysian, and Singapore.
Yeah.
But every other team is mixture of 3 or 4 nationalities at least.
Mm, it's interesting, but
Hmm.
I'm not. I mean, Europe is still the strongest region, right?
By far.
Yeah, it's and I am seeing a resurgence of the Chinese teams, right? Team Tidebound did incredibly well in the last tournament they played, and before that, in PGL Valaki season number 3, it was unfortunate that Extreme Gaming had to go up against Team Tidebound. So you then paired up the only 2 Chinese teams competing in the tournament right off the bat in those playoffs, and one of them had to drop down. But I am seeing a bit of a resurgence. I do think that the South American scene is also a bit on the rise, right? Because you have Team Heroic, you have M80, and even in the tier 2 to 3 scene, there are teams that currently exist, right? But the push isn't there for
No.
most of these regions, apart from the European region, to actually come about.
I remember when we had like 3 TIs in a row where we had multiple South American teams make the playoff and instantly they play against each other. It's like a tradition. It's like, oh, the South American teams, let them knock each other out. You guarantee one of them proceeds. And I always found that to be just, the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah,
This pause is going on for quite a while. Tultris, what's going on? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I don't know what this pause is for.
You did something.
I didn't do anything. I don't know. I don't know if I don't. But to be fair, I could have done something, but I just don't know about it. That's all the thing. That happens a lot in Dota. You start losing, but you don't know what you did.
I was like, wait, this is going bad. What did I do? Why is this guy breaking his items? I just said, don't do that.
Oh, my team just got dove inside a tier 2 tower while I was farming. So, unfortunate.
Why didn't you TP and die with them? That's my favorite. Oh, he is rebooting PC. Same issue, trying to fix.
So this actually Flacco's message reminds me. So, we've both been here since the start of the CCT. I was heartbroken when Flacco and Fernandes were no longer playing together. How do you feel about that?
This is like when someone tells you, how do you feel about the Kardashians breaking up? And you're like, I didn't really realize that was a thing.
I care more about Flacco and Fernandes than the Kardashians. I'm just putting that out there.
I'll be honest with you. A lot of these teams at this level, they play musical chairs with their roster. Where every CCT, I have my notes. Every CCT, every team gets like 1 or 2 new players. So I don't know if Flacco and Fernandes were playing together for a long time. Good for them. But it's like, oh, they broke up. I didn't even know they were together.
But I mean, as you say that, Passion UA, I would say, is the team with the most amount of consistency as far as roster changes go, right? Because I think they've been playing with the same lineup for the past few seasons, right? Flacco's been the only exchange they've made.
Well, again, it's not like, Tundra has made changes. So I can't say I follow the teams as closely as apparently you do.
Yeah. I mean, because I do co-stream these teams a bunch on my personal stream, so I'm a bit more invested in them. I think building up the storylines is really fun for some of the teams that don't get that worldwide recognition.
Yep. Look, he's back. Pangolier is back. We'll see if they're ready to go or not. And looks like they're both saying go and ready, and there you go. That's quite a bit of a long pause time, ladies and gentlemen. We are sorry for the delay.
But we are back into the game as Tiny doing incredibly well on that mid lane. Meanwhile, for Apple City Gang, you have a Templar Assassin that is also farming pretty well.
Yep. I mean, even though one move is ahead, they're not ahead by much. It's like a couple of CS here and there on a bunch of cores, and that's it. It's not a big deal. As the laning phase so far just continues to be a nice bit of trades here from Flacco and Grip. Now, some people like to say that AA is a strong laner. How do you feel about that?
I think it really depends on how many mistakes the opponents make with their position, because AA is incredibly reliant on slowing the opponents down and wearing them off. Grip obviously needs to be a bit careful because you can have that false sense of security against an AA, right? You think you're safe, but then this damage over time suddenly creeps up on you.
By the way, interestingly enough, Flacco at level 2 has not taken any skill points yet. He's keeping the 1 point Chilling Touch, and he's not quite sure what he wants, if he wants Cold Feet or the Ice Vortex. I do like the change to Chilling Touch that gives 2 Death Rhyme charges at all levels rather than 1. I thought 1 was just not enough in the previous patch.
I wonder what's the reason for him holding it. Perhaps if the TA is in position, he can throw down an Ice Vortex for the slow, and the TA can come in with a Melt Strike, but sounds unlikely.
Yeah, it's probably going to go 1-1-1 at level 3, and then, he'll be like, well, why did I save a skill point? I got no value out of it. I do like it. I think a second point Chilling Touch sometimes is warranted, but the mid lane continues to be the difference show as Dual Rays. Actually, that was a very nice swashbuckle. Got him a couple of CS and, continues to shrink the gap between them.
I wonder when either of these teams is going to make a move. I constantly see Apple City Gang over on that bot lane, the Tuskar Cubify trying to wrap around, but just not finding the right way in. I mean, it's certainly hard, right? With BB on that Elder Titan, one wrong move, and those Elder Titan hits are going to stack up.
Yep, especially with the fast that he has, where you lose an armor and a magic resistance point every second he's next to you. It's pretty brutal. As nice, the pull comes out for Flacco. Now, if this was a pub, they'd be like, "You're griefing my lane. You griefed my lane, bro. I now have to last it under tower." But in a pro match, suddenly it's okay.
And I have a question about the Elder Titan's armor reduction. Does it bring it to negative, or is the max 0?
No, it definitely says it. No, it brings it to negative. It's up to 20. If you look at the Tusk, he was actually at negative just now, because he lost so much armor while standing next to the Elder Titan. So yeah, it does go to the negative.
That armor, that magic resistance over time, coupled up with the Eclipse coming in and the Pit of Malice. Oh, topside though, it seems like Grip's going to fall for a second time. Of course, the first time was by Roshan, but Apple City Gang so far over on this top lane, they've managed to accrue a second kill. Yowai has 1 kill and 1 assist and is also leading the last hit chart, so he's going to have a terrific game.
Accrue? Was that on the word of the day calendar?
Accrue? I'm not too sure. I don't actually brush up on my grammar a bit that much.
I was like, damn, I need to get a thesaurus with this guy.
I did give my IELTS recently, so
Oh, congratulations. Passed everything, of course.
Yeah. I somehow got a near native, but I'm not obviously native to the English language.
Nah,
6-minute rune.
You could have fooled me.
Are they going to be able to do anything with this haste rune? Difference will be picking that one up, and on the Tiny, he can choose to rotate, but it seems like he's going to go back to that lane.
It's interesting to see what the mid Tiny is going to do, because I imagine, because Pango, you always want to rotate when you're playing with him, but the Tiny, some people are like, oh, I want phase boots. Oh, do I want to rotate and get blink? Oh no, I can get a shard and scale. So they're going for it, as looks like we might be losing BB3 here. UBFY can get another punch off. No, he can't, but Amaterasu does lose his life in return.
They're going to be toss-up. Oh, wow. Yeah, the toss-up stopping that teleport from Cubify, and a double kill. Tiny rotating in, giving eyesight a double kill, and evening the playing field between the Templar Assassin and the Luna.
This is a problem, because Visage is the lowest net worth core, and Visage of all the heroes in this game, I feel like is the most snowball. He needs to have a good lane so that he has those kills. He has the death toll facet, which means he gets more money from kills but less from creeps. And if you're forced into a farming game, that fast is so bad for you.
And you're never going to win the farming game against the Luna, right? Regardless, even if you're the Templar Assassin. And what's interesting is, I think that was a bit of a mistake from ACG, because they did see that rune on Tiny, that haste rune, and they decided to go in for an engagement towards that bot lane. Surely they should have expected that Tiny to TP in.
Well, so far it seems like we did even up the kill score here. The TA is farming very nicely. Stacks could be a big thing in this game, as we do have great stack takers on both sides, but I don't see any apart from like a double stack in the Radiant Triangle, and that's it.
The map change certainly does help. Does help the argument that the Templar Assassin carry is a bit better, because there is an ancient stack very close to the lane, right? That you can just stack up.
Oh yeah,
so you don't exactly have to head to the triangle to take additional stacks.
That's a good point. I mean, to be fair, she's probably got better because you get like one refraction charge naturally and another one on level 25 talent. But yeah, the map change is nice for her. But I don't know, man. I have a hard time deciding what map change is good for who most of the time.
Yeah, you know, the back when there was a discussion that the Slardar is going to be overpowered because of all
Right.
this water, and I was like, well, what are you guys talking about? The water doesn't do anything.
It's like
Oh.
way at the side. Who's fighting in these areas that are like literally on the outskirts of the map? But everyone was like, "Oh, Slardar Water World." And, all right, sure. If you
And then
say so.
we even had teams picking up a mid Slardar and then working out horribly for them.
Yep.
I'm not. Yeah.
Radiant's
Well,
middle tower is under
and
attack.
so far, all right, we're 9 minutes in. It's a very even game so far. Apple City Gang, they're leading with the UI, but they're also suffering on their Visage. So Amaterasu is not having the best game so far. He's going to go for drums, so it's not going to be like a fast Orchid. I think if you go drums on Visage early, it just kind of tells me that you think you've fallen behind.
He's most definitely falling behind, and I don't think his game is going to be made any easier because of this last pick on that Tiny, right? Because once Difference gets that Blink Dagger, an Avalanche toss on that Visage, I don't see how he's going to survive. But at least with the drums, Apple City Gang can look to group up with the Visage and try and fight.
Fair point.
Radiant's top
Uh,
tower is under
Man, I'm just looking at times. Oh, his snowball comes in. Can they catch the ringmaster? The snowball does land. He's rolling in. Dual raise. It's both of these supports, but can he actually kill one of them? Looks like, oh, he tosses him away to safety, but right into the ice shard. However, it's just 9 of damage as the sleep is perfect. And the toss comes out. Looks like they're trying to coordinate something here on one move, but they might just be... so it's a lot of blows being thrown, but nothing really, no one actually dying.
Both teams coming in here with a show of strength, and I mean, with the Visage coming here with those familiars up and ready, I don't think one move could have gone in. But overall, you know, as time goes on, it only favors both of these carries, right? So
Yep.
for both of these teams, you know, they can go for these clashes as long as their own carries are farming. I think both of them are going to be pretty happy.
Damn, your Y is hella farm. I think he might be going first item Deso. He's already got the Blightstone and one Mithril Hammer. He's got the other one queued up. So I've seen sometimes they go for like Shard or Blink or Dragonlance to join the team. He's like, no, I want Deso so that every kill stacks up from the beginning. Oh, meanwhile, speaking of kills, can they get something here on BB3? He's too tanky to lock in. Ringmaster, is he going to be able to get? Gets the whip off in time, and that's a kill on 2 people. Beautiful use of the difference is tosses have been amazing so far.
The toss was amazing, and Grip's Whiplash was amazing. I'm not sure if that split earth would have latched on towards both of those heroes if the last second slow didn't come in from that whip. So very well done from one move. My concern though is that they're not trying to go for these initiations on the Templar Assassin. Don't you want to stop the hero that is so close to the Desolator, and Yawai is going to become too huge too quick if you don't do anything about this?
I feel like they have enough lockdown and decent late game scaling that they can beat the TA. I'm not like so scared if I was a Wolf, be like, oh my god, if we go late, TA is gonna kill us all. Snowball comes out. I don't think Elder is making out of this one. He does lose his life very quickly, but that's fine if he lives as Grip also. This TA could be a problem late game. What do you think?
Radiant's bottom
I think T is definitely going to be a problem. It's all going to come down towards the initiation from one move. That's from the Tiny, from the Underlord as well. That's going to dictate whether or not your Y will have a free game or is going to get punished later on. But excellent rotation so far from Apple City Gang, recognizing their strength. Rotating UI early on towards this bot side means that they've taken a very early objective and have opened up the map to try and limit Luna's farm.
Yeah, that was great. That was actually a really good move. And dude, he's almost 2,000 gold ahead on TA. Like, he is farming like a man, almost level 11. Actually, he just hits level 11, whereas you can see Eyesight's only 9.5. There's a stack though that he might be able to take. And I gotta go back to a point. I think that while the TA might scale amazingly well, and the AA always is amazing, the other 3 heroes on Apple City Gang, they don't strike me too impressively in the late game.
Apart from the Templar, like the Visage and I mean, to be fair, I think it's the Visage that doesn't scale all that well,
Radiant's
right?
middle tower is
The
under
Tuskar has a lot of itemization that he can go for. For example, a Walrus kick into a Luna that uses the Eclipse, you can just straight up negate the Eclipse, right? Because you essentially throw the Eclipse away as well. So there are some unique mechanisms in this game, but
Oof.
we might see a mid lane defense coming in from one
Oh.
move.
Grip. Needs to be careful. They're looking for him. Dual raise. Is he in the right spot here? Needs to be careful. My God. And will he be able to be? No, he doesn't get the roll off in time. He might be able to kill him before he is dead. But the snowball is thrown and it lands on a couple of heroes here. They want to go for more. Looks like he did get a sleep off, and QBFI loses his life as well. So it was a bit of a risky move by Dual Race to be there, as I think one more person is caught. It is going to be Flacco. 3-0. Apple City Gang don't even get the tower.
Yeah, that was... Apple City Gang were completely reliant on their Pangolier to get the Rolling Thunder off, and the position from Uriz, I'm not sure why he positioned himself so aggressively. And meanwhile, UI has to be careful, but it seems like Apple City Gang want to be teleporting in and try and punish one move over here.
Nice blink.
UI didn't activate the refraction, allowing Difference to blink away. Of course, Codex is over here taking a lot of damage. There is a full Desolator up on that Templar, so Codex should be dying. Will fall to the Soul Assumption from the Visage, as it seems like Apple City Gang, they're going to make yet another attempt on this tier 1 tower.
I think this, yeah, they get it this time, easy peasy. Still, considering that I believe Apple City Gang has to play this very quick tempo, being able to delay a push and get 3 kills in return is a nice bit of delay from one move.
Definitely, and I mean, one move's ultimates are down, right? The Eclipse is not going to be there for about half a minute, so they're going to go back to farming, and Templar Assassin currently sitting about 9,000, but all of that exchange actually favored the Luna significantly as well, because while all of that was happening, the Luna went back to farm, right? So has caught up on that second position in terms of net worth, and isn't too far behind UI right now.
Well, looking at a couple of items, by the way, Underlord is thinking of going Force Staff. He already has the Rod of Atos into the Force Staff, and Force Staff in this game, getting away from the traps, from the ice shards, ensuring that the cold feed doesn't stack. Just really good against the Pango as well. So I'm wondering if Chodek is going to go for it, like if he's serious about going for it or not. He is under ward, by the way. They might consider going on the Underlord. Going
Codex.
mid.
Yeah, he's stuck in between of 5 heroes right now. The Rolling Thunder is going to be heard as well, and on towards Codex they go. It doesn't really seem like he's going to be able to make it out anywhere, as one move are too busy for making an attempt towards that tier 1 tower. But I don't think this works out for one move, because ACG take towers so quickly, and one move are going to lose a tier 2 tower 16 minutes in.
That's very quick. That Deso and Drum combination is working out really nicely for ACG so far. That tower lasted like, what, 10 seconds or something? It's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, what's the Pangolin? The Pangolin, I believe he finished his Axe Scepter. I think is flying up for him.
Yep.
Very quick Ags. I'll be honest, I think I prefer Diffusal into Ags, but Ags into Diffusal is also really strong.
I would prefer the Diffusal Blade most of the time. Of course, topside, Ancient Apparition Flacco needs to be in danger. I do think that the Watcher did spot out one move, so Flacco should be a-okay here. But both teams, you know, expending a lot of resources into getting up either those 4-stops like you mentioned, or the ATOS and the lockdown like you mentioned. So, you know, while we're talking about it, there is a significant lack of both lockdown, which makes both of these teams invest in lockdown. But then when they invest in lockdown, they're thinking, okay, we need an escape from all of the lockdown the other team's building. So now we're going to be making 4-stops.
A classic case of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Or in this game, the escape or the lockdown. By the way, Chodex, he went for a greedy Tumbler's Toy. Very rarely do we see cores go for greedy because of the minus damage, but he's like, 1, I think the game is going to go a while, and 2, I'd rather have items than stats. So, alright, we'll see how that pairs up for him.
Which of these teams do you think is avoiding the fight currently? Because Apple City Gang,
During
the Rolling Thunder, it doesn't seem like they want to avoid anything, as they're going to make another engagement on towards Codex. The Ice Blast is going to guarantee Codex's death, but won't even be needed. UI, though, meanwhile, needs to be in trouble.
Nice
He's going to get tossed
toss.
back into the base. Eclipse from Eyesight, going to clean up that Templar Assassin, as Apple City Gang, this time around, are going to get punished.
Huge catch by one move. Like, but you're to your point, Apple City, they want to play fast. They want to take buildings. And they get one more on Flacco as well. Observers like, this is the second time he doesn't want to show us Flacco dying. I don't know. Maybe he likes him a lot. Maybe he just is like, it's not worth it. But that's 2 times now. The Apple City gang, they try to go for a push and a pickoff, and they get punished for it.
I mean, this time around, that pickoff was so incredibly risky, right? Because they did initiate just at the cusp of that tier 3 tower near the high ground, and you need to be sure that there is going to be a counter initiation coming in. And with difference having a blink dagger, your Templar Assassin is incredibly susceptible to a toss, right? So before he gets that BKB, UI needs to be in great position, and it's not as if he even needs to be that up close and personal, right? Because the rest of his team does have a lot of damage that they can stack on without the Templar needing to land 4 or 5 hits. One Melt Strike is probably more than enough to take these pickoffs.
Well, it might not be so easy, right? From now on. As Underlord, he's maxed out Atrophy, and he does have the Force Staff. And if you look at Apple City Gang, they don't actually have instant stuns. So if a snowball's coming, he sees them rolling on, he can be like, all right, I can Force Staff and dodge a couple of these hits.
Oh, yeah.
And despite everything, how much they have abused Chodex, he's still ahead of Visage.
Visage just very slow on that farming, right? And has actually foregone the idea of getting an Orchid because they're no longer in the position for those mini pickoffs. It's also a self-created situation because they've taken, like, a lot of these objectives have fallen preemptively for both of these sides. The map control is also so incredibly divided.
Flacco, they found him again, but they might be able to get a kill on the Tiny. Nice Wheel of Wonder coming out. The Tiny's taking a bit of damage. He's getting kind of low. But, I think that the Split Earth didn't actually hit him. It was on the tip only, and Grip loses his life as well. One move getting punished for maybe an over-aggressive move just now.
Weren't in position, unfortunately. We didn't even see an attempt coming in from that Underlord, right? He does have that Fiend's Gate, but didn't even use it. Perhaps they thought they didn't have the time for the counter initiation, but I will say this. In this game, One Move's success has come at the back of counter initiation. Meanwhile, for ACG, it's come at the back of those quick pickoffs, right? So if ACG are able to kill someone in a few seconds, they win the fight. But if One Move is allowed to counter initiate, then One Move come out significantly ahead. So it's a lot of pressure for both of these teams.
Agreed. Well, Apple City Gang, they have. I felt like from the start, the one. Wow, that's different. Luna is not going for the BKB butterfly build or anything like that. She has gone for the Ag Scepter as a portal comes up. Well, they'd be joining them time just a bit too late here. Chodex needs to be careful. But yeah, this is going to be a Luna with Ag Scepter close to level 18 as well.
So interestingly enough, right, the Aghanims on Luna allows you to target an ally. Right, so you can essentially target your Underlord before the teleport goes out, and the teleport will follow it. Meanwhile, mid lane, Codex, the pit dropped onto towards the Visage, a toss back from difference as well, but there's a full Ice Blast, the Eclipse being thrown down as well, but it's not doing a significant amount of damage for ACG. It's a Templar Assassin. UI is going to clear up Grip over on the other side, and Dual Rays will take out difference as One Move have to tug tails and run from this. But for Codex, he's not going to be allowed to leave. UI gets a double kill, has an entire Aegis, and with ACG having so much HP still up, they're going to push for objectives.
By the way, that was a an Eclipse used, and Luna did 900 damage total in that fight. The problem with this Ag Scepter is that it comes at the same time as a pipe is finished. And pipe really goes a long way to mitigating it. Like, you just don't get that much value from the Ag Scepter like this.
And you also forgo the idea that you are a last hit carry, right? Or a physical DPS carry, which you need to be against a Templar Assassin. In a situation where this game goes late, I don't see how a magical damage Luna is supposed to stack up against the Templar Assassin who's dealing 1000 HP crits.
Exactly, and it's also, when you have one source of damage, like all physical or magical, it becomes easy to itemize. All physical, Crimson Vlad, Assault Cuirass. All magical, Pipes and Glimmers. And they're going all in on the magical damage for one move right now.
Currently though, ACG looking to make a move on one move, who are kind of boxed in here. You can see the fear.
QFY.
Oh, Eclipse preemptively used, but the snowball is going to dodge out everything. And meanwhile, over on that side, the Elder Titan is going to melt from a melt strike. As sure the Tuskar did end up falling, but that's a huge win for ACG, as there's no longer an Eclipse to contend with. Over on that, near that Tormentor though, bot side, unfortunately the Tiny's teleport was cancelled.
There's an Ice
Rolling
Blast.
Thunder, the Ice Blast coming in is going to burst difference. One move collapsing.
I mean, ACG is playing so well. They're just playing way too fast for one move, and the itemization is really kicking them right now in the nuts. The Luna is gonna go back for a Hurricane Pike. I like that, but grip! Nice dodge with that hit. Did you see that? He put the trap. I think he can hit him. He put the trap so they can hit it from that, but looks like it wasn't enough. And one move, don't lose anything from that. Still, scary moment for them for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under
Do we
attack.
still know that he plays the trap because he wanted to hit him, or because it's just reflex for Templar Assassins at this point?
Let's assume that we're right. Come on, give us a way to look smart.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We were like, you guys see that? We caught it, yeah. It looks like might cleave to it, but we'll find out later on for sure.
But ACG, 24 minutes in, they've taken all of the outer tier 2 towers, and for one move, this is a very scary position to be in, because the way back into this game required Eyesight to farm up, but he's gone for an item that hasn't. The Eclipse, so far, has not worked out for anyone. Even in the previous fight, using it on a Tuskar was not going to be worth it, even if the Eclipse took him out.
Yeah, well, he's got Hurricane Pike that's gonna help him. Chodix has faced a Gleipnir and BKB on your Y. You had trouble controlling him before. Good luck now. Now, despite all the problems, there's still a Tiny with Blink Toss.
Oh yeah.
How good is that for defending against this lineup?
I think it's great, considering the fact that you have all of these lockdowns in the form of your items, right? Codex can block the way in with his Pit of Malice, and also Gleipnir the other heroes. Meanwhile, that leaves the rest of one move to deal with the hero that's tossed back towards them, right? So they do have that unique mechanism. The thing is though, how do you stop UI from activating his BKB and coming in to assist, right? Unless, of course, UI is the target of that toss. But in that scenario, do you have enough physical damage to take him out? It's a lot of questions that are unanswered for one move, because I don't think they're fully committed into anything here.
Another thing is that even if you catch UI, there's still a Blink Tusk who can snowball him. There's still Ice Blast from AA. It's got the Axe Shard, so it's a stun now. It's like catching UI is only step 1 of a 5-step process. However, the Aegis does time out. Oh, they're going to run into the Earth Flacco. Looks like Flacco melting. A big kill for them. Throws out the Ice Blast, but I don't think that you want to take it. Oh, maybe you do. Apparently, Durace is like, no, let's go for more. BKB being used on difference. They just remove the Ringmaster without being able to do anything different. Nice timeout for the Ice Blast. He is able to stay alive because of that. Okay.
Oh man.
That's
Boss side though, unfortunately, Codex did catch out that Tuskar, but the Eclipse is also going to be used. A toss back on towards yet again. A Tuskar is not going to find anything. Sure, you got that one kill, but still, ACG are going to be more than happy with this.
2 for 1. If you're one move. But the one issue that I felt was that he throws the Eclipse in an area, and the Tusk was removed out of it. But they get the kill in the end. It's a nice bunch of pickoffs here, and you can see the one move they got twice as much experience and 5 times as much gold from that fight.
It's a nice buffer. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a very nice buffer, but you need a way to take down this Templar, right? That is, if for one move, if you can prove the concept that you can take down this Templar, then that's going to give them that much needed confidence to actually venture out and take these fights in a more convincing way. Because right now, it just seems that they're a bit scared. As soon as they hear the rolling thunder, alarm bells start ringing in their heads, and they just run from that position.
Oh, they're coming! You know, everyone get out! They're coming for us. And another problem that between the two drafts is that the scaling of supports favors ACG a lot more. Like AA is, top 3 best supports late game, along with, let's say, Silencer and Phoenix, things like that. Oh, might have to. Would Ice jump in difference? Who does he catch? But it wasn't a very far toss as the Wheel of Wonder comes out. He has been Ice Blasted though, and I think he's. Oh, there's it. He's gone. As me, Lefty, sorry, QBFI taking a bit of damage, but he's not gonna lose his life as they do get Flacco at least here. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's a core for support as Chodek's mixed out grip. One big hit from EY brings him down. QBFY looking for someone, gets the punch up, gets the snowball, and BB3, yeah, you're not long for this life, man.
Oh man, that fight went horribly because Lunas just simply did not have the Eclipse, and Difference was too isolated from the rest of his team. And it was partly, in fact, because ACG kept one move from helping out their Tiny, right? So overall, very well done on a battlefield where the fight was a bit divided into two, but still for one move, you know, you need to put up a solid defense. You need a good Eclipse at this point.
I'm just surprised at how fragile the one-move heroes are, right? Remember we talked about durability? We'd be like, oh, they're gonna be so tanky, so amazing tanky, and then like they just all die in like 3 hits from the Deso hit.
Even the Tiny is struggling to survive, right? And that's also partly due to the fact that he went for that crash landing facet, as you mentioned, but also he hasn't exactly made any durable items. He went for the BKB straight after that Blink Dagger, which showed 10% plus 10 strength, but something like the Sanj in Yasha would have made him into the beefy hero that Tiny is supposed to be for his team.
Oh god, they're going for the second rush. By the way, chat is calling us out for if we did go all in on one move. Now, firstly, ethically, we're not allowed to gamble on a tournament we cast. But secondly, oh, you guys are right, man. I thought one move would take this one. And right now, they are really struggling.
13 and 18 right now. 13,000 net worth.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
Oh, the friends walks into QBFY, but can... Looks like the QBFY is like, I think he's got something. Did the punch come out in time? It does! And, alright, it's a bit of an awkward place right now between the snowballs and everything. Looks like QBFY might have been off a bit more than he can chew as you have the Pangolier, he's rolling, he's like, yeah, I'm a pass through.
The Pangolier abandoned that Tuskar so quick, man. He was like, Julian was like, I'm out of here, buddy. You're on your own. But I think ACG was just too far away to come and assist that Tiny. They tried to make a decent enough opening by stopping that teleport in. I think both Dual Rays and Cubify were going to be able to stop him. But still, 20 seconds of room bought from one move. As they look to extend their advantage right now.
If you're one move, you want to take a fight, you know that, oh, looks like that was a huge hurricane. Like, how many hits is coming out? He actually, they're like, we're not risking it. We're just going to put him inside the, whatever the hell that coffin is called. Wheel of Wonder? No, sorry, that's a Wheel of Wonder, as well as Impaled Art. It's really not doing too much in this Eclipse. It's
no
really
vision.
not.
They didn't have any vision for Amaterasu there. The sentry ward being placed down was from that dire side. And meanwhile, Cubify stuck yet again.
Huge ice
this time
blast.
around, he is going to fall. There is, of course, an ice blast that caught out multiple heroes, but just not enough follow-up.
Well,
They will find another Titan for their trouble, though.
That's nice. Although, again, ACG, I'm not saying they're losing Aegis time because they're getting something, but one move is keeping this net worth lead stable, which when you're behind is the best thing you can ask for.
I mean, it's one of those things that you're going to be happy with getting because, you know, there's not much else you can do.
Yep.
Luna can't farm up either. At least the Luna has a Manta style though, so you can send out your illusions to push out waves. But you know that the problem is, eventually ACG are going to come knocking as 5, right? So far it's been isolated heroes. It's been pick-off attempts being made or openings being made by Cubify, but there's going to be a time where all 5 heroes come knocking. A Daedalus on that TA is going to be hitting your heroes, and what are you going to do then?
I mean, you have good delaying tactics, right? The Firestorm, Gleipnir, you know, Elder Titan throwing out his Spirit, Echo Stomp. Like, I think their delays are good, but it's not enough. And even if you go out and do like 300-400 damage to the tower, there's unhealable. So
now Luna does have Butterfly, so that's a big one. It's not as big against the Templar, I suppose, because the Psyblades do go through it if you're getting hit by those, but still.
No, it's good for sure. And it's also, I like that he didn't go for BKB. He's recognized that in a game like this, BKB's value is kind of very limited. So he's going all in on damage, trying to make up for the fact that he has Ag Scepter, which hasn't really done much this game.
Oh, they're going to get got though. They're going to get pincered over here. 3 heroes from one move stuck as Cubify has made the perfect opening this time. The Eclipse is going to come out from the other side, but again, it's not going to find anything. Of course, Cubify has lost his life. One move in a desperate attempt to make it back to their base, with Difference having teleported back. Code X though won't be so lucky. He will end up falling as BB looks to be that second casualty too.
Walking near a trap, but doesn't actually not close enough to proc it. Amaterasu is following him. It's taking some time. Remember, he gets that water extra move. Man, he moves so slow when he goes out of the water, and now he's gonna be losing his life. 2 for 1. QBFY, yes, he's been aggressive with his jumps, but once he gets a good one, you're able to clean house.
Is under attack.
And now with no Eclipse, how do you defend this bot lane of Rax with just 3 heroes? What is the buyback status? So
They have it both.
okay, so the question is, do you go for this defense by using your buybacks, or do you wait for the respawn?
Oh, nice use of the Manta, just get rid of the cold feet. I don't have to. I don't think you have to. I mean, the Underlords come up in a few seconds, but man, they are so quick. Glyph is forced to be used, so that at least the Underlord will be available. Elder Titan just 10 seconds as well.
You have
Oh
10
my
seconds
God.
on that TA though with the Aegis as he's going to jump in, but instantly getting tossed back though. UI in a bit of trouble. Of course, the first life is going to fall, but the second life is going to come back online. Pangolier Rolling Thunder is at the ready. UI activating that BKB. Jewelry is meanwhile holding that Rolling Thunder, and with the buyback protection coming
Grip.
in, it doesn't seem like they have a chance, but they're going to go back in on towards that Tiny in the tier 4 towers. It seems like ACG are going to be extending past what they can handle, but it seems to be working out. As Difference has fallen, there goes the Acclaim, but once again, not finding anything, but on the backline, it does find the AA who's going to buy back. As the Visage, Amaterasu is also going to try and end up getting punished here. The Force Staff to momentarily buy him some time, but Codex is going to Force Staff forward as well. The Pit of Malice is going to hold UI. This is one move's opportunity to try and chase and take the Templar Assassin down, but it seems like they don't have the stamina for it.
I think overall that was a decent move for them to cut their losses. They're like, we have a dieback on our Ringmaster. Tiny's out, and he's not coming back anytime soon. We forced the buyback from the AA, and we got Amaterasu. Aegis was also taken out of their hands. One move overall, that wasn't the worst thing in the world. They kept the Raxus standing still.
I think it was great for one move. Because they not only saved their racks, they didn't have to use any buybacks. In fact, it was ACG who expended that buyback, right? So it was ACG who ended up hurting in that fight.
By the way, there is a Solar Crest on the Elder Titan. That's gonna be a nice bit of durability for whoever gets jumped on by the TA, because all physical damage. Luna is looking pretty sick slotted to me. She's got the BKB, Butterfly, Ags, Manta, and Hurricane Pipe. She's getting there in levels.
And I mean, suddenly this Aghanim Scepter, it isn't all that bad when you consider the fact that, you know, you can just create an Aghanim's Blessing. The only requirement for this Luna to transition into a carry now is just swapping out, or rather just buying out the Aghanim's Blessing and just making a high DPS item. Perhaps something like a Scotty for that additional slow provides enough sustain as well, but you know, these are the last few items that you can make on that Luna, so you have to think about what you want to do.
He's queuing up oh, look at that. 4 bounty ruins, by the way. That is a total of almost 2,000 gold for the whole team.
You know, that is a sign that ACG are just bloodthirsty at this point. They're so fixated on one move's high ground that they ended up giving what was, I believe, 1,200 gold the other way.
1,200? No, it's almost 2,000. With the 4 bounty ruins, yeah. Each bounty rune was about 470, so that's up to a lot. Meanwhile, they are trying ACG. They're thinking that they might be able to catch someone here, but they've got them as such a choke. I don't feel like we've seen the dire side of the map in the last 15 minutes. It's only been on the Radiant side.
Oh, definitely. Also in this the bottom half of the mini map, I would say. One move had the opportunity. They were playing a lot inside of that top side jungle, but ever since all of these outer towers fell, it's been ACG who has been dictating the pace of this game. Of course, one move have fought back quite admirably, but it's a long way to go for one move.
It looks like it might be a bit of a long Roche here. for and that's going to be favoring one move a little bit, just because Apple City Gang is going to spend some time where they're like, all right, we're farming, but we're not really hiding our objectives. Gives one move a chance to get a couple of items that they need. What's Flacco got? He is giga farmed as a support. He's gone 4 staff, Atos, and that's. I feel like he'd be richer somehow.
Yeah, perhaps he has an item.
Being
No,
delivered.
the item was
yeah.
just delivered to him.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, where's the Glypnir, bro? Come on. But QBFI does finish up his BKB. Considering how he's been playing very aggressively, this is going to be a very useful item for him for sure.
Definitely. I think it should help him survive. And even if it's not helping him survive, it should help him make even more aggressive plays. Of course, there is a full double damage rune on Dual Rays over here, priming his Rolling Thunder, but you don't see a clear way in with that pit. That AoE is huge from Codex.
That is massive. He's also, I think he's also got someone's got a gym. Yeah, the Tiny's got a gym. We haven't mentioned this, but it's been doing a good job of removing the vision that ACG has. And when you lock people down, having wards so that anyone who drops out you can pick off. If you don't have that vision, it's not that useful to keep them in the base. It's good, but it's not like, wow, they're not farming. It's like, yeah, they go out, they farm. We just can't find them.
Top side though, the first time that we're actually seeing this part in a while, as one move, throwing out those impalement arts, it seems like they're ready right now for a fight. But the thing is, what they want is for ACG to come inside of the Roche pit, because that narrow corridor is going to be the perfect place for an Eclipse.
And also another perfect place for an ice blast as the stun comes out. Can they grab someone here? Ooh, they almost bring down Amaterasu. He's so low already, but he does have the ability to go in that vulnerable form if he needs to. I do see the roll coming out here. Who are they going to catch? The Chode X as well as Grip are in trouble. The ice blast comes out. 2 of them already removed, but in the meantime, they do get a kill on Amaterasu. Unfortunately, BB3 is dead as well.
The Eclipse yet again. I'm not even sure if it's the problem of the Eclipse anymore, right? Because at ACG, they're so quick. The pace of this fight is just on a whole other level, where UI is able to take down heroes so quickly, right? That one move can't respond properly. Luna requires that momentum, right, to be dishing out that damage so that the glaives can start stacking up on your opponents as well. But if you can't get to a position where you can deal those last hits or dish out those last hits, then you're going to be in big trouble.
By the way, Luna's almost 12, 25. And speak of her, she's been keeping up okay with UI, you know? Like, I don't think we can put the blame on Eyesight. He's 10-0-5. He hasn't actually died once in this game. That's pretty wild when I look at him. Like, damn.
That's the thing. I saw the unstoppable streak when ACG took all of one moves out of tier 2 towers, and I was like, this Luna is doing incredible. So where is the lack of fight coming in from one move? Why are they losing these team fights consistently? I don't have a clear answer to it. Perhaps it's because there's a full item discrepancy between the Luna and the Templar Assassin, because the Luna does have the scepter, which isn't working out all that much. But I don't know. The positioning from one move isn't giving me much confidence either, right? Because time and time again aren't able to come off with those executes. They are a bit isolated. As Difference going to engage upon that Tuskar, an entire gift plate planted. Quibify does have that BKB, but it won't be helping him. The Rolling Thunder being bouncing around. Of course, Juris does have that refresher. Going to go for yet another Rolling Thunder, as Difference is in a world of trouble, isolated from the rest of his team. The Templar Assassin, UI is going to stack up on him and take Difference down. And now ACG, they look to pursue further.
That was a lot that they had to use, though. Refresher Shard had to come out just so they can kill Difference. He does have a buyback if he needs to. And this Chodex, man, the Pit of Malice also comes with the slow. It does damage with the Firestorm. You can see ACG, they're struggling a little to get those buildings down.
Which is surprising considering the attack range that the Templar Assassin possesses. But the Pit of Malice, I mean, like you mentioned, the slow, it's just too much, right? Not only the pit, you also have that Firestorm, you have the Whiplash, the Elder Titan as well, who's going to be decreasing your armor and magic resistance. So it's a lot of anti-aura that you face as you walk up that high ground.
Oh, Luna's got a Silver Edge. Not sure there's anything really amazing you want to break, like any sort of defensive ability, but just the damage and, you know, the crit chance and everything's all really good.
Interesting.
I had to make sure. Wait, do you get the crit chance from it now?
I don't think you do.
No, right, okay. Because the other day someone also made a mistake, and you know the community can be ruthless if you haven't
Oh,
followed an
definitely.
item.
But I'm with you, man. I don't know what the Silver Edge is designed to do. Ideally, I would have preferred just a straight up damage item coming out, either the Daedalus, you know, or even the sustain item, something like an Eye of Skadi, so that when you do activate your BKB, at least you can stand and hit. But going for a Silver Edge, and really all ACG need to do to counter that out is buy detection, right? Because considering the fact that one
They
move are
have.
kind of boxed in to their high ground, there's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of room that you gain from expending that invis.
I mean, you can see it, alright. Like the Visage has the gem. He's been carrying it for a while. They've been using that to make sure that they remove vision from the enemy side. So, I don't know, to be fair, Silver Edge is pretty good damage, right? What is it? 70 damage, 35 attack speed. That's not nothing. But I agree with you. It's not the best damage item. There are better options. As meanwhile, difference, they do get on top of the Visage here. Looks like we might be losing grip, as well as the Tiny. Oh, the Elder Titan. Can he do anything here? Oh man, we're just gonna be losing people left and right. Grip. Oh, nice move. Elder Titan makes it out, but he might be the only one. They do have buybacks, but these are expensive buybacks to use.
It's strange how divided one move are right now, right? Because normally when you have an Underlord, you usually see the Underlord coming in through that through the Fiend's Gate to assist teams that your allies who are isolated. But
Yep.
so far, I haven't seen that from one move.
It's like when you have Dawnbreaker or Silencer, right? Someone gets caught, you have ultis to help them, but Underlord doesn't seem to be quite interested in, you know, it's like, you got caught, it's your fault.
As ACG going to move in, Dual Rays, Rolling Thunder past that throne, the Ice Blast going to land on Codex here. Meanwhile, Luna going to activate the Cliff Eyesight, going for that defense, but he has no support available right now. The Tiny and Underlord are down, and ACG are sieging that high ground. Not even sieging it, they're demolishing that high ground.
Yeah, Siege implies that there's some sort of length to it, you know. There was nothing here, it just went in 2 seconds. Tiny, sorry, Underlord uses his buyback, but Tiny's still holding on to his. He's got 10 seconds left. He wants to hold on as... Alright, they do force them back. Ooh, the Underlord teleport. It's not the ulti. Does he really want to go in? The Wheel of Wonder comes out. It catches Amaterasu, and I use the... Alright, that's the Eclipse. Doing nothing as usual, but they get you why? Okay, the Eclipse was pretty good this time for once, as they might get Amaterasu as well on the way out. Can they get the kill on... the Visage doesn't seem like it. Ice Blast landed. We might see the Elder Titan melt down as, oh my god. The Pangolin goes in, brings down 2 people. In return, difference, BKB use. And no, the Apples of the Gang, they buy back on UI. They want to go in. They're all in for the ending this game.
And UI needs to be careful. He did end up using that buyback. Of course, difference is going to regenerate. Eclipse doing wonderful. I mean, they found their opening in a really nice way, but still one melee racks remaining.
It's not much, and their best defender, the Underlord, is out of the map as well, and he's not coming back for a minute and a half. They know this because he used his buyback. So Apples of the Gang, they're like, all right, let's just wait for all our abilities and just go when we're ready. Roshan's gonna be down for at least another 2 minutes. I would feel like this should be a GG push coming in very soon.
The timing from one move though was incredible because UI had less than 10 seconds left on that Aegis, and they used the Eclipse right when that Aegis expired, so he ended up falling. But speaking of GG push, ACG, yes, very close to victory, but also have to be careful because UI, without UI, I don't think that ACG can contest against that Luna.
No. It looks like UI jumps in, a big Ice Blast. Grip just dead again. No buyback on him, so he's not gonna be around for this fight. It's a 3 versus 5 ability engagement. As there you go, Mega Creeps available now for ACG, and they could just go like, let's just end it. Why should we take a risk? A fight where TA dies could mean that they can counter push us and end the game.
So 2 heroes down. Of course, the Underlord is going to be respawning. But ACG, they're going to be feeling pretty confident about this. They're slowly sieging the tier 4 towers as one move wait for their opportunity.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nothing. Oh, the difference! He tosses the Visage back and he gets the kill. But Visage, being invulnerable, such a nice ability. That is a huge eclipse. Can it kill someone? It does bring down the Vicious QBFY. Very close. One more hit. He's down as well. They both have buybacks though. As we do see dual rays going in here, they might be able to kill Eyesight. The Invis, the Silver Edge, it's good. Who said it wasn't good? Not us for me. Chodex might be losing his life. He does. He just came back, but he's out of the fight. However, Luna does survive at least.
Luna survives entirely through the Silver Edge, man. Who would have thought?
Oh,
Even though
well.
there was a sentry there placed there later on, okay. But still,
Well-
the entire base is a bit.
By the way,
it's a
that's
bit-
three.
Yeah.
Yes. Three buybacks have been used by ACG, the TA, the Visage, as well as the Tough. So if you are able to counter team wipe them somehow, you can win the game. It'll be crazy comeback though. As the throw is taking a lot of damage, you can't wait too long. The punch comes out, Tiny melts. It's forced to buy back instantly. Can they go for more? Looks like that. Look at that. Swift Link bought on the Luna. You have to jump in and catch someone. Can you do that? The save comes out on the outside. Doesn't matter. The throw is just falling. I think that's it. The game is it over? GG's called. There you go.
Yeah, I think ACG could have just taken the throne anyway, but they decided to play around with one move a bit. I do think that both of these teams are evenly matched, right? In terms of skill, in terms of the kind of decision making that they go for. The thing is, though, the micromanagement as far as itemization go, I personally didn't like that scepter, and I personally didn't like that Silver Edge, even though yes, it did save the Luna towards that very end. But with swapping out those items for a pure carry build, perhaps that would have been a lot better this time around.
I also, usually when we see Underlord, we do see a lot of auras, right? But in this game, there was no auras from him at all. No Pipe, no Crimson, no Greaves, no Assault, no Shivas, nothing. It was just Axe, Scepter, straight. I also wasn't very impressed with Grip. He wanted the entire game, you know, he was farming for Axe Scepter on the Ringmaster. He had 4 staff, and then for the next 40 minutes, he's like, I'm going to get an Axe Scepter, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to get an Axe Scepter eventually. And he didn't, which was unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it's interesting when a new hero is revealed in the meta. That going for that Aghanims can be incredibly tempting. But no, overall, I think both of these teams did play pretty well. Unfortunately, you know, it is Dota, so past that 40-minute mark, it does come down to those few mistakes, those small mistakes that determine the outcome of the game. So hopefully, though, for the next game, hopefully we might go to a best of 3. Of course, you do have the potential for a comeback from both of these sides.
Now, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes for game number 2 between One Move and Apple City Gang. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Hello and welcome to game 2 of Appleseed Gang versus One Move, where Appleseed Gang complete control of game 1 as we predicted. Right? Right, Tultris? All according to our prediction?
Kind
Yeah.
of, kind of. I don't want to be the person that's right with my prediction or wrong about my prediction. I want to be right with a mix and match of both things.
Well, one of us was certainly wrong, and that's going to be me, as people reminded me. But we're going to go to game 2. I actually got a message like on my phone from someone about that. But we're going to go to game 2. One Move continuing to ban out offlaners, whereas Apple City Gang trying to ensure that they have a good game for a TA pick potentially. Oh nope, they just ban out the TA themselves. They're like, we're done playing with you. We don't want the enemy team to get it, so we're done with this hero.
And actually banning out that Phantom Assassin from the get-go. Meanwhile, One Move are going to go for the same traditional bans that they went for last time around by banning out that Beastmaster and that Terrorblade, which is surprising because that Terrorblade is one of One Move's strongest heroes, right? On that
Yep.
carry position. So I wonder though, what is going to be the plan for them?
Well, they have the opening pick. What would they like? The previous game, I feel like the supports were the bigger issue, because on the other side, every time I see an Ice Blast come up, I'm like, damn, that Ice Blast, the way, One Move, they're saying, hey, Ice Blasts are good. We want some of that.
I mean, certainly the Ice Blast did quite a bit in the previous game, right? Considering the Eclipse, when you compare those two AoE abilities, it does seem like the Ice Blast has a lot more value or a
Yep.
lot more bang for buck because you can just spam those out. So
Well, why not? All right, Apple City Gang, what do you see that they have an AA? What would you like? Now, I personally think that if you're gonna, if they have one of the strongest supports, you should go equally strong. You could go Silencer or Phoenix. Be like, hey, we got a late game position 5 who's just as good as the AA.
or perhaps you go for a position 4 Wind Ranger, right? Just for that kill shot. Ideally, the Ancient Apparition loves to stay in those back lines, so you want a hero that can dish out that damage from way far back, right? And the Wind
True.
Ranger does just that. Not to mention, I do think that in fact it was One Move who picked up the Wind Ranger yesterday in their series against Passion UA, and it did have a lot of success for them. But still,
All right, they want to go for Medusa, one of the very few heroes that doesn't care about it.
and this might end up being an offlane Medusa. Yeah, so I think my remix was lagging a bit. I think this is going to be an offlane Medusa. I mean, I saw it yesterday, right? That Kaya build into a Meteor Hammer might end up doing a lot. Not to mention, you can just ignore the Ancient Apparition, right? The Medusa doesn't really care about HP all that much. It's entirely mana dependent. And yesterday, against, I believe it was Passion UA who picked up the Medusa against One Move, destroyed One Move in game number 1, but eventually lost out to One Move in game number 3. But that was a comeback that One Move made against Passion UA, right? But perhaps ACG were looking at yesterday's games between Passion UA and One Move, and they saw this hero, and they saw how weak One Move was against that Medusa.
Like,
I think there are some audio issues from your end, Automo. I can't seem to hear you as well. Meanwhile, a Ringmaster going to be picked up by ACG as One Move go for that Elder Titan. This was a hero that they picked up for themselves last time around as well. So let's see how this is going to end up working out. third pick now for one move. Let's see what they go for. Of course, Apple City Gang banning out that anti-mage naturally because you don't want that Medusa from coming in. Meanwhile, a Storm Spirit banned out from one move as they pick themselves up a Mars, stacking up on that AoE with that Ancient Apparition and that Arena. If you somehow manage to stack up the Arena with an Ice Blast from coming in, and not to mention the Split Earth as well, right? That's going to be absolutely huge from one move if they're able to make it work, but very dependent on those AoEs. As Apple City Gang, they do have an escape act, right? Now, they do need to gain vision inside of that arena if they want to be using that escape act. Of course, the Bounty Hunter probably won't be able to assist them in that regard, but still the track gold coming in for Apple City Gang could be huge. The only question is whether or not this Medusa is on that off lane, because it does seem a bit sus, right? A Bounty Hunter mixed in with the Medusa isn't exactly the strongest of lane, so I wonder how they're going to be able to make that one work. And Automa is back. Yeah. Welcome back. It's okay. Nothing huge happened. Just I'm just confused now, to be honest, because Apple City Gang picked up a Bounty Hunter, and previously where I was thinking this is going to be a Medusa off lane, Bounty Hunter plus Medusa doesn't exactly seem like a strong lane.
It's not, but we've seen this from Apple City Gang where they try to use the Bounty or the Tusk or whoever it is just to separate the other person away from them. Like, may have the Elder Titan chase the Bounty, and then, Medusa will be able to free farm. I'm gonna see if I can rejoin the lobby. Again, not sure why. For the first time ever, my laptop is acting up. I hope it's a small thing only.
ACG, though, having that fourth pick, I wonder what they're going to be going for. They go for the Puck. Interesting. So not a lot of durability over for Apple City Gang or sustain outside of that Medusa. So I wonder, Automo, do you think this is going to be a carry Medusa, or do you think they're going to stick to an offlane one?
We'll find out very soon, depending on what one move wants to ban. But I'm liking the offlane Medusa more, right? It's like a nice durable hero. Depends probably on what you're going up against. They might be able to switch in the last second, but I like offlane Medusa a little bit more, just because carry Medusa seems a bit too slow, and this damage being spread out is not great. I feel like offlane tank is good.
Not to mention the Puck Coil into a Gorgon's Grasp should be pretty good, right? It will be a really nice setup. As one move, they go for yet another AoE combination in the form of that Monkey King with that Wukong's command, and that can be huge from their side. Again, one move very heavily investing into synergy with those AoEs, right? And against heroes like the Puck, who can just phase shift, against a very tanky hero like the Medusa, who can use the Stone Gaze to disable or temporarily force the enemy to disengage, and against the Ringmaster, who has that Whoopee cushion and that escape act, can one move actually make it happen for themselves, considering how difficult it's going to be against Apple City's lineup?
I mean, only the Puck feels like he's problematic. The other three are very easy to catch and kill. I mean, you have good lockdown as well. You have Boundless, Spear, Elder in the Arena. Like, there's a lot. I don't know. I'm thinking one move comes off looking like they have very good draft. I said the same thing game one, though. So, what do I know about these sort of things?
I actually think this one move draft is a lot better than the previous game, simply because I think I might have a small bias against the Luna. I don't think the Luna is that strong of a carry in the current patch.
Yep.
And this time around, the Monkey King, will be doing wonders. Now, I wonder who's going to be the Diffusal Blade builder from one move, or whether or not they're even going to be investing in a Diffusal Blade against the Medusa. Monkey King can get that one item, but it doesn't help the Monkey King farm the way that the Mjolnir does, right? So
it's very likely, though, that this Monkey King is going to be mid, because that's what difference, usually it's picked for difference.
Yeah.
And I like the ban on the Slark, because, he's a diffuser builder, is pretty good against the Medusa. All right, one move, they're going to have the next move, the next pick's going to be the carry. I think they're going to go for something nice and durable and tanky, like a Gyro, a Dragon Knight, a Sven, Terrorblade is not in the pool, unfortunately for them, though.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I wonder what carry they're going to be going for. Should they invest in a melee carry, because you are playing with a Monkey King and a Mars, and if you pick up a melee carry against a Puck, it can come back to bite you, right? Not
Yeah.
to mention the Medusa Stone Gaze. So one move have to be careful about this one. Of course, the Morphling is banned out, and to be fair, I really hope they don't go for Luna again. Even though
Same.
I personally think the Luna this time around is actually a lot better than the first game, right? Considering if you do make an Aghanim's in this game, right, you have so many AoEs and so much lockdown that it can work out. It's wild how yeah.
All right, maybe Luna, but I'm thinking Gyro, Dragon Knight, or Weaver. Might go with the Weaver because you have that natural mana burn as a talent. I seen Nesphere do it. Does it do it? I don't think Eyesight will, but we'll see seeing how it goes.
I do
And
like the
people-
gyro. I actually really like the gyro because it's always going to be a really good synergistic with that Mars arena, and not
Yep.
to mention with that Wukong's command as well, right? It's very hard to get inside of the gyro when you have to go through those abilities.
I would mind the Gyro as well. They get rid of the Enigma, though. They're saying we want to make sure you don't have the. That's interesting because they banned the Ursa, saying we don't want to see you pick a carry. Then they banned the Enigma, who's a known offlaner. So they're covering their bases with both. They're not sure where the Medusa is going to go, and who's it going to be again. DK, Gyro, Weaver are the three I'm thinking about. I agree with you. Something. Oh no, that's very different. Ooh, it's all in on the big team fights, big circles, big circles.
Now, I do know that previously One Move used to love the Faceless Void carry, but that was back with WoW. That was a WoW specialty. He was a Grandmaster with this hero, but One Move aren't playing with WoW right now. So
I think you might want to switch and pick a an offlane like a Doom or something at this point, or I want to say Beastmaster. Beastmaster's gone because Medusa can be a care. Yeah, they go for an offlane. They pick the Lycan. That's what they want to. I was when I saw the three picks, the three melee cores. I thought, all right, switch. Just put Medusa as a carry and pick something else. And I like the Lycan pickup.
I really like the Lycan pickup as well, right? Faceless Void doesn't actually do really well against the Lycan, right? And if this Faceless Void is going to be getting that Diffusal bit, it's going to take away from a lot of the farming capability of Faceless Void. A hero that struggles early on with sustain issues, right? So as soon as you get a farming item, normally you go for those sustain items that build up your HP so that you're able to land hits during that Chronosphere. But the question is, if you do land that Chronosphere, then Apple City Gang have this natural counter in the form of that Stone Gaze, right? So as long as the Medusa isn't caught, Apple City Gang should be having that counter initiation. And for One Move, the idea is simple, right? They need to stack up on as many ultimates as they can. If they're able to do that, then the combination is just going to overpower ACG. But if they're not able to do that, then I fear the counter initiation is going to turn things the other way around.
I mean, One Move they have. You mentioned the Chrono, but if Chrono lands, that's good. If Mars Arena lands, that's good. If an AI Splat with Shard lands, that's good. Like they have multiple ways of starting the fight. It's gonna be quite difficult for ACG to take it. I think they have a good draft for it. Like it's very good in and out. Medusa kind of, very hard to bring down naturally. Oh man, I'm having a hard time picking. I'll let you pick which team you think is gonna win. So that later on, if you're wrong, I can mention it.
I wouldn't mind. We can go 1-for-1. Yeah, that makes sense. And then for the third game, we can give the same vote for the same team. Let's see.
Of course.
This is confusing.
Not so easy.
This is actually confusing.
Not so easy.
Yeah, it's actually not.
The pause
I
comes
mean,
out. Gives you time.
The problem is it's so user dependent, right? It's so dependent on whether or not One Move can get their ultimates off, and it's also so dependent on whether or not ACG can dodge those ultimates. So
come on,
I reserve
Teltris.
my vote. I abstain from voting.
We call that coward voting. Coward.
Okay,
right,
fine. Then I will go for ACG.
Good. I want to go for One Move anyway. All right, we'll see how this one goes. The only interesting facet is that Mars has gone for Victory Feast, which is that unlike the other one, Bloodsport, I believe it's called, where everyone's invis or so no vision. Here, anyone who dies in the arena gives them a huge burst of health, something like 30% health and mana for him and his allies.
Do you agree with this decision though? Because the Escape Act, right?
Yeah.
It can save anyone from inside the arena, and the major boon of that blinding arena is the fact that you can't save your heroes inside of it. The opponent team can't save anyone, but
Yeah.
Ringmaster has one of the best saves in the game, right? So you're just giving that one away.
Most cases, I'd agree with you, but it's not disruption or astral. You are still there, so you can still be hit by the spear. You can still be hit by the ice blast, by the Elder Titan's abilities, by the Mars God's Rebuke, Boundless Strike. So, as a save in a game like this, I actually don't think it's that good.
We'll actually have, interestingly enough, we'll have 2 Grandmasters on that mid lane. Wow, a battle of the Grandmasters. Puck versus Monkey King.
But they're not the golden one. They're the only level 25. I want to see level 30 only.
Oh, okay.
I recently hit level 30 on Silencer, which was, an interesting feeling. I'm like, man, I'm real scum. This is the hero I like to spam.
I mean, it's not as bad as being level 30 on a Viper or a Huskar, right?
True. Oh my god. Can you imagine reaching level 30 on Viper? By the way, one of the things that I don't like about Faceless Void this patch is that, honestly, he does not actually have a facet. Because Chronosphere is his fast, and I'm like, well, I had Chronosphere before. What's the difference? There's no change for me as a hero. And if you pick the other one, you're kind of getting a different ability, sure, but it's not like some heroes where they got actual useful facets that change the way they played.
I mean, the time zone, I personally think the time zone is better, but holding that thought, Flacco, yet again, in a bit of trouble.
Okay, there we go. Atomo off to a good start.
Or rather, it was actually the other way around in the previous game. It was it was Grip who died first in the previous game.
Yep. And he also gave his life away to Roshan, though, just to get that extra ticket. In this game, actually, Flacco does have a ticket as well, but not the way you want to get the ticket, for sure.
Interestingly enough, though, like the time zone gives 400% cooldown acceleration, right? And
yes.
That can be huge in team fights, but one move, banking on that Chronosphere, it is definitely something that can work out a lot better than the time zone, considering the fact that they have a lot to stack that Chronosphere with. So
I think that now that time zone doesn't leash anymore, it's a dead ability.
But yeah, the puck can just use the illusory orb and just jaunt out of there. Definitely.
Everyone, right? Like, you can just run out of it no matter what. It just doesn't do as well. Look at the mid. Okay, Grip might be losing his life. One more hit. Ooh, nice to the fair fire. But look at the mid lane. 7 and 2 to the 2 and 1. I mentioned this before, but this difference is most played hero is the Monkey King. And yeah, he's showing us why.
And it's not just the Puck who's struggling, right? The lost hits across the board for Apple City Gang. Very lackluster. Lycan hasn't gotten a single lost hit in this lane.
He's got 3 denies at least.
But I mean, this isn't the start that you want, right?
Ooh.
Meanwhile,
check out BB3. I mean, if you look at the Elder Titan is actually between the tier 1 and the tier 2 because Bounty Hunter drags some creeps, and he's just punching both of them. And Bounty Hunter, I'll say that I don't think he's that good of a laner.
I think he's a pretty weak laner. Kind of like the Nyx Assassin. And especially considering he's against an Elder Titan, right? What does the Bounty do at this position? He can't trade hits. He can only go for perhaps sniping a few couriers, pulling the waves, but even pulling is going to be incredibly difficult as you're just going to get whacked a few times every time you go for it. You are a melee hero. So for Apple City Gang, this offlane is not going to be working out the way that they want. They're going to be forced to play a game of catch up with that Lycan.
By the way, Grip is in a lot of trouble bot lane. Let's see, he's got 100 health. He's eating a tango. He's got 2 magic stick charges, while Flacco does not have any daggers. Toltris.
He's still under the effect. Yeah, he's under the effect of the impalement arts, though. So
I mean, like, there's no more coming. So you think he's gonna die, right?
Yeah. He does have 2 stick charges, so that's going to be, 30 HP. But unfortunately, his position means that he's going to take at least 2 or 3 lost hits from Flacco before he can get out. So Yeah, he's a dead man.
And also, Flacco is 310 movement speed. Grip is 285. Backup from Chodex is quite far. So maybe if Chodex runs towards him, he runs toward. All right, we'll let our viewers be. Guys, we're taking open casting calls. If you want to be a caster, can you predict if Grip is going to live or not? And if you get it right, you get. Totus will give you something.
We can give a shout out. Are we allowed? I
Of
don't
course
actually
we
know.
can. There are no rules here. I mean,
I don't know. I have personally never had the opportunity to interact with the lovely people on the chat, but
that's why you think they're lovely, because you haven't interacted with them yet. No, actually, we have a lot of people who are very nice and
I do tune into the CCT streams. Everyone, there's a lot of investment into the games themselves. You know, a lot of fans for both of the teams do show up, and it does create a very nice atmosphere, very competitive atmosphere, which is refreshing to see even for the tier 3 scene or tier 2 scene.
It's because there's not so many people that there's just spam, right? Once you hit like 20,000 people or 15, it's just, you know, something happens, it's 32, Monka. It's like, it's not actual discussion in any way.
Oh man.
Grip is annoyed. And he's like, come on guys, let's go on. Well, he's real annoyed now.
Yeah, he just wants to respawn and come back to the lane.
He might live. Remember, we haven't seen what our observer.
We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what you'll get if you're right either. But something good for sure.
This Medusa though, it's surprising. Yawai is just has 4 last hits, and if you know, this is strange. It's strange to see all 3 lanes suffering in terms of last hits. I know it's just 2 minutes, so only 4 creep waves have been sent out, but it's not the start that you would want. It's, you know, as soon as the laning phase starts, those first few creep waves do determine the momentum, though. They do determine the mindset that you proceed with.
Especially like the first one to, you know, if you're level 2 and they're level 1.5, you know, you have an extra skill point, you can jump on them, get a kill. It's a big deal, you know. Faceless Void's got like time dilation and time walk, whereas QBFY and Amaterasu they don't have anything. BB3 is also about to hit level 2, and QBFY is he's got 40 EXP.
Have you ever seen a Medusa being bitten by the Shapeshift? Or being bitten by the Lycan? I've seen the Tiny, I've seen the Luna, I've seen a bunch of heroes getting stacked up with that Aghanims on that Lycan, but never quite a Medusa.
I haven't seen Medusa either. It's usually, I think it's because most of the time she's paired up, like the Lycan bites paired up with a melee hero.
Yeah.
Because, but my favorite is when Lycan bites a Monkey King and Monkey King jumps on a tree and he gets like stuck animation as a wolf. So it's the best thing in the world. He doesn't like run up the tree or anything. He just gets stuck, frozen, and he just moves up to the tree. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that's my favorite there. As this is a long one, boys. Oh, all right, Amaterasu's back. We'll see if Grip is gonna live or not. Toltris and chat, your reputation is on the line. I personally believe that he's probably dead as well. As we're gonna find out.
It's just, I mean, we can think about what might happen, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get. Oh no! No! What? What?
Oh, that was great. Oh, that was great. That was so good. Oh, that was so good. Oh, he just makes the. Oh, he might die now. Yeah, he's gonna die now.
This is what I meant. See, this is what I meant. You guys need to catch up. You know, I meant he's gonna die 30 seconds after Flacco dies.
Exactly. All right. Yes. Oh.
But man, that was to be, in all seriousness, that was an insane play from one move. Unfortunate that the ancient apparition ended up dying later on, as that could have been the opportunity to come out really ahead, considering the Medusa struggling.
True.
But
all right, let me ask you something though. If there wasn't a pause, do you think he would have thought of that in time?
That's very interesting. That's actually very interesting. I know the pauses do give you time to think, right?
Right. Because I don't think that there's anything that Flacco could have done better. But Grip was like, yo, I can actually misplay, like, you know, get a good play in by throwing that. That was pretty insane. But If you're the ringmaster, you're like, I threw my spell, it landed. I'm just gonna right click him. What else is there for me to do? Oh,
But it is fair play though, because it was Apple City Gang who initiated the pause. So you know, one move deserved the opportunity to think about what they want to do, right?
yeah, for sure. Somewhere out there, puppy seething. He's like, what? Oh, that was a tactical pause. Anyway, but anyway, the CS seems to be again favoring one move, but not a huge amount. Like 5, 4, 6 CS here and there on the cores, but it's not as big of a deal because you know there is CS going to Apple City Gang.
The amount of denies is concerning though. 11
Yes,
denies
there's-
on both the Faceless Void and the Monkey King. Meanwhile, topside, Cubify, who was not supposed to be a pretty strong laner, manages to catch the Elder Titan out of position. And I think the Lycan Wolves are enabling the Bounty Hunter even though he's not that good in the lane.
Yes. Yeah, very fair point. Actually, something we didn't mention, but yeah, the Lycan Wolves, each one does 29 damage, so that's 60 when they're both hitting, 58 for the math people out there. And he's not got a whole lot of armor on the Elder Titan. He's actually taking quite a bit of damage already. He's down to half health in the top lane. Oh, and I do like what the bounty did. He took level 2 Janada. Most of the bounties are maxing out Shuriken with no points in Janada. I think level 2 Janada, it's nice to have.
It's nice when you can't trade that well, right? So
Yes.
so it helps in that catch up as you are stealing a bit of gold every time. Not to mention, you know, the stun slow coming in from all of bounties, from the bounties toolkit coupled up with the Lycan Wolves. This lane, you know, it won't be as bad as I initially thought. But the problem is there's just, you know, you can take the Elder Titan down. There's just no way to stop Eyesight from farming.
And by the way, I want to shout out Freddy. Freddy Rujo says he lives. Oh, I mean, I guess it's Freddy Roger, but he is with a U. He's the only one saying he lives. Congratulations. We'll send you... Teltros will give you something very special off camera.
Definitely. I mean, I'll have to think about what that's going to be.
I'm just
But-
going to throw you under the bus. I'm like, he'll settle it. He'll figure it out. Oh. Well, in the meantime... it's just it's looking pretty good for one move. As we keep mentioning, the CS, particularly the mid lane, is insane. Monkey King has the same amount of denies as Puck's got last hits, basically.
Radiant are scanning.
Monkey King, speaking of him, he's coming up here. He's a banana. KBFY hits him, but guess what? He can just go and visit. He's level 6 in less than 6 minutes. Might be going to go for the kill on the Lycan, and unfortunately, you're not making that Wukong even used. Amaterasu really hates it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, looks like they're just gonna walk away here. Taltras, you're here? I'm not sure if I'm here alone or not. Meanwhile, though, BB3, just looking at his players, they got a lot of sentry wars in the top lane. I'm just gonna be refreshing VMix in case it's on my end. I don't hear my good friend. No, it looks like yeah, admins have mentioned me. They told me that he has disconnected. So now that I know, I'm alone. All right, good. QBFI going to go for this steal. Much harder to steal now that it's the shrine, not a ruin. As Flacco might be losing his life. Both supports are here, but no, the Medusa's coming in. But so is Difference. But he's got no mana. He jumps to... That's not where you want to be if you're a Monkey King. As 2 people die, and looks like... yep, there's an electricity problem. Looks like the QBFI is able to get the Wisdom Shrine. And he's got no... Nope, he's a Mango. He's going to be okay. Oh, look at that. No, I spoke too soon. There is going to be a Dust, and he's dead. In the end of the day, though, the big thing was that they stole the Wisdom Shrine. That is all that really matters.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Amaterasu gets one, QBFI gets one, so it's a massive EXP advantage. Does Void casters, does Void have Chrono or Zone? He has Chronosphere on the Faceless Void. And yeah, sorry about this, guys, but Toltrus, he has disconnected. Hopefully he'll be back very soon. As the Medusa, despite the CS disadvantages and all that, she's all right. That fight in the Wisdom Shrine gave her a nice bit of an opening there. And she's also got Null Talisman. Nice item for her because you do get that 3% extra mana. Yeah, a lot of this game is going to depend on your Y to carry them late. But, I mean, you also have Puck, who's a very solid late gamer himself. In the meantime, I'm interested to see what the Monkey King is going to build, because his items dictate a lot. Is he going to go Diffusal, try to kill Medusa? Is he going to go Maelstrom to farm? I see some people go Echo Saber as well, but that's kind of like in the middle of the road from each. There is a 5 minutes delay, yes. So there is some time before we are able to like respond to any messages in chat or fix any problems if there are. QBFI getting solo EXP mid, despite the double Wisdom Shrines. They're not actually that ahead in terms of EXP compared to the other side. Like, they're both about to hit 5, and the one move support's about 4.5, so it's not that big of a deal for them. I will say, though, that track probably the biggest ability early on for the supports. If you get early, you can snowball. If you get late, you really lose a lot of the bounty value. Whereas AA Blast and Elder Titan Splitter are always good regardless. Yeah. So yeah, and interested to see what our Monkey King is going for. It is going to be Diffusal on the Monkey King. He wants to just make sure that when he jumps on Medusa, he can actually, bring her down. It's pretty solid against the Puck. 40 mana loss per hit. Then I look at it, Puck's got 900 mana. That's quite a lot. QFI loses his life. A big punish. One move, as long as they can keep this bounty low, it's a big win for them. Bounty Hunters, it's not like the hero's got no value, but his biggest value is the fact that he snowballs the rest of the team and gets big items for himself. Yeah, there. BB3, or I'm sure there's a way to better pronounce his name, but we're going to call him BB3 for now. Bounty, Tranquil Boots. No problem. He might go for 4 staff or aura items later on. I don't think we've seen the Puck rotate so far. So far, the biggest loser of the laning phase, but it's a Puck. Yeah, he's 0-0-0. He's a Puck. It's like you are always good, always elusive, and his level 25 just makes him such a late game powerhouse. I think I might be getting a call. Oh, nope. Sorry, that was just... I was just getting Discord notification that Toltris is offline right now. Again, we'll bring him in as soon as we can. We're taking turns today, disconnecting. First was me, now it's him. I hope everything is okay where he is. As top lane, Wukong's come out and to the face vault corner. That is a very dead Lycan. Unless, no, my God, he gets the wolf form out. But they are able to bring him down. And this is going to be the scary thing. You can put Wukong with the Faceless, with the Chrono Tree. You can put Wukong with the Mars Arena. Like, one move's team fight is so strong. That's why, that's the biggest worry for me. At the same time, Medusa's having a grand old time. She is not far from that Manta style. So the question becomes this. Can Medusa 1v3 these scores? We'll find out. Is he back? Hey, Tetris is back. Maybe I'll call him as well when he's ready. We're calling him, seeing how that's going to work out. Codex. What's he going to go first item? Probably the Blink. Yeah, he's going Blink. He just wants to initiate, relying on his other cores to give him the space to do the damage in these fights. Oftentimes, when you have like a lot of initiation, you just really need one guy to actually start initiating. That's QB5. That's a nice deep port for him. And it's like, if you don't need 3 people all to go Blink Dagger, but you need one guy to at least ensure that the other 2 are able to land their spells. Other Faceless Void is going to consider Diffusal Blade as well. No, he's going Battle Fury. My God, Battle Fury, Faceless Void. That is a very old build. Holy crap. Meanwhile, Lycan's he's got the Helm of the Dominator. Might go for Helm of the Overlord very soon. I like the change that you can no longer, they're considered creep heroes, the creeps that you get, because you spend a lot of effort to get the item. It's expensive. You have to find the right creep, and then they just get Hand of Midas or Eaten or whatever. As Eyesight, he might be in trouble. Amaterasu, they judged on BB3. Solid Boundless, they got the wolf. And but BB3 does lose his life. Still, Is it gonna be worth it? GBFY, he's gone. There's gonna be a big ice blast coming in along with the puck coil, but doesn't actually cast difference. So despite landing that big ice blast, it doesn't seem like it matters too much. And I'm gonna be calling Totris right now, and hopefully everything's gonna be okay with him.
Hello, Autumn.
Hey, I can hear you. Are you in the call?
Yeah, I'm in the remix as well as I believe there's going to be a Chronosphere topside. Lycan in a lot of danger. He's going to end up falling, and the Ringmaster to fall too. So sorry about that. I had a bit of electricity problems, but Automa, perhaps you can break down what has transpired in the past few minutes.
One move is ahead. There.
What a surprise!
That's called a summary. You know, we gotta I give it to you like short and sweet. What more do you want? But yeah, it's just been UI has been absolutely AFK farming and doing an incredible job. But one move, thanks to the Chrono as well as the Mars Arena, it's been very easy for them to, just get on top of people and land their spells. But for some reason, I thought Ice Blast hit the course of one move. That was my bad. This is why I don't do play-by-play. All right, I'm an analyst.
Me too, but it's all right.
Yeah, so
Okay,
the man
now
finished on the Medusa. Like, she is Giga Farm, but again, she has been dodging all engagements, and I think that's the right move. However, very soon, I think he has to be involved. UI cannot just AFK for much longer.
Radiant's top tower
does have the Monster style. So I mean, the problem is it seemed as if one move are on point with their execution.
There
Even towards that bot lane, the Arena going to pop spear, skewering the Medusa in place. Ice Blast coming in as well. Difference has stacked up on that Jingu Mastery and will be taking UI down.
The diffusal, did you see it? Just burns his mana very quickly.
Dire's middle tower is under
Even throwing the Ice Blast down there, because even though it doesn't actually do anything against the Medusa, but still, it's the potential,
It's
right?
damage.
Yeah, stabbing everything, and you can kill anyone from Apple City Gang.
It's like if you're alive, the Medusa has no mana, you can still use finger and do damage, right? So, very, very similar concept. That kill on UI is the most painful thing that can happen to Apple City Gang, because we're hedging all our bets on this Medusa. Well, conferences, I think the moves will take this one.
I mean, one move are making a pretty convincing case, right? I think that they're going to be in a much better position, at least in the early to mid game. As I said, the eyesight has the full battle fury ready up as well, so the farming speed for one move is certainly going to be a lot higher. Even though you have a Medusa, it really seems like Faceless Void is one of those heroes where in the ultra late game situation, which is what Medusa is also designed to be, Faceless Void just has too much control over everything happening.
Exactly, right? Like, you can chrono one guy, kill him, then push up. And if they buy back, you go back, you chrono another, like, wait until chrono is available. Like, chrono is just, I chrono one guy, that guy is dead. And that's all I need to do. I don't have to chrono 5 or 4 men or whatever. Just one guy every time, and you'll make it that's incredibly powerful.
Even the refresher, I mean, to be fair, I actually don't think I've ever seen a team win against the refresher chrono.
To be fair, we don't see the refresher chronos that often either, right? Like, it's kind of like saying, I've never seen some guy, a guy with a refresher accept their silencer and lose. I'm like, yeah, but that's 10,000 gold. 9,200 to be exact, because I know someone in the chat's like, nah. It ain't 10,000, it's 9.2.
There's going to be a Tormentor play happening over on this bot side. I wonder though who's going to come out ahead though.
They smoke up. Both teams really want QB5 scouting this out for the team. They're getting ready for Apple City Gang. Who can get the jump on whom is the question.
Of course, there is Cubify here giving significant amounts of information for Apple City Gang. He does see both Eyesight, Mars, and BB moving out. And there's the Dream Call over on that back line. On towards the Faceless Void. Ancient Apparition died pretty early on. The Lycan moving in. The Arena is going to pop down on towards Amaterasu as well as the Wukong's command. They should at least be able to take down the Lycan, but they're losing heroes pretty quickly with the Wheel of Wonder being placed in and a 2-man waning shift, silencing one move. The only one to make it out alive was that Faceless Void, who was looking for that opening, but just was not able to find it.
And now they'll be like, yo, we're right next to the Tormentor. Let's just get ourselves... And those were several track kills, by the way. 3,300 gold for the team. Massive swing. And of course, the tournament is going to give them another 2,000 gold for the squad. And, okay, that's good. That's good. Bye, Flacco. All right, not bad.
Oh man,
Kill.
I have seen way too many Ice Blast plays occurring near the Tormentor places. It just, it seems
Dire's
wild.
top tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, he knew that they were going to be low health, and it was good because Flacco got the shot, so he was the highest value support to kill. Nice one for the AA. However, the whole fight I was waiting for Eyesight to throw the chrono. He was very hesitant to do so.
Yeah, it did seem like there was a world of opportunity for that Chronosphere to come in, particularly because the arena had got out one. You saw where the puck was, so that was your opportunity to go in.
Bottom tower
I'm
is
surprised
under
he
attack.
hesitated as much as he did, but unfortunately,
Dire's
because
middle
those
tower is
were
under attack.
a lot of track kills going for Apple City Gang, they've gotten themselves a near 5,000 net worth lead. Of course, difference is near that top side in those trees, but I think they have an idea.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Difference, by the way, since building the diffusal blade hasn't actually gotten any items. He's working towards his BKB, which is nice, but it's just been,
Radiant's bottom tower
diffusal
is
and that's
under
it. I
attack.
feel like he got diffusal quite 6-7 minutes ago.
And it's going to be quite a while before he gets that BKB up, right? Normally, when you go for that Maelstrom, it does accelerate your farm significantly, but this diffusal blade isn't going to be helping him to farm.
Exactly.
Against a carry Medusa, wouldn't you say that it's better to get the diffusal blade later on because that's really when you need to be contesting the Medusa?
I agree. I would have preferred to go for Maelstrom early and then be like, oh, yo, guys, let's, now I get diffusal blade. Once I have a bit more attack speed, a bit more durability, like, I wouldn't mind if you went Maelstrom, BKB, then diffusal. But diffusal first, it's not bad. It's a good item for sure, but it's the farming problem that you mentioned. I mean, he's behind the puck, which when you're behind with a bounty, you win a team fight. Like all that net worth lead, all that lane dominations, all goes out the window. It becomes irrelevant.
Oh, I hear a shapeshift though. It's over on towards that top side against the Ancient Apparition. Probably nowhere to go for grip, but Apple City Gang, they're going to disengage.
Oof, that is a fast golem. Ring around the rosy, ring around the rosy. Oh, then I think somebody got bored. I do hear the arena coming out, and it's going to be catching Amaterasu. Looks like the Ice Mask does land, actually. I think he was pushed through, by the walls and gets him in the end.
I think he was too busy chasing with his creep.
Yeah.
He didn't notice.
Well, it pays for his insolence. Showdeck, so far I haven't seen the value of this facet. I don't think they've been able to get many kills inside the arena, but late game with double arena refresher orb could be a big deal.
And the Hex, right? Just does so well against the Medusa. Medusa hates control. That's the one thing Medusa really struggles against is finding heroes to hit. And one move, they can constantly push and prod that Medusa, not allowing that Stone Gaze to do much.
No, with the jump, with the blinks, with the Faceless Void Time Walk, they're a very mobile group, but they're also melee, so it's like we have to be next to her to do something. So top lane, difference gets struck.
Yeah, just got caught out there in between of three heroes, nowhere to go. And I'm not sure what he was doing there. The Boundless Strike, did you see it hit anyone in particular?
No, I was farming, that's all. I was just trying to farm a little bit, but he gets caught out. GBR5 being a big nuisance, and I like the first item user he's going for, just so that you can stop Echo Stomps, you can maybe catch someone in the middle of an ability like the Monkey King. Oh, why going close? Grip is just dead.
And there's no way to contest this Medusa either right now, right? Because you have a full Butterfly up for Yuai. Faceless Void has a farming item right now with the Battle Fury, and Monkey King has a Diffusal Blade, which is an anti-Medusa item. But none of those things work out when the Faceless Void doesn't have additional items that he's farmed up with his Battle Fury, and Monkey King doesn't have additional items with his Diffusal Blade for that attack speed or that damage.
Well, the Butterfly as well, right? Like, it's massive evasion against all this right click that they have no solution to right now. As Yawai picks up the Aegis, he is becoming bigger and bigger, and it's not like he's the only one. You are also worried about the puck as well, because Like, dual raise after a horrendous start is third net worth.
And it's not even going to change anytime soon, right? I mean, you take a look at that Faceless Void, who's going to be going for that Butterfly. There is no way that Monkey King, the difference goes for that NKB this early on. So Medusa will be having this 10 to 15 minutes of just being able to farm up whenever and wherever they can. And Apple City Gang can just continue to amp up the pressure for some of these tier 2 towers.
I want to ask you something. Is the Ancient Granite Golem the best neutral creep aura in the game?
Neutral Keep Aura.
Yeah, the 18% extra max health. What do you feel about it?
I think the aura is certainly like one of the strongest ones. I do think that a dragon, not because of the aura, but just the overall value that you get from that black dragon is quite potent as well.
Fair, but you have to pick your favorite. It's like you have two children. Someone says you have to pick your favorite. You're like, I love both, but I certainly have a favorite.
Yeah, we went through this before. I'm a pediatrician. I love all of my children.
All right. Well, I love my children more than other children. So, you know,
I don't have children of my own, unfortunately, or fortunately, who knows? But still.
All right. Well, pick one. You have to. Oh, looks like Alutang's gonna lose his life. That's gonna be a track kill as well. GBFY is being very bothersome, and I think he's close to that level 12 as well, which means that he's going to be level 2 track. That's a lot. That's double the bonus gold for your allies.
Yeah. But, and a 9,000 net worth lead, you know. And the Ancient Grip falling. I mean, not sure what he was doing there. The position just wasn't there for the Ancient Apparition. As one move, they're kind of getting enclosed upon. Pretty soon, they're not going to have the territory to farm. Now, the good thing is Monkey King can naturally move through terrain, through those trees, right? So he can exit the base to farm. Faceless Void, of course, has that time walk as well. Does not have the BKB, so he needs to be careful, right? Against a bounty hunter who can be invis anywhere. I mean, right now, he's not invis anywhere. Right now, he might just end up getting skewered back, but the Whiplash actually buying Apple City Gang some amount of time for that counter initiation to come in. Difference is there, though, but where is Apple City Gang? Right now, they're allowing Cubify to just end up falling here. Of course, the Ensnare from the Medusa not going to find one, but the puck is there, forcing the BKB activation from that Monkey King, but it won't make a difference as he will fall.
He was quite late with his BKB. Took about 70% of his health before he decided to use it. And if you're QBFY, you're very happy to trade your life for a Monkey King every time. That was the first use of his BKB as well. Using it just to die feels very terrible. And throughout this series, Apple City Gang playing much faster pace than one move expects them to.
Considering that there's a Medusa on board, right? You wouldn't really expect a Medusa to be knocking on your high ground 26 minutes in, but right now, if you're one move, how do you defend? Because you just use your arena. You're now down to your Wukong's Command and your Chronosphere, which, don't get me wrong, they can do quite a lot, but you have to cut through 2 lives of the Korgan if you want to be defending your base.
Hercules could do it. Why can't they? I'm actually not sure who's the guy who killed Medusa in the stories.
I don't...
Perseus.
Does anyone kill the Medusa? Okay.
Probably so. I mean, all Greek stories have someone killing someone. That's literally every story. But in the meantime, difference, he wants to go in. They do get the sleep off. The Wukong's command, they're all in on the Medusa. And the save comes out. It's not going to be enough. The Medusa's dead. They have Chronosphere available as well as Ice Blast. Eyesight. Oh, nice Wheel of Wonder, though. It looks like it catches the BB3. He just dies. And the Chronosphere, again, very conservative from the Faceless Void.
They've managed to force out that Stone Gate, so the Faceless Void can go in for that Chronosphere. The Ice Blast being amped up as well, but the Whiplash going to throw Eyesight away, and now UI doesn't have that mana. Can he hold his ground over here, but difference falling incredibly low, but the Skewer Arena from Kodak, he's going to go in. Can they finish? UI off, they will, and with this one move, they have gained themselves the advantage as Eyesight is here to pound away at Amaterasu. The cold feet planted as well, as the Lycan is going to be the second one to fall. One move, successfully defend after having lost their mid lane frags.
It's still a very expensive defend, though. I mean, using all your abilities, that's fine, but you still lose the Raxes. I think you lose the tier. The tier 3 is very close, only 100 health left on it. So one move, yes, you get a good hold, but you can't just sit on your ass and wait for them to push on you again. And like, next time, they're also going to be having an Assault Cuirass on the Lycan. Ringmaster, what's he got for Rod of Atos as well as the Force Staff? I like it. Medusa is getting very close to being 6 slotted, by the way. Already has a Daedalus and a Butterfly.
The good thing though is that it was a solid proof of concept, right? That you can take out the Medusa inside of that
Yes.
Chronosphere. If you play,
Yep.
if you stack up reasonably well, those weren't even 5 ultimates coming in, right? The arena came after the fact. So for one move, they know that they can take out the Medusa, and they have this nice little timing window where Medusa won't have 2 lives, right? Roshan is still going to spawn in several minutes from now, so one move have the opportunity to be coming back into this game, but it has to come off at the back of a successful Chronosphere and some amount of farm from that Monkey King, who has really been struggling as far as team fights go.
Yeah, all right, all right. So maybe you can kill the Medusa once, but we can see one escape act is a problem. But what if you add a Wind Waker on top, as Bounty Hunter is getting quite close to that item?
Oh wow, that's the first item Wind Waker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Oh man,
That
2 saves, yeah,
is- That's a lot of saves. That's twice as much as 1 save.
oh wow, difference. Forced to pop his BKB.
If you use it in escape, okay, if you use BKB and get a kill, that's good. If you use BKB and escape, it's also pretty good for me. Like it's not as flashy, but the value is almost the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, considering the fact that he's already used it a bunch of times, so I mean, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, it's not all that
Yeah.
relevant, but it's the fear factor that you can see, right? It's the fact that one move are just 1 game away from elimination, and any of these outside pickoffs, right, can essentially wipe you out of the tournament, and that's not a way that you want to go out. You want
Oh.
to go out guns blazing.
And for the record, by the way, if you win this match, you're guaranteed top 4. You're guaranteed some money in the pocket. If you lose, you don't have that guarantee. There's no, you lose, you're out of the tournament. There's nothing coming for you. So you're in the money zone, as we call it, which is a very important zone to be in. My favorite zone, actually.
Yeah, why are you going to go for a BKB? I mean, speaking of money, I mean, this Medusa is at 24,000 net worth, but the Faceless Void isn't that far behind, sitting at about 19,000.
5K is a lot. I'd say. I think the bigger thing though is that gold on the Faceless Void might be more valuable than gold on the Medusa. You know, but we'll see if that pans out or not. Different. He's in a. I feel like in a bit of a scary spot. There's all these enemies around. He's on top of a tree, but if they jump on, he jumps in a bad spot, they can see him.
Or if they even misclick one of their abilities, right?
Oh.
The Spotlight and the Illusory Orb can vision over the Monkey King, but... Oh no,
Oh,
Cube
there
Fly!
you go.
Difference! His TP is going to be blocked out now. He does have that BKB, but the Dream Call will be able to stop that teleport out, but... Dream Call?
That's fine.
What?
That's fine. It doesn't pierce BKB until 25 though, so it's a good thing he didn't use it.
Oh, okay. I had it completely wrong. Okay, so I think that got changed.
Yeah, the somewhat chat will be like, "It's well changed 14 months ago. How do you not know this caster?" And I'm like, "It's all right, man. It's all right." No,
But
we're
still,
allowed.
yet once again, Monkey King walking a very dangerous path for his team, but he needs to do that, right? You can see
Yep.
the desperation in the way that he needs to get some farm up, being able to assist that Faceless Void.
Roshan might be up soonish. I think in about a minute so far. I can read the clock. I think it's going to be when that bright light comes up. But one move they're saying, let's smoke up, try to take a fight, see if we can get anyone, and who can they catch? Ooh, eyesight. Smoke breaks, and he instantly goes back.
Does have that level 20 though, so the plus 80 attack speed during Chronosphere is going to help them take this
For sure.
Medusa out.
Oh, he's got serrated Shiv. Now, of all the... This is actually not that good against the Medusa, who tends to have... Not... Actually, she's got pretty high health, now that I look at it. So it does actually add a decent amount of damage.
He does have a full BKB up as well, so he can hit that Medusa inside of that Chronosphere unfettered. As we're probably going to be looking at a full 5v5 team clash for that coveted Aegis.
Actually, now that I think about it, Serrated Shiv might be actually extra good against Medusa, because her health doesn't go down, and it's based on current health. So you're always hitting her for a very, big amount of her current health.
Which obviously I
Meanwhile-
think reduces her mana, right? So it's about if you
Yep.
do land a Spirited Shiv hit, it'll be like 20 or 30 extra additional mana that you're taking away.
Yep.
So it kind of
So
functions
he-
like a diffusal bait if you think about it.
It does. It's pretty damn solid. As both teams, they're just like posturing around Roshan, waiting for the other one to make a move. I feel like one move might be the better. If it's better for them, they could start than for ACG. ACG's like, all right, we're going Roche Pit. Let's see what you do. They know this though. They're sending those spirits there.
And theoretically, this should be one move's advantage, right? Monkey King
Fair.
can move in closer, but it's so dangerous.
Oh, look at that. That's going to... the tracks come out. Faisva, he could use a Manta to remove it, but he's like, I don't know if I wanna. If I use a Manta to remove it, then I don't have Manta in a fight. Smoke
Oh, wow,
again.
I love this play by AA, dropping down that Vortex to make sure Roshan goes out. But meanwhile, over on the other side, Appa City
Wind
Gang
Waker.
expending that Dream Coil on towards the Monkey King, which is going to get disengaged. But Cubify was just in a terrible spot. He's going to lose his life.
All right, he's in for 70 seconds. I believe he bought back in the previous fight as well. So now, one move, they're saying, all right, we have all our big ultimates available. We have actually all our ultimates available, and they don't have coil. A very risky fight for ACG to take. We'll see if they want to go for it.
Yeah, they don't have the Dream Coil either.
Oh, okay.
Buck's going to go in for a waning shift, temporarily making sure that eyesight time walks out of that Roche Pit, and also gaining information at how much HP the Roshan has. But of course, have to be careful in a battle of ultimates, right? One move has the advantage because they have the Wukong's Command, the Arena, Chronosphere, as well as the Ice Blast and Split Earth. And meanwhile, Apple City Gang, they only have that Stone Gaze.
That's a big one, to be fair, but I don't think it's like you mentioned, it's not as good as the other three combined. I want to highlight that AA has gone for a Ghost Scepter, which is going to be very useful against the, like, the summons coming out from the Lycan, the Medusa. All of her damage is right click. Doesn't help you that much against the Puck, but everything else, it's a very nice game to have a Ghost Scepter on. This is a tense one, by the way. I feel like this game is way more tense than the previous one.
Yeah. The
Like,
previous
oh.
game was a lot more predictable, right? This one is
Yes.
just all over the place. Anything can happen at any given point.
Ooh, Monkey King jumps into two of them. He breaks the smoke. They know that he's around. Can he get a kill? That's a Chrono coming out on the Medusa. Can they bring her down? The Ice Blast. Not really aiming for her, but this passed through at least. If they have enough damage to bring it out, she's so freaking tanky with the ship, with the Ice Blast.
no
But there you
Stone
go. The
Gaze.
mana's burnt. Yeah, there's no Stone Gaze. She's out of the fight for 90 seconds. And now, one move. Do they want to even chase for more? They might lose difference. Dual raise. They do.
Apple City
Who
Gang,
is-
are they going to completely disengage, leaving the Puck here defend for himself? Of course, you do have way too much mobility on
Dire's middle
dual
tower
raise
is under
for him to be in any kind of danger. But very well done from one move, pinning that Medusa down. And it really begs the question, does this Medusa... Why did the Medusa not activate the BKB? Was he perma-stunned? I don't
feel
think
like he was.
perma-stunned.
I mean, I think the cold feed must have landed just as the Chronosphere ended. That's why. But we can go and see. We can see the death thing, the death summary. I can click on it. Yeah. He was perma-stunned. All the bashes you can see he was perma-stunned.
Then the pressure really gets added on towards both
Yeah,
the Bounty Hunter and the Ringmaster, right? Because you did make that Wind Waker to save your Medusa from
Yes.
that scenario. And your Ringmaster obviously naturally exists as partly a saving hero. So Apple City Gang have to find that opening.
By the way, he was stunned by Chrono. He took 6 bashes from Basis Void, a sleep, and a spear. Like, the poor guy, he had no
yeah.
chance. Oh, come on. You gotta go easy on him. Oh, but somehow Roshan has still not been taken by one move. They had a 90-second window without the Medusa, but they didn't rush for it. And now, again, Apple City Gang, they're the ones in the Roche Pit. We have Chrono in 25 seconds. That might be enough time for ACG to get Roche.
I think the Octarine Cord makes Buck just too big of an annoyance if you want to be going inside of that Roche Pit, but they have to make a move, right? Because one move, they don't have that Chronosphere for about 8 seconds, but it might just be too late. The Stone Gaze being activated preemptively as well to secure themselves that Roshan. Meanwhile, backline, a 3-man Dream Coil on towards that Ancient Apparition. He'll get cleaned up, but an Arena holding Amaterasu in place. Yawai can't get inside to help his Lycan out.
Double buyback.
He's going to end up fall. do one move. They're going to buy back 2 of their heroes. This fight may have gone into a stasis, but this helps Apple City Gang if you think about it. A full Aegis on Yuai, and Lycan's just going to respawn in about 40 or rather 50 seconds.
Man, that was strange that they decided to buy back on both of their supports. It also looked like they just weren't really ready for the fight. It was a nice move by ACG despite the very tight window that they had of only 20 seconds for the Chronosphere. They're like, let's just go, we got it. And one move caught with their pants down. The
kill feed might be even, but the pressure really is on one move, right? Even in scenarios where one move have been able to deal with the Medusa pretty well, we haven't really seen them stack up the pressure against Apple City Gang because it's always been so close to one move's base, right? So we haven't really seen it translate into any kind of objectives. For Apple City Gang, their tier 1 mid tower is still standing, and it's pretty healthy. It's about 60% HP.
Oh, and very soon Puck will have that 25. Dreamcoil will pierce ultimates. You know, you were right when you said it earlier. You were just like you said, it was in the future. QBFY, he's gonna lose his life. Okay, Wind Waker.
Not too bad. I mean, he's doing his job, right? He's giving information towards 4 heroes, 39 but obviously, it's not ideal to die. You want ideally just gain information, get back, or set up for a gank.
I'm surprised he hasn't bought a shard yet. Since he does have the 30% damage reduction. Firstly, you cannot dispel Shadow Walk. So if you put it on ally, you are giving them that 30% damage reduction during Chrono, if they're caught by like a Hex or anything like that. It's pretty good, but maybe he's hoping he gets it from a Tormentor.
Particularly coupled up on that Medusa, right? Because Yuai doesn't exactly need to reveal himself in the fight until it's to activate that Stone Gaze. So he can stay in Perma's Shadow Walk facing less minus 30% with 30% damage reduction, and he's going to be just fine. But
exactly, that's one of my favorite talents because it unlocks a new way of playing bounty. You're like all of a sudden like, hey, I'm a save hero. I didn't know I could do that. Oh well, one move. What are we working at? Elder Titan wants to go for a nullifier. Okay,
Monkey King's become pretty stacked. He has a full MKB now.
Oh yeah. Or for him, it's just King Bar, by the way.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You think he should start off with a Monkey King Bar?
Yes.
That would totally keep Dota balanced, right? But he deserves it.
No, it's like this. Every time you level up, it gets more damage or something like that. Like, it starts off like a useless item, but every level, you get like 1 damage and 2% piercing or something like that.
And a full Hex for Codex. This could be huge, right? Even like it's going to give an additional lockdown for that Medusa or even for some other hero. Basilface's Void is approaching his level 25 mark. He can go for which facet do you go for?
25 or... Oh, looks like we don't have time to discuss that. Looks like they're probably going to get Amato. Oh no, the Ice Blast doesn't land in time. That was a very slow Ice Blast if you ask me. As Amato has the Chrono forced to be used. My god, there was a lot of bashing sounds we heard just now, but they do bring down the big bad wolf. However, their base has been taking... They just lose a ranged Rex just like that. Well worth it for a Lycan.
Very well worth it, but still, I mean, it's not like a 41 minutes and one move are going to be in any kind of danger defending semi-mega creeps, right?
Yep. Oh. Looks like the coil comes out. It does catch the Faceless Void. He's leashed up. And he's just going to be able to jump away there. Holy crap. Can they kill anyone? The Shatter comes out, does nothing. But Cubify at least could die. I know it doesn't look like it. He's just going to be able to Wind Waker away. And Faceless Void jumps in, jumps out. They don't want to commit on one move. They're too scared of this Medusa.
Especially against the Medusa with an Aegis, right? It's surprising one move took it as far as they did. Perhaps they thought that a 4v5 scenario is the best that they can hope for, because when the Lycan respawns, he will be joining Apple City Gang, and ACG aren't going anywhere. They are going to continue with the siege.
And they don't have Chrono for a minute. They don't have Wukong's command for about 45 seconds. It's going to take some time before this. And Arena by itself, not too scary. Oh. All right, he's going for it. Okay, remember the Aegis does expire. Aegis is gone on the Medusa right now. Can they kill her before? Oh, the Hex comes out. They bring her down. She's very low health. She's very low mana actually, and she's still alive. She brings her down. 100 seconds on the clock. No buyback. They do lose a barracks for it, but one move is like you said, we're 42 minutes in, a semi-mega creep's not so scary.
Am I the only one confused about why the BKB is not coming out from this Medusa? Surely the Medusa was not perma-stunned there.
Well, let's look at the recap, my friend. The recap says, no, actually, she did have 2 seconds at the end. She was not stunned. You are right. There was 2 seconds before she died. She wasn't stunned, but I guess she thought she was dead no matter what.
Yeah, I think her mana may just have been too low for
Yeah,
it to have made any kind of difference. But the one mistake from Apple City Gang there was when the Medusa's Aegis was expiring. That's not the time where you want to be stacking up on that high ground, right? Because you know that one move are also paying attention to that timer. They will be making a move there. And sure, the Faceless Void doesn't have that Chronosphere, but he's not weak by any circumstances. He's still a 5-slotted, or rather 6-slotted Faceless Void. So you can't underestimate eyesight here.
And it's kind of like anytime you have like 20 or 15 seconds, that's not enough time to do anything. Like, you know, you're pushing high ground, 15 seconds until enemies carry respawns. That's too close. Same thing here. When you're going high ground, 20 seconds on Aegis, like you can, forget, oh crap, I have 7 seconds, I'll turn back. Oh shit, they catch me, 5 seconds to go, and then I end up dying with 1 or 2 seconds past the Aegis expiration. My god, a Hex on AA. That's a lot. That is a lot on the AA.
There's 2 hexes. One from
2,
Codex, one from the Ancient Apparition from Grip, and one move haven't exactly struggled in terms of disabling some of these heroes. The thing is, they need to make more happen after taking Medusa, right? Because as long as Medusa is the only kill you get, you can't translate that into objective success.
What about Tormentor? We're gonna call Tormentor a minor objective success. Chodek gets it. What's it give him? The better spear. Okay, that's fine.
It does get the movement slow, so that's going to be additional amounts of utility going in their favor. Not the hugest thing in the world, 45 minutes in, but at this point, every little thing counts.
Amaterasu has finished his BKB. So far, I feel like the entire game they've been using Mars Arena on Lycan. He's like, woof woof, I'm stuck, and well, now he's not gonna be stuck anymore. Lassie can't go back to her family. Wait, is Lassie a boy or a girl? I've never seen the movie.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wait, which one? You have to remind me of. I'm forgetting.
Lassie's. It's some dog in a movie. Everyone. Well, we're gonna pretend Lassie's a boy for this one. Well, moving swiftly on. Thank God the team fight happens. Arena Issue comes out. Looks like we're going to catch the very, very edge of the fight here. As Alatine does lose his life, we still have the Chronosphere available. Looks like Grip is just far away from the action. Observer, what's happened to the Monkey King? He uses his BKB, but it does expire now. Is he going to be able to make it out? The tracks come out. Oh, Chodex, you're in a rough spot, buddy. Chodex is dead. He does have buyback if he needs to. Monkey King, nice use of the shard there to jump up, but the puck is stuck to him like one of my exes. She's not going to let him go.
3 heroes down. A buyback coming in from that Monkey King. Faceless Void's Chronosphere was held until the very end, but the fight was so divided by Apple City Gang that there wasn't a clear entry for Eyesight. But now, there's just 2 Raxes over here. You have to go for that defense, but unfortunately, one move don't have the buyback on Difference or the Elder Titan.
It's still a farmed Faceless Void, as you mentioned, so he might be able to start it. By the way, he did go for the 20% backtrack chance. I think this is the one I usually see. The bigger chrono is nice, but becomes too easy to catch your allies in it. So I usually see the backtrack because, I want to be able to survive. I want to be able to, time walk, BKB, and suddenly I'm full health again. All right, Elder Titan's up, but I don't think Elder Titan is going to do too much to sway this fight.
The arena is up too, one move, they do have their ultimates. Sure, they don't have the Monkey King.
Eyesight jumps in just to clear out a few creeps. Oh man, there ain't much left on this barrack. Okay, we got them Chronosphere up here. Do they have enough damage to bring them down? The Wind Waker, baby, as keeping her alive. Looks like the Wave of Wonder comes out. It doesn't matter though. They do get the mega creeps here, and it looks like the Faceless Void. Can you jump up in time? He's silenced. Oh my God, barely. No one dies, which is kind of nice for both teams, but they do get the megas.
Getting away with mega creeps. I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it's one of the final nails in the coffin, right? Of course, one move faces Void, did not end up dying, and if Eyesight fell, he did not have buyback. That would have been an instant exit from this tournament. But Apple City Gang, oh man, as soon as they're going to exit, they're going to walk casually inside of a respawn Roshan, going to pick up yet another Aegis. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this timing actually favors them heavily because they know the Chronosphere is on cooldown right now. They can just pick all of these items up and just go right back towards one move's high ground.
Yep, 75 seconds now without the chrono. But at least they're going to have everyone alive on one move's side. To what end, though? It just feels like ACG is a tier above one move this series.
ACG, this lineup is surprisingly really good. Last season, CCT Series 7, they were at the top of those group stages, not having lost a single game.
Well, I mean, they're showing why right now. What does Faceless Void wants? He wants to go for a Satanic. That's nice. Yet somehow I feel like damage is a bigger problem than survivability for him. And it's not damage, it's so much as the Wind Waker and the Escape Act have made it very hard for them to get any kills.
Definitely. And as time goes on, as one move has stacked up on their lockdown, Apple City Gang are going to continue to stack up on their saves for this Medusa.
Yep. I think, is there someone else going Wind Waker? I feel like... No, just the Bounty Hunter. Who does have the shard.
Though.
With a Parasma, with an Octarine, with an Acceptor as well.
And Flacco has a full Hex up as well. Oh, man.
Alright, but what's the good news?
The good news is that one move can defend indefinitely for as long as they stack up their ultimates nicely. So, there's a silver lining. We might be here till the night
tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's already nighttime where I am, by the way. It's like 7 p.m. here.
Oh, it's 4 p.m. here, so we might be here till tomorrow.
Ah, okay, all right. Which is later than the night, anyway, right? We're gonna be here a while.
Yeah.
There we go.
But my maths is horrible. It gets brought up when I'm casting with tea time. I should have given you that disclaimer as well, but yeah.
It's okay. You're a doctor. You don't know. It's like for you, you just go in. You're like, give him a kilo of the drug. You're like a kilo doctor. You're like, whatever's the right amount. I don't know. Just give him some of the drug. I know the drug name. I don't know the amount I need to give him. 3 injections. That's all. Well, it is a tough game right now for one move as
5,000 net worth. But still, we can see ACG also second guessing their approach here. Because sure, they have all sorts of an advantage. They have a full Aegis up. It's been 2.5 minutes with Yowai carrying that Aegis that they haven't decided to go in.
No, they've been going their lead since then. Hand of Midas on Ancient Apparition at 51 minutes in? What the... I mean, an interesting decision for sure.
Is it for the experience? Just quickly stack up on that level 25? But he's so far away. He's only level 19.
Yeah. He's not like he's closer to getting the 60 minutes relic that gives you 1000 XP a minute than he is benefiting from this. And if you're thinking, oh well, maybe it'll help him clear creeps, I'm like, sure, but there's like 15 of them every minute. What's a Hand of Midas gonna do for you?
Especially now as ACG have decided to head on over to that high ground 52 minutes in. One move may not be left with any moves of their own as they're going to be forced to fight here to stay inside of the series and possibly CCT Series 8.
I'm just thinking about the Hand of Midas. It doesn't even work on Lycan if he catches like a normal creep. So that's not much value there. But we'll find out. All the ultimates available from one move. Aegis about to expire. Has 1 minute left to expire. ACG like, let's end it. As I do hear the Dream Coil come out. Who are they going to be able to catch? They just bring down Grip instantly. Does buyback. The difference is that he's got buyback as well. And it looks like the Medusa is losing a lot of her mana. But guess what? Doesn't matter because she's got the Aegis. So it's going to be 1 life down. Can they bring down a second? As oh my god, the Thronos loses half of his life. Nice chrono here. But where's the damage? The Medusa loses about half her mana, but she's going to be fine. Again, the throne is exposed, taking way too much. They get 2 huge bounces on 2 people. But the throne, it's dead. Oh.
That one move while they were busy on that Medusa. Dual Rays was just busy hitting that throne. I mean, one move had the right idea, but they just expended too much on that Medusa there. While it turns out the star of that show was actually going to be that Buck, was going to be Dual Rays.
If this, gets smashed in the laning phase, but recovers completely. Did he even die? Yeah, no, he's 7-0 and 10 on this Puck. After a miserable start, he was able to take it. One move that was very nice team fight at the end, but it's like you're 30,000 gold behind. It doesn't matter if it's even near perfect. It's just too hard against Mega Creeps against a Medusa with Aegis.
And another interesting thing is that Eyesight doesn't have a single death on that Faceless Void, which is very surprising. And it's actually, it's kind of a flawless game, or even a flawless series for him, because if I recall correctly, even back in game number 1 on that Luna, he was also, unkilled.
Deathless.
So, yeah. Very, very nice. We might be seeing more. I hope we see more of Eyesight in the future. He certainly does seem to be a promising carry player.
Yeah, but unfortunately for One Move and Eyesight, I suppose they're out of this tournament. They go home. They don't have any money to show for it, but they have our love, right? They earned. Definitely. They got some of that. They have, some fans as well, hopefully. But they are done, and so is Apple City Gang. They're done for the day. They're not going to be playing. We're going to go to the next game in about 15 minutes. It's going to be Zero Tenacity versus Rabo. Is that who they're up against? No. All right, we'll check. We'll check in a second. Huh?
I think I quickly have it. It's Rabo Yagi versus Navi.
Yes!
I don't know if that's going to be the next game, but there's
there
still Zero Tenacity versus Endgame left. Yeah, so that's going to be the next one. Endgame, of course, they have mind control. They have that star-studded roster as a Spartan as well over on their side. So Zero Tenacity have their work cut out for them. Not to mention, Endgame is the team that actually knocked out OG, right? So the next series is going to be a great one to watch. I hope to join some of you guys in the comment section.
Yeah, because we are going to be switching casters. It should be Truman and Bowie coming in next, because me and Taltus, we're done. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, I know that they probably look out to match, but they do have LeBron, and I'm a big fan. He's a friend, so I hope they do well and win this series. But we're done. Do you have any closing words you want to tell anyone who is watching, Mr. Taltus?
Closing words, I think that, I'm actually pretty happy for ACG, group stages, very strong team, and now they get to go ahead for One Move. I hope we see more of them as well, because I do believe in their roster, and especially the promise of Eyesight, their carry player. But yeah, and it was, for me, first time working with you, Automo. I'm glad they actually paired the two bald guys together. It is a nice combination, in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah, I think I had fun for sure, despite some of our technical problems. We hope you all did as well. But for now, we're going to be going, and we'll see you guys. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Taltus might be done for this turn, but we'll see you guys at least in the next CCT. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what is one of the final days of the CCT Season 8. My name is Dika Truman, joined by the wonderful, very early day morning Bowie, who is very much awake for the upcoming series.
Oh yeah, always ready to cast some European Dota. And dude, this is one of my favorite teams. I've been a Zero Tenacity fan for a while. I met LeBron last year, and he's such a nice guy. It's very nice to see him, getting this far, because I mean, European Dota is so ruthless.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, it's Eastern European and Western European teams up against each other. And we even saw like OG play in the tournament, got knocked down to the lower bracket 2-0, and then got eliminated 2-0. That was, I mean, that's just the run that OG is going on these days, as we, of course, will be talking about Zero Tenacity versus Endgame. And of course, Endgame was one of those teams that did the elimination act against OG.
I mean, Mind Control eliminated OG twice this week. He did it here, but he also did it through the qualifiers for Dream League 26. He, like, in the open qualifiers, OG got knocked down by a team where Mind Control was playing carry, by the way, and that team didn't even qualify to the close anyways. So OG and Mind Control, not the greatest relationship right now.
Yeah, but of course, one of the best things that I like to see is that Mind Control is playing again in a more standard team. I've seen him play a lot of like qualifiers with random stacks every single time, because almost every European qualifier I saw Mind Control, but he was never in a team with multiple players that you knew of. Now he's playing with the with Spartan, GZ, Wish, and Nanda, so a very well-developed team, and he's joining in the mix, and obviously it's great to see Mind Control back in action. But of course, they're going to be playing up against a very scary team as well on the other side. It's Zero Tenacity, full international roster. You did, of course, already talk about LeBron, the GOAT of Dota, as in old GOAT man is, I think, about 35 at this stage, but he's never going to stop. He's 34, but I think he's turning 35, in 2 weeks' time. And then, Stoikov, mid laner, Nefrit off lane, Pablo as their forward, Retsu as the safe lane. It's a very nice team, especially because they have so many options, but Nefrit as their off lane.
Yeah, we're talking about Mind Control finding a team that's a bit more standard, and I've thought of Stoikov the same way. Like, to me, obviously he's not even near the pedigree that Mind Control has, but I've been impressed by this guy for more than a year now, and it feels like he never really got lucky with the shuffles he was in. And looking at this team and considering they've been together for almost like 6 months now, despite the fact they didn't qualify to a single tournament, gives me hope that they're in this for the long run. At least LeBron and Stoikov have been together. I'm pretty sure the 1 and 3, for sure the 1 has changed because Dad used to be their carry, and now they have Retsu. So yeah, I hope they go the long way. Dota is so hard these days that even when you have really good players, you have to be patient to wait for the results.
I haven't seen Dad actually where he went off to. But yeah, Stoikov is an interesting name, as you mentioned, because last year he also played in South America with the Leviathan roster.
Yeah.
He was one of those over the ocean players that joined the region, just like Smiling Knight did. Wasn't really a success. And for the rest, like, he's played in 11 Monkeys. That team was pretty good back in the day. He's played in Ivy, which was okay. WRE, I don't even know what WRE is. As I'm seeing the team, like, he's just never had the opportunity to play for a bigger regional team, I would say. And Zero Tenacity, even though they're not necessarily a big regional team, they are playing in pretty much everything and get very close to multiple tournaments. So it's nice to see him, as you mentioned, make that step of at least being able to join.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even Dead Leviathan, like, I didn't even want to get into this, but you mentioned Leviathan, and they had Taiga during the beginning.
Yeah,
it was,
okay.
Close to the whole thing. So it's rough. It's rough. I don't think Stoikov has been, very lucky with all the roster shuffles he's been around. But yeah, as you said, they've been very close to qualify for a lot of stuff. And I don't know. I'm curious how this is gonna pan out because at the same time, I do feel like Nand and Wish, they have been standout players for a while. Obviously, not qualifying to a lot of tournaments, but they're very good players, and I could see any team really taking the win here.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Nanda and Wish, they have played together together with Spartan as well. They've played together for years on end in all different Manaspa, Brame, all those different weird rosters. KZ team added into the mix as well. Like it is a little bit of a mixture there. But I am looking forward to seeing what they can do. When I think of Wish, I always think of Tinker. That was like his go-to hero, top tier level Tinker player. And then Tinker got destroyed, and now it's back, but it's not really a mid lane hero anymore.
It kind of is, bro. I think it's a better support, but it is a hero.
Yeah,
kinda.
You could also like, I understand that it can be a mid lane hero, and it's also pretty strong as a mid lane hero. But as a +4 support or +5 support, if you just survive the laning stage, you have an extra core. It's just an extra core in your team, which beats pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, and I think now that they changed, like the to me the biggest change that allowed this hero to be this good is that the left side of your ancients, or I mean the other side of the ancients that used to be ancients and are normal creeps, it's just a perfect place for Tinker to farm. And like in the past, it was kind of risky. There were not that many places that support Tinker could farm that wouldn't like instantly take farm away from your carry. And I feel like that place is perfect for what carries want to for what support Tinker wants to do, because the carry supposed to be in that same lane but aggressively farming the enemy side, and you can just get for yourself whenever you want because you can TP and then get back to your team. To me, it's a big change. You just get the healing bots and you farm like infinitely. So that hero, by the way, is going through. We could see endgame snatching that one if they want to.
Yeah, it's being left into the mix, but also PA's being left into the mix, so that's always a little bit of the scary trade-off that you make, as PA is, I would say, I mean, TA I think is probably the strongest safe laner at the moment, and then I would put PA right behind it. But they're going to go for the Ringmaster. They really prefer going for that save mechanic instead.
Interestingly enough, both teams here don't play PA. Zero Tenacity has flexed Dark Dragon Knight a lot, so they actually played on both Retsu as well as Stoikov, and it is both of them is their most picked hero this tournament. So I'm assuming this is just a Dragon Knight pick. At least it looks like Endgame doesn't care, so maybe Zero Tenacity is now just second guessing whether they should go for it or not.
Well, that's why you're the analyst here, as he predicted DK getting secured. Very flexible. Doesn't these days it's either the the green dragon or the blue dragon. Most of the time the blue dragon for the healing reduction Scotty effect.
It's mostly blue for carry and green for mid, as far as I've seen.
Yeah, for the extra tower damage with the minus armor. Red Dragon just doesn't get picked anymore. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, they gave everything that was specific to the Red Dragon and just put it to every one dragon. So, there was no reason to go Red Dragon anymore.
Yeah, like, the way... I mean, I guess I understand, like, they're trying to nerf the Red Dragon, but, like, the AoE Dragon Tail doesn't seem to blend that well with what carry DK wants to do, right? The AoE Dragon Tail sounds like something you would want to out of like an offlaner or mid hero. So it's weird. I think he's in a weird spot, but I like it because it was way too OP. Finally, we get to see different colors.
Yep, different colors. Got to collect them all. We've all seen Inside Out in the mind. Red.
I have not, but I will.
You haven't seen Inside Out?
The second one, you mean?
Oh no, just in general. The second one's also nice, but the first one, I mean, both are great.
I saw the first one.
Okay,
I thought you meant the continuation.
Yeah, no, just in general. All the colors with all the emotions and stuff.
Yeah, no, I have seen it. It's cool. So they ban Shadow Demon. Is that because of the dispel on Ringmaster?
I guess so, against the because the only ways that
The
you can
little
get rid
coughing
of it
thing?
is that, or you get Nullifier, or
Yeah.
you get like an Earth Panda with Dispel. The Brewmaster with the Wind Panda Dispel thing. But for the most part, you don't have any dispels that get rid of AoE dispels. Who has an AoE dispel?
AoE, I think it's only Brew, right? But Enchantress has it. I guess Oracle has AoE Dispel, if you... Right? You can... Fortune's End.
Yeah, I
Dispelling?
guess so. Yeah, okay, so Oracle would be technically one, because Enchantress can't really use it on you, as it will
Yeah.
constantly keep dispelling. And that's why Ringmasters, even though it is a save that you technically can counter with Nullifier, it's still very hard to do. And they picked Enigma, which I think obviously it tends to be a very strong hero, but now they, on the opposing side, they have a Ringmaster and a Warlock. Ringmaster has the save mechanic and also the Wheel of Wonder, because you're always staring in one direction, and Warlock is always guaranteed counter of a black hole. So currently, endgame, even adding their team fight is insane.
Yeah, a lot of team fight, a lot of AoE. Interesting that like this Enigma is not a hero Zero Tenacity has played so far. So right now we don't know if this is going to be like some position 5, just a support here, or if they want to play it core. And we're assuming this Tide is Mind Control's hero, right? It's been his standout hero for it's pretty much his life.
Yeah. And Tide is also one of the most insane heroes in this current patch on the offlane. Unless you get countered legit by an Ursa, most times you like there are games where you see they have an Ursa and 4 other heroes. 4 other heroes try to kill Tidehunter. They can't. They just legit cannot kill the Tidehunter. Same with the PA. Until PA gets shard, Tidehunter doesn't die. And it's a little bit overtuned, I would say, currently, but also incredibly powerful to have.
Yeah, you did mention Ursa. Retsu played a game of that hero. Right now they're holding on to it because you are flexing this Dragonite. So I won't like you either lose the flex of the Enigma or the Dragonite, depending on what you pick here. But something like you would need to pick a very specific hero to keep all of the flags still going. So curious to see what Zero Tenacity has in mind.
I'm going on the assumption that the Enigma is an offlane, considering they did ban Gyrocopter.
True.
And they have Tusk, so you can easily put up an Enigma Tusk offlane duo, which is very strong to kill off the Warlock. Obviously, Fatal Bonds is a kind of a counter tool, and if they get, let's say, a Monkey safe lane who just bound the strikes all the Eidolons, you're still in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, I think that's why they're keeping the flex, just because Monkey King is one of the heroes that would make that lane really hard, especially when you have Fatal Bonds, right? So that boundless strike's just gonna hurt even more.
Do you by any chance know of none that plays safe lane Tide?
Oh, so they lose the flex. It's just a silencer.
Bowie?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you by any chance know if they play safe lane Tide on the side of endgame?
They have not.
Okay.
They played Void and P Tiny and Lifestealer on Mr. Nande. So
okay. Because it does look very much like a good safe lane Tide game. You don't care about Enigma Tusk whatsoever. Silencer actually as a pulse 5 is pretty annoying for the Tidehunter to deal with because of the they go Glaives of Wisdom build or level 1, and then you just walk behind the Tidehunter and keep on hitting it. And that kind of bullies him out.
I like the Tide, but I think they still have 2 really good options, right? Both Monkey King and Tiny look pretty decent here. I guess the Tiny against Dragonite Frost Dragon might be a bit hard just because of the attack speed is low. I wonder what... maybe PA, right? PA is okay against Enigma and does have break on the Dragonite.
And PA is always just good in this current patch. They're gonna go Team B. Okay, a lot of teams also like. I've seen so many games lately where it's TB against PA. Way more than I actually would like to see of that exact matchup. But yeah, TB is... You're always gonna have split push shenanigans. You have a possible save swap or HP steal swap. The only danger is always Silencer, Global Silence, and the Tusk snowball the moment you try to sunder a target that are very scary for TB.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks scary for TB, right? Because, yeah, you buy Manta, but Black Hole into Global Silence, there's not really a lot of options here. And to me, this Terrorblade looks like 90% of their damage right now. Tidehunter, Warlock, Ringmaster, they do not do damage later on. So I hope that they pick something that also brings in a lot of damage. That's what Endgame's liking to me right now.
Honestly, if it wasn't Mind Control and Nanda, I'd say put TB offlane Tidehunter safe.
Yeah, I think that's highly unlikely for this team. You know, the Mind Control, he's playing just the normal stuff. He played Darkseer, Tide, and Slaughter, so... but yeah, they played OD on Mr. Certainty here. It's his second most played hero, so... Here's to see what else he's gonna bring. He played Quap and Storm as well, both of which are very weak against Silencer.
OD did get banned, unfortunately. Do always like to see an OD. Would have been a very good one, especially because you're also playing against Enigma, so you would have the save technically.
Yeah. What else do you take away here? Ursa probably for Zero to like you take the Ursa away.
Yeah, I'd probably say Ursa. They would I would assume they're gonna pick Monkey then, because Monkey is then the best choice left against the Tide, I guess.
Yeah, ban one, pick the other. Sounds good. Because this Dragon Knight, like if this Dragon Knight's carry, Tidehunter's happy. If Dragon Knight's mid and you pick Monkey King, you're probably happy. There's not a lot of mid matchups that really beat Monkey King, especially if OD being banned.
I would be very careful on endgame that you don't get Huskard in the last pick.
There is a chance.
Because they have
sure.
a pretty weak lineup against Huskar.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. You're gonna have Tusk save as well, have Global. There's a lot of backup for the Tusk.
And it's
but I
if
think
you get
they
Ags,
would be slow, right? Because like you don't like Enigma's a slow hero. I wonder the Huskar needs to dominate his lane if they are going that route. There you go. I like this.
They go Monkey themselves, and then on the
Could
side
be
of
Curse,
Nasty.
or Huskar. I think both are good.
Because if they go Huskar, you would probably put Huskar mid, but technically you could also just put the Huskar safe lane, as it would lane against a Tide Ringmaster, and you should not die there.
Yeah, I had the Warlock heals as well. I agree. I think both would work. They have not played that though, so looking at what I mean, this is gonna be a new hero for Certainty, unless he wants to pick Storm. But there you go.
When in doubt. Okay. Looking at these heroes, I mean, I do really like Endgame's draft. I think there are a couple of things from Zero to Nasty that are pretty nasty to deal with. Global Silence is one of them. The Enigma, Black Hole, obviously always. But on the other hand, Endgame have insane team fight on their side. I'm a little bit worried about the TB's game. I think he might struggle, but then you have the Monkey King mid should have a pretty okay time. Tidehunter offlane should also not struggle at all against a DK silencer lane. So I think Endgame's got a pretty good shot here.
Yeah, I think Endgame's team fight definitely looks stronger. Zero Tenacity is all about pickoff, right? You have the Storm, you have the Global. Black Hole seems to be uncounterable this game. Like, I guess you can get like a Basher Monkey King something. Yeah, but you have Global, so...
Yeah, Lotus.
If you're... True, I mean... just get Lotus or
something
on your Spartan Warlock. I mean, that hero does farm pretty fast.
It
so
farms insanely fast. You just drop a golem at level 6, and then you get an extra grand in just farming random jungle camps.
Yeah, well, this is not your unnumbered immortal games, Mr. DK Tron.
Yeah,
this
but
is
still,
the highest level of Dota 2.
You want to use it off cooldown-ish, because normally when you're level 4, you can use the tome thing, the black tome, and then you get level 6. You drop a golem on them to win a team fight, and then what's the golem gonna do? Farm.
All you gotta do is go jungle Warlock, stack for yourself, use your tome, and get a Midas, minute 6. Game's over.
Yeah, Bowie just gave us the entire game plan. Just carry hard on get a refresher, orb easy. So he goes BKB black hole refresher. You drop the golem. He does it again. You drop the second golem, or you get your level 20, and then he black holes you. They kill you, and then you explode, interrupting the black hole by just suiciding. Value.
True. Very true. Seems perfect that there's gonna be a level 1 fight. No,
I might hope not, because Pablo would then just oh, my smoke broke, let's walk up high ground.
Well, looks like it's gonna be standard lanes, mind control on the Tide Hunter. It is a blue dragon for Ratsu.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, the blue dragon isn't. I guess against the Monkey King is pretty good, but doesn't really do that much against everyone else.
Yeah, movement speed, attack speed, reduced healing. Reduced healing is always nice. You're playing against a monkey, you're playing against Warlock. Tide's probably even going to get a Skadi, so all that little bit of healing added into the mix. Late, not Skadi, but the Vampire, blah, blah, blah. Lifesteal, AoE.
Begins.
Yeah.
TB probably going to get a Satanic in the later portions of the game as well, so everything to reduce it would be pretty nice. Ringmaster actually has surprisingly a decent amount of healing as well with the souvenir.
True. It is a Carney Classics Ringmaster. I'm yet to cast the other facet.
Yeah,
but...
no one's going for the other facets. Just they have one thing that's pretty cool, and that's the scan in the other one. But there's like you ride a unicycle, but if you take damage, you jump off of it. So that one's ass.
Yeah.
And the other one is, I think you like push someone slightly back, and then the
they
third
gotta
one is
work on
scan.
that one for sure. It's a bit weird. So, yeah, it's gonna be a Ringmaster 4, or in the off lane. This is not gonna be an easy Enigma lane, right? Just having Fatal Bond super annoying. They're going for Nanda though.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in. That's to be expected. That top lane feels like it's going to be very scary for both sides. As one end has the Fatal Bonds plus Metamorphosis combination. He actually went Conjure Image level 1 terribly. That's you don't see that too often.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's... Did he misclick? Because, like, I can see an argument for every spell but Conjure Image. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to do.
I guess you summon an image and you send it to
maybe
chase after an Eidolon?
I think it's just so he can get better CS. Like, the Eidolons are annoying. He wants to, like, have better deny capabilities.
It seems to be working so far. It's just interesting to see on TV. Speaking of which, he's going to get jumped right now. And slowed with the tag team. Ice Shards block. Nanda is in a lot of trouble. Can he get... Actually, he turns it almost on towards Pablo. And with, of course, the constant Shadow Word heal, he should most of the time be fine in that lane, because Spartan is just going to keep on healing him up.
Yeah. This has... there's a lot of spells being used, so Spartan already has 6 stake stacks, which means he will have the mana to sustain a lot of healing. Yeah, this lane is the most interesting one by far. Because, you know, mid, I guess, can get interesting later on. But bottom is just, like, nothing's going to happen in that lane. Just the most boring lane ever.
There is a fear in that lane, but the rest, it's only slows.
Yeah. Just a lot of slow damage over time and so much, like, damage reduction that... nothing, like... It would be very unexpected to see a kill, first blood there.
Yeah,
and because of that's gonna happen, probably.
Yeah, that means our eyes are going to be stuck on towards that top side. Mind Control is struggling a little bit in farm bottom, but Nanda's going to get gone on top. He's turning towards Pablo, but the Eidolons are hurting. And Nanda does have a magic wand as well. So, should be just fine, but it is time for the Lotuses.
Yeah, Pablo survives, get the Lotus, so... Well, not bad for him. CS-wise, though... The Enigma is actually doing even a bit better than I expected. It felt like they were aggressively using a lot of Fatal Bonds, but now I think Spartan is saving mana for the healing. They're not really playing as aggressive as they were. He even gets the second point in Shadow Ward.
Yeah, that tends to be the case these days. Shadow Word is being leveled higher just so that you can keep him alive in the lane, and that means you don't actually have to get
LeBron
the
bottom.
kills. Oh, yeah, they're going on LeBron, who is slowed down thanks to the gush. Dropping pretty low, eats up, but Jeezy's the one that's now being pushed away. Still no kills happening this game, so a lot of harassment on both sides, but no one's just being punished yet.
Yeah, I mean, feels like, you know, laning-wise, both teams very equally skilled. Like, the trading has been on point and a lot of mistakes happening. So it does give me hope that this is going to be a very long, interesting series.
Yeah, that seems to definitely be the case here. I mean, I would expect so. It is also an elimination match, so a loser of this series is out of the CCT Season 8. I'm curious to see what we're going to get to see coming after this, because, of course, Season 8 is the last one of the CCT series, or at least from the planned CCT series, so I'm curious to see if they have any more CCT for the upcoming year, as this always brings us great Dota from the middle tier teams.
Oh, speaking of great Dota, GZ might be greatly dead.
Yeah, it is going to be easy. Taken down, just right-click down by a DK. He does have that Worm's Wrath, so with the extra movement, slow hit per hit. Mind Control now in a bit of trouble as well. The Glaives of Wisdom are hurting him on that Tidehunter. Is going to get slowed down
dead.
as well with the Arcane Curse. Retsu trying to catch up. Has a DK stun. Holds him in place. LeBron gets close. And his Blubber is not going to keep him alive. So 2 kills for Zero to Nasty bottom lane.
All right, so took them a while, but finally dominating that lane. In the top side, they do TP GZ. He misses his Impalement arts.
Interrupts the TP though. So it is still going to be a valuable
Not very
kill.
low.
Nanda. Nanda's just dead. The Eidolons kept on blasting away, and that is definitely not a worthwhile trade-off, considering his Metamorphosis was just used.
Yeah, and you even TP a support there, so the Tidehunter also needs to be a bit scared. Although Silencer did rotate for the rune, and it is a haste rune that apparently Stoikov's gonna get.
Wish drops the Wukongs onto LeBron, and he's taking a heap of damage. Jingle Mastery should stay out of range. He doesn't have a point in tree dance, so he can't get the hunt going on towards Silencer.
Damn, and I mean, that LeBron, that first blood gave him boots, which allows him to survive this fight. So that one kill in the bottom lane actually is snowballing LeBron quite a bit here, even if it doesn't look like it.
Well, with the help of GZ, Wish seems to be back in control of the lane. In mid, he's having a pretty good time. Obviously, Monkey Kings don't go for bottles, and Stoikov gets the bottle refill every single time, so he's a lot more content in the laning situation. But Wish is doing a terrific job.
Oh yeah, and it looks like CS-wise, pretty much everyone's equal, right? Sure, Mind Control is a little bit lower, but it's not like Retsu's farming that much anyways. So this game, I think this game's going to be pretty slow in the mid game. Just looking at what the Enigma wants to do. He's probably going to be farming this Helm of the Dominator for a while.
Mind Control's also just farming up some of these stacked jungle camps. To catch back up, knowing that bottom is going to be a little bit risky. Speaking of risky, top side, LeBron took the gateway. And they're looking for an avenue to get the jump in. But Nanda is almost level 6, so you have to be very careful here. Also, so Spartan can just eat the Black Grimoire and might have just enough experience. No, he would be 100 experience away from getting a level 6.
Yeah, but you don't know, right? So you should probably assume he can't do that. It's a very risky play as GZ in the mid lane.
Chased in,
Trying
hates
to run
Rune,
away.
Storm Spirits, zip it. GZ tries to dodge and weave, but Stoikov will be able to get that kill. However, on the
Rico
side,
shards.
Boundless from Wish doesn't get onto LeBron. And the Warlock, I mean, he could technically go for the golden drop, but does not feel it worth it.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's just a support, and you don't know where the storm is right now. He is nearby-ish.
Oh, Spartan, he used all of his mana at the moment. Big heal onto Wish. The Monkey King's actually healing very nicely. Kill gets secured. Stoikov is going to be the second one dead. And they walk away with the Monkey being just perfectly fine. GZ with the heal, Spartan with the heal, and Wish is in a perfect spot.
Oh, look at that. I think they're going to go for a smoke with Spartan's Black Grimoire and the Magic Wand. They might be able to get like a Golden Ravage into a Dragonite kill.
Storm is up in 5 seconds, so you kind of want to hope that he gets the TP towards mid first. Mind Control going in bottom. Storm is TPing through, so they have to be careful. Mind Control is actually one that's struggling right now. Ice Shards block. Golem drop.
They dropped the Golem.
Spice to Spartan. Mind Control is being healed up. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Taken down. Pablo is going to be left behind. Should falter to the Golem chasing. And GZ even leaps over to make sure the kill gets secured. On the side, though, Wish jumps in. None the TP through with the gateway. Stoikov's gonna lose his life again, it seems, and that would be death number 2 in a row. Can he get the zip away just in the nick of time? DK stun onto Wish. Stoikov not gonna get taken down. Or is he? Wish?
Oh,
okay.
Fatal Bonds.
Is it gonna be enough?
Oh,
No.
so close. 30 HP.
He's gonna be fine unless Retsu takes some damage from the neutrals there. But very close fight, almost cost them too much on Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, at least they're gonna get this tower, but they definitely wanted a little bit more out of that. The Mind Control didn't have Ravage. If he had Ravage for that fight, that's completely different. You probably killed the Dragonite. But, you know, they got the tower, so I don't think that's a bad trade necessarily. The Storm, as you said, didn't die, but has to walk base after TPing, which means his farming is getting denied quite a bit.
And look at that Warlock, 2k net worth right now. Big boy Warlock farming skills.
Oh, yeah.
He's also been really
Where's
on
his
point.
Midas?
If he does that, he'll probably get kicked. Oh, Black Hole top side, Tide, Mind Control will be found out. Yeah, it's, I mean, the best value, right, from Black Hole is killing off the Tide, as everything else can get purged off with the blubber.
Yeah, and they're gonna get a tower out of that, so they will equalize the map in that sense. And that is the build of the Helm of the Dominator here for Nefrit.
Helm of the Dominator Enigma. It's been a very long time. Of course, there has been some changes to the item. Now it's considered a creep hero, so you cannot one-shot it anymore with a Dagon or steal it away with an Enchantress creep, Enchantress enchant, for instance. So they did. It's a very big upgrade to the item.
Yeah, right? Because like you can't Helm of the Dominator, another Helm of the Dominator. As I said, you can Dagon, can Midas, can't steal it. So definitely feels a bit better. And that used to be a build on Enigma in the past anyways. I feel like now that, you know, the whole Boots of Bearing isn't as good as it used to be. This is a fine route to take.
It's, I mean, you normally still want to go for a bunch of auras, but in case they have no way to interrupt it, you would try and get a decent timing on the BKB blink. However, in this game, you're up against Warlock, so you're never going to really have a good... Unless you catch Warlock, it's just never safe to Black Hole.
Yeah, the one problem here is that his mana regen with this build is pretty bad. So I guess, you know, just buying Clarities for the most part. And he does have a Polywog Charm, but with Mystical, I guess that's the important part. But yeah, he's getting like decent farm considering how hard of a lane it was at the start. Like he's second in net worth here. He's having a really good game.
There's also in this patch that new creep, the Croaker, with the Tendrils of the Deep. That's going to be really important. Like, it's such a good creep for Doom, for instance, if he picks it up. It's just a mini Ravage that is 1.2 second stun. It's very solid in team fights.
Yeah, and because Enigma already has an inbuilt stun, it's not that hard to chain those, right? If you're a Lycan, sometimes it's... I guess Lycan's not the best example. If you're like a Beastmaster, can be hard to stack those, but with Enigma, I feel like it's like you have Malify soft cooldown pretty much the whole game, as Speaking of game, it has been very, very slow until the smoke from Stoikov and LeBron.
Yeah, they're looking for a catch. Nunda is the one that they want the wisdom, but Nunda is right behind it, and the Warlock is walking up as well with Spartan there. Smoke breaks. So Spartan is gonna get Walrus Punch controlled, Global Silence used as well. So the Warlock is dead. Can they get the no? I don't think you can. With all these TPs coming right through, slowed down as well. Stoikov has a zip away. Pablo's not gonna be as lucky. And the rest of Zero to Nasty has to get out. But they did make it a 1-for-1 trade and forced out, what, 3 TPs?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, you wanted to do something, and you did force everyone. As you said, the Metamorphosis was on cooldown anyways. That's why I guess they even went for display in the first place. But it does mean that this Dragon Knight is starting to close the gap here onto the Terrorblade, and it just feels like this Dragon Knight has an easier time. Like we talked about this Terrorblade hero. How do you feel about the Terrorblade in this game? Like I'm not sure the matchup's that good into the Dragon Knight, especially because he goes Mjolnir now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, late game DK just has stupid levels of damage with all that cleave added in, so it kills off supports or anyone else that's nearby. Plus, the TB illusions are eviscerated in seconds. So in that regard, I do think DK has a good chance. It also depends really on what the Terrorblade goes for, because you could of course go for the Revenant's Brooch, but so does the DK most of the time. Get the Revenant's Brooch, and Terrorblade doesn't actually like building BKB. So I do think that DK is in a more comfortable spot there, but obviously this game is going to come down not necessarily to the main carries, but who has that best team fight. On one side, Global Silence, Black Hole versus Golem Drop, Ravage, Wukong's Command. I mean, that's also the thing. We're talking about TB, but the Monkey King, he's about to be done with Mage Slayer. That's going to nerf 40% of the spell damage on these Zero to Nasty heroes.
Yeah, very true. But at the same time, though, Tidehunter is, I think, a pretty bad game, right? He's rushing a pipe with...
Oh, big catch. Yeezy won't be able to get a cast off.
5 galvanized tags for Stoikov. Nice.
Got the Kaya done.
We're gonna glyph the top tower here. Already Overlord done for the Enigma.
Yeah,
oh, Stoikov.
Black Dragon.
Ooh, he finds the courier, but doesn't go for the Monkey King.
Yeah, the Monkey King isn't killable by the Storm at this point. He's got Mage Slayer done on the Monkey, so that magic damage resistance in combination with, of course, being a Monkey is going to be tough to deal with. He's building up Shard next, and then you just can't control him that easily.
Yeah, definitely a problem here. Quite tanky. And finally, a smoke from the other side. Looks like they're gonna even bring Nanda here somewhere. They want to go through the Twin Gates. This is gonna be a really long move. Looks like they're gonna cross the whole map.
Up as well. Like, I think the Torment is the main focus at this stage.
True.
Free Shard. It's a really good shard for both the Warlock and the Ringmaster on one side. And Black Hole onto Mind Control. Now there's no Black Hole available, so you really should kill off Tormentor fast. But they're going to head, it seems, to the Gateway. Yeah, you can catch them off guard there, if they do.
Yeah. It could be a risky Tormentor, especially if there is vision here. But they do have a Sentry, so they feel like, no, if they try to go through, they're going to know. They're going to be there.
Yeah, you're going to be... There's a Wukong's Command very likely underneath you the moment you take the Gateway. And you know all the heroes that are top from Zero to Nasty. To get bottom, they either have to TP, they just place an Observer Ward in that area, or they have to take the Gateway. You do that against a Monkey King, you're dead.
Yeah, especially no Black Hole. Like, it's
really not worth it. You probably just have to let this one slide.
Yeah, I think so. And it's not like they can Roche as well. They have Tusk, but you could potentially Roche.
It takes way too long, though.
Yeah, it takes too long. They would need more levels of Dragon Form. We do have a pause, unfortunately.
By the way, when I said Spartan is looking really good. He's got 2k gold. He's still at 2k gold. That's not that yeah. Everyone else overtook him, and he's still at the exact same gold.
I mean, he's really good. Like, he doesn't need anything else. I think he's just
He
following
only did
your
drop
advice.
one golem. That's true.
He is making sure he is gonna use it on the. I guess I really like that black hole at the end of the day. Like, it felt like they didn't even need to use it, but like you're against a warlock, right? So just make sure that if you use it, you force him to do it as well. I feel like that's a mistake a lot of Enigmas do. Like, you would rather try to use it and force a bad golem only on you than just save it for the rest of the game. Especially when you're playing from ahead, which right now definitely know is the case. They do have an edge here this game. And that smoke, they don't even get the Tormentor. A little bit of a weird move.
Yeah, Nande is still in mid. The rest is towards bottom. I guess they might not think that they have enough damage to kill it without the TB, which I do think they don't. Warlock does kind of nothing. Burning Massa neither. And the Monkey does do a bit, but not nearly enough to kill off the Tormentor.
They do get the tier 2 tower for free as well. So not only they don't get the Tormentor, they lose the tier 2. They just watch Zero Tenacity getting more and more map control. Now they're looking at this mid tier 1 tower, and it might just go for free as well.
Yeah, Wish is just jumping around the trees, not every once in a while farming a camp, and that's the big downside of playing the Monkey core, is that a lot of the time you're AFK in the trees trying to make a play happen that just is not there because no one is reacting, and they're 6k behind right now. It has fallen significantly. This Torment is at least gonna jump that gap back by about 2.5k, so that should be a nice addition. They get it on Jeezy, so he gets the spotlight with the mischance. And True Sight, obviously. Oh, but they're heading into Roche, which... Are they going to be fast enough to kill it before the fat golem ravage wombo combo Wukong's
This is kind of
command
close.
comes? They're right
This
behind
is kind of close.
Zip in. Cuts
Oh, they
down the
break the
tree
tree.
though. Golem drop in response. Pablo's taken down. Looking for more. LeBron on the side being slowed down. Bound the strike connects. LeBron is dead. They find two, but no cores have been secured. And the Aegis did go to the Storm, who manages to get out to the other side of the map. So all in all,
I would love
good.
to see them forcing this tower. Like, Black Hole's on cooldown. You need to take as much as you can. You use a lot of your team fighting spells. There you go. But that's a tower. It's still very good for Zero Tenacity. Like, you only lost 2 supports, and you're gonna come back with Black Hole and this Aegis on Storm. But at least they're gonna get a somewhat decent trade here.
they just got way more out of it on the Dire side. They got Tormentor, which is obviously a bunch of gold. Yes, they killed off Roche and got the Aegis, which is always nice for Storm, but that first Aegis is not really that impactful.
Yeah, it's definitely not it's not great, but it's a Storm. If there's one here that's gonna make good use of it, it's definitely Storm. And they get another tower for free. Stoikov, very safe here in the bottom side.
Let's just walk through the Observer
topside?
Ward. Snowball tries to get the Bound Strike away, but the Black Hole from the Nefrit to get the catch. And with the Ancient Black Dragon joining in, they have enough damage to take down the Monkey before he gets the Boundless down.
Dude, I love the way Nefrit's playing. Like, he is not afraid at all of casting Black Hole. Gotta lose LeBron here. Mind Control gets his first kill of the game.
Oh, Nanda, bottom lane is dead. He even used Sunder there and still gets taken down by Retsu, who... I mean, currently Nefrit has even overtaken Nanda in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he's farming so much of the Helm of the Overlord. Just, like, the entire top side is Nefrit. Like, he's being contested
So
there.
Spartan. He's gonna lose the Experience Shrine and his life for that matter. Whip onto Stoikov. He still has that Aegis, so he doesn't care that much if he loses his first life. As Bound the Strike I didn't actually have the Boundless Strike set to join the jump to kill off that Aegis.
Huh. But yeah, I guess he didn't have vision. Thought that there could be heroes behind.
Structures are fortified.
And there is global available. But yeah, lots of really good moves here for Zero Tenacity. Tower, Wisdom Rune, Kiwon Nande.
I mean, we did expect that the TB wasn't going to have a superb time this game, considering he is countered by quite a decent amount of the Radiant heroes, and it seems to be the case as well, as Nanda is struggling. Third in net worth right now, is going over for the Revenant's Brooch just so that he has damage against the DK.
Yeah, not really the easiest terribly game. And I mean, this Monkey King, I gotta say, I'm not impressed by Wish's performance this game. Like, he had a fine lane, but he's just not able to match the aggression here. Now Stoikov gonna get another one.
Yeah, Stoikov aggressively hunting, gets both supports, will get nothing against them actually. They just don't have enough control with the monkey not there. Boundless Strike does connect, Stoikov with a small zip, still has the Arcane Rune popped
Still
up.
baiting.
And Mind Control now needs to be careful. Walrus punch in, hold him in place, the Ice Shard's blocked, you cannot get out of that dodge. Wukong gets pump faked. Pablo's just gonna walk the opposite direction as well.
Stoikov still alive.
Dire's top tower is
Somehow.
under attack.
Yeah, still has that Aegis for another minute. Bottle refill as well, so we'll be able to get some sippies.
That's pretty humiliating, not gonna lie. Like, you know, Mind Control, if he had Shard in that play, you know, the Storm's just dead, maybe you can chain Ravage into Golden, get a kill. But, yeah, he's just very poor. And he ended up going for this pipe that, not gonna lie, I'm not sure I like it.
It doesn't really do much this game.
Yeah.
Like, it works a decent amount against Storm, but DK doesn't. Mjolnir procs, I guess. Silencer has a bit of damage.
Because, like,
Midnight
the thing
Pulse
is,
from Enigma. Like, there's not enough magic damage to warrant the item.
not only that, but like how many 5 versus 5s happen in this game? Like when you look at the draft of Zero Tenacity, they obviously want to play like they don't want a 5 versus 5, especially against the draft of the Dire. So it's a lot of pickouts from the Storm, it's a lot of solo plays from the Enigma. And there was never a moment where Pipe was even like castable on like 4 heroes. So I don't know, I feel like the game plan is a bit weird, but I'm not sure if it's a miscommunication here, but I just don't like Pipe for how this game is going to be played.
The pipe, of course, also gives him that 20% magic resistance and 8% extra. That
what?
was a misclick, it seems. By LeBron. Okay. Fat fingered it. But yeah.
This has to be a bait, right? Like, are they just miscasting Global to bait them? Like, what's going
This
on?
is just an oopsie daisy. In the meantime, Storm
look,
Spirit
they're
does
baiting.
have Parasma as well done. So you have the extra 20% magic resistance reduction on the other side. So that already counters the pipe.
True. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a problem. They will smoke. So if this was an attempt to bait them, it is working. Looks like they're gonna go for play here.
9k behind. I mean,
Shard
they're gonna
ready
have
on
to do
MC.
something because Mind Control and Wish are falling way too far behind.
Yeah, they really are. Like,
I guess when
Just-
Retsu gets his BKB, they're gonna, and the Freet has his B. Well, he actually has his BKB. He's going Ags next on the Enigma.
oh, okay, some extra damage. Always nice.
Then really just needs to make sure that that Warlock gets killed off. They're looking for a fight. This Dead in the Water could be huge if he manages to get it onto Stoikov, but he is so elusive on the Storm Spirit. He feels anything funky. They have, of course, the Observer Ward in the lane, and that's also the case. They saw every single move coming up the entire game. They've had wards all over the place.
Oh, Stoikov almost finds Wish. Very close jump, but misses it by a couple centimeters.
And yeah, they're trying to clear out their own jungle. Maybe
The problem
get
is that they're
catch,
gonna
smoke
smoke
up.
now, but Globo is back. So they took so long to go for this move that unless you find the silencer, and they're not gonna find the silencer. He is super far away. This is still a very hard fight.
And even if you
Smoke
find
break.
the side,
Oh
Ravage,
no!
but Defeat's got the
Oh,
BKB.
No!
Does need to be careful as his BKB is about to end, is going to get held in place, and with the Wukong's command down, Defeat will lose his life.
Okay.
I
don't think
going back in. Zip
They
in,
are.
drag onto
think
TB.
it's found.
Global Silence gets used. TB can get away. Manta was already used. TB is dead. Looking for more up the high ground. Spartan does have the golem drop. Pump fakes it right now. Stoikov is gonna find Jeezy. They lose mind control on the back end. They don't even need Big Boy Black Hole, as the rest of the Dire side are on the run.
Zero tenacity. That was such a clutch play. Like they allowed the Enigma to die, and because they used the Wukongs to get that kill, they understand that they have a big advantage in the team fight, even without the Enigma. Very nicely done. And yeah, this is getting harder and harder here. I'm not sure. Like they were supposed to scale with those heroes, but both Mind Control and Wish are so poor.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily. Monkey King does get better at farming. Tide not really. This is his max farm speed, I guess, as he will reach. But they're also
Yeah.
surprisingly not anywhere close to as tanky as they should be. Wish 1800 HP, which is okay, but definitely not great. Jumps in aggressively. It's going to get stunned up. Black hole used by Defeat. They have a save there with the escape act. Zip in though on the back line. Chase after Jeezy is too fast with that haste rune. While the
Wish
Wheel of
gone.
Wonder gets thrown out to hold Pablo in place, but Mind Control is going to try and subverge to the side. Nanda with the Metamorphosis. Can he kill off Pablo? Fatal Bonds is going to have a lot of damage to deal with. And no Ravage for another 25 seconds. So
gets
Spartan
found.
doesn't have the mana for Chaotic Offering. Zip in deeper. Nice route onto Stoikov. Can they kill him off? He's dropping pretty low, but Retsu, he wants Nanda.
Oh,
He
they
wants
get
the big
Nanda.
boy. Nanda does have a Sunder, but he needs to target. The Golem does get dropped. Find the target is... The silence has just ended. They get the leash onto the silencer. And that should be the silencer taken care of. Global silence used. Ravage gets thrown out. They lose Retsu. And now the rest are on the run. The Freak, no Black Hole. Stoikov, no nothing. And they actually win that fight in the end. Did cost them a buyback, but this might also give them Roche.
Wait, that is the best buyback you can wish for, right? Your support buys back and it turns the fight to this degree. They get a lot of kills, and as you said, Roshan should be there. So finally, a fight going their way here. And that's kind of the problem they had the whole game. Like, Zero Tenacity, they weren't not going for a lot of 5 versus 5s. They were just going for pickoffs, which is exactly what the Dire wants to do. Finally, a big 5 versus 5 happens, and
Roche
it's going to
running.
be a
Yeet.
TBA. Oh.
Yeah, he does get taken down, and they get the Aegis. At least Storm won't have it this time. Nanda's going to wield it. It's always a bit sad that that's your best Aegis carrier, considering it's a very bad Aegis carrier.
I guess Monkey King is not bad, but he's poor, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense to give Wish the Aegis here.
Yeah, it all really does come down to Terrorblade's going to have to do the heavy carrying. Until you get to level 25 on Monkey and you get that second additional Wukong's command ring. Like, that normally tends to be a turning point in the game as you have the entire screen where you just cannot fight anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely annoying. And they're going to get the Tormentor as well, so a couple
Gets a
of
free
really
shard.
good things
Oh, only
happen.
Warlock.
Oh, nice.
Everyone else has a shard on the Dire side.
Gonna get the Eldritch Summoning. Very good for farming, as you stated.
And the upheaval is also pretty... Like, if you catch a silencer in there in upheaval, and well, he does have Force Staff, but normally you could just kill him with only upheaval. The slow is pretty disgusting. However, silencer has a refresher orb, so you're gonna have to deal with double global silence in the next team fight.
Yeah.
And Enigma's Black Hole, Aghanim Scepter's almost done, so it's also the vacuum pool.
Oh, so it says Mokaru. Actually, no, it's just GZ's ninja gear. Wait. No, maybe it is smoke actually.
Mind control did smoke.
Yeah.
Looking for the DK top. Retsu's got the BKB. They have Golem available, so they can interrupt the
Retsu.
TP. Yeah,
They
he
scan
scanned.
him. He needs to
And-
BKB TP. There is the Warlock here.
Yeah, so if he tries to...
There
The
you go.
Warlock is not there.
Yeah,
The only one that can interrupt the TP is on the other side. That's a big mistake.
I guess they were just like they knew that the Dragon Knight was nearby, but it's they were too hasty. They thought that he was not gonna be there if they waited for the Warlock. It's just one of those. There's a chance that Dragon Knight doesn't try to go for that play because he assumes the Warlock's there, So yeah, weird. But they can still force a fight now. They know that the Dragon Knight has no BKB, so the map should be theirs for the next minute.
Yeah, Stoikov. Yeah, they're pushing out the bottom way. Even if they win a fight right now, Endgame doesn't have any objectives to go with it, except for maybe the tier 2 tower mid, which TB is pushing out right now. But they're trying to get a catch bottom, which is just
they
not
find
gonna work.
Wish.
Stoikov actually goes in onto Wish. Wukong's pump fake by Wish. Debate out Stoikov, but Stoikov still has the regen rune. So he's just trying to drag them all the way across the map. Yeah,
course,
he's
it's a
just
lot of
distracting
DPs.
them. Everyone is constantly TPing. Rod of Aethys thrown out. Has a BKB. Is back to full mana. Doesn't even need to use BKB here. He's just...
Yeah, he's wasting so much time. Holy shit! Like that Aegis is now 1:45, and all the waves are pushed. So
Top lane's even gonna take damage.
yeah, they're not gonna get anything out of that. This might be a dead tower.
Yeah, towards mid there's a fight. Nanda has a jump on him. Can he get the man to off? Still has the Aegis going. Global Silence.
Global
Substitute
Silence
the
again.
black hole. Catch from the feet. Gets a two-man catch. There is no golem to be dropped. It happens after it has all been used. Stoikov now going to continue fighting in.
slow.
Still has himself a little bit of mana left. Jeezy is dead. Monkey King in the trees, trying to get anything for his troubles. Also, Spartan is slowing them down with the upheaval, but that's going to be kill number 4. And that is a gigantic catch there. Stoikov, godlike right now, and a 4 for null trade. The double global silence. And then the 4-staff from TB into black hole. Ow.
Yeah, he was trying to run away from one problem, but ends up giving them a perfect black hole. Like this freaking refresher this early with the level 15 talent on the silencer. Like, as a Terrorblade, like what do you do, right? Because are you going Manta BKB just to deal with global? They're gonna lose the Tusk top, but because like he's supposed to be the damage dealer. If he goes Manta BKB, he's not gonna have enough damage. Oh,
Retsu
gets found.
DK gets Hurricane Pike to the side. Is going to get taunted. Ravage gets thrown out as well. He's going to get taken down. They find a big kill onto the DK. LeBron going to try and go for the TP on the low ground. Gets the TP out. So they do manage to not really get punished for that bad team fight.
Yeah, they do use Ravage, but still definitely worth it here. The Dragon Knight's by far the most farmed hero in the game. So it's something for sure.
Oh, zip in, trying to kill off GZ hiding away. Glimmer comes in as well. Global Silence gets used. Ringmaster. BKB on the Storm has just ended, but GZ does get taken down, so he at least still finds the beyond godlike kill streak going for it. But while all of this has been going on, Wish has been slowly creeping back up in terms of net worth. So the monkey is starting to get scary. He's level 20 now. So his Boundless Strike is going to hurt a lot more. And yeah, again, that level 25 is a really big moment in the game where it becomes hard for teams to run away from a Wukong's command.
Yeah, it's definitely... It definitely gets harder, and he does have Manta BKB, so he has multiple ways to dealing with the global. I do feel like damage is a problem that they need to address, though, and it is mostly the Terrorblade that will be able to address it. It's going for the Revenant's Brooch.
It does help Tidehunter is close as Ag, so that's going to definitely address the damage issue with the AoE armor reduction from the Gush.
Radiant's bottom
True.
tower is under
Definitely
attack.
helps dealing with the Eidolons as well. Like, he pretty much one-shots them.
Radiant's
Oh, no, he did go for gush damage. He didn't go for gush damage, so if he did, it would one-shot them.
Yeah. Anchor smash damage reduction also seems pretty good.
Radiant's bottom tower
Mm-hmm.
is under attack.
So, yeah. Looks like the game is a bit slow again. Roche not gonna spawn, but Stoikov's level 25. Holy shit. He is a baller. And he's gonna finish his Shiva's guard.
Yeah, Stoikov, very rich. Retsu is the richest, has the Satanic Revenant's Brooch done, so a lot of damage, but also sustain. Satanic is another one of those items you could technically get on the dire side to deal with the silencer, as it does give you that basic dispel.
Radiant are scared.
Oh, they know where they are. The scan is there. And the Terrorblade is in a completely different place, so...
Jump in onto Mind Control. Tide is trying to get away, but unfortunately, Ice Shard's a block, and your Blubber is not going to be able to keep you alive against that.
And there's no buyback here, so this could be high ground time.
I think they're probably still going to be focused more towards the, mid and bottom are being pushed in.
Is under attack.
So they
Yeah.
need to kind of reset the lanes, and the focus is going to be Roche. Because next Roche is Refresher Roche, and you cannot give that away to either side, to be fair. Because Enigma, well, he is building Refresher Orb, but double Black Hole is going to be a big deal thing to deal with. But on the other side, you could deal with a double Wukong's BKB Monkey, or double Meta TV, but also double Ravage, double Golem Drop. A lot of scary things.
Yeah, speaking of the refresher, the Monkey King does have Basher now, so there's a chance you can cancel that black hole. Very small chance, but your Wukongs can potentially cancel it.
And that with wise, the game has been even for quite some time. Mind Control is still just struggling behind, but you know, all he has to do really is Ravage, and in this case, Gush. That's
Yeah.
a fast Roche. Timer.
Yeah, it really is, and this is. Oh, that's a hard choice, right? Because Stoikov's definitely the better Roche hero, but Retsu is the one's gonna hit high ground. I wonder which one. Yeah, they give it to Stoikov.
I'll probably pick up the cheese and the refresher as well. That might be useful. Yeah.
If it gets the refresher, Eggs, refresher, Enigma. That's a scary sight.
And then, yeah, they're getting themselves ready for that high ground push. He's also got the Ancient Croaker, so he's got the big Congressions of the Deep. Sells one more level, it seems.
Oh yeah, the 25 extra damage. Gonna be.
Basic tower gone.
Tower has fallen.
All right, so. I mean, technically, they can just try and force high ground. Like, you have everything that you want. Double global, double black hole. It is incredibly hard. Like, they're gonna need this Monkey King to try and pincer the backlines, but they already found Stairblade.
And there's the big taunt onto Nande. Loses first life. The Wukong's command comes down as well. Global Silence #1. Black Hole gets used. TB is in a lot of trouble. They're all getting dragged in.
Oh,
by
no.
the big Black Hole blade from their feet. Round number 2 comes through. 3 dead, 4 dead. Make that 5 with Mind Control being last but not least. He pops the Ravage. But for what reason did you even do that? They get annihilated. Double global, double black hole, and nothing they could do.
It's just GG.
Yep. That's the GG call right there. And Endgame get straight up destroyed.
It was such a hard, like, fight. Like, the way that it happened, it kind of looked okay because the Storm lost the Aegis so quickly, but it just completely synced for that black hole to get everyone. Mind Control wasn't in position. He was trying to finish that X for so long, and yeah, like the fact that he was dead under farm really hurt his game. And I'm not sure you're supposed to struggle that much in that lane, right? It's a Dragon Knight and Silencer. Like, you're supposed to have the Dispel for most of the Silencer stuff, and Dragon Knight isn't that strong of a laner. I feel like they messed up that lane. I think Mind Control should have had a better game.
Yeah, that lane should have definitely not gone as bad as it did. Obviously, Silencer has the Glaives of Wisdom, which is kind of a counter to heroes like Tide. But Ringmas is also one of the stronger, if not strongest, laners in Dota on the support role. So it should have definitely gone a lot better for them. But even afterwards, they spent so much time trying to force out team fights. And Zero to Nasty, the only one that ever showed up really was the Storm Spirit. I also really like Nefrit with top lane, you know. I see Black Hole target, I use Black Hole. Very straightforward, not gonna need, I need to catch 3 heroes. No, Black Hole, get kill, break up the funds and keep going. And in the end, it was all about those big boy refreshers where they just could not do anything in the fights anymore. It was just straight up over. The Global Silence twice plus Enigma Black Hole. I would assume we're going to get to see at least one of those 2 heroes banned, but that was the first one in this series. We're going to go towards a short little break. We'll be right back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, ready for game number 2. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by the wonderful Bowie and Endgame versus Zero Tenacity, game number 2. What do you think that Endgame needs to change in their approach?
I feel like they drafted too much team fight, and they realized that Zero Tenacity was very good at playing around that. So maybe hold off on the team fight a little bit, or if you're drafting team fight, draft siege as well, so that you can force the enemy into your team fight. It felt like Endgame never really got to do that. So yeah, I feel like they just double down too much on that, and maybe they can get a more diverse draft.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see they drafted into team fight, and then every team fight they played, they lost. As Global Silence is one hell of a spell in this current patch, especially with that facet where you silence and then it silences a second time. That one's kind of nuts, and then you get a refresher and they're silenced for like 10 straight seconds, which means you can't play the game at that stage.
Yeah, I like that they banned the Dragon Knight as well. It feels like such a good hero for Zero, because they flex it on both heroes, and like they just played so much. Like it is by far their most played hero. So I think this is a good move overall. And a couple of different bans here. The Kato showing up for Zero Tenacity. So they take that out.
It is a Wish hero. Very much a Wish hero. GC also plays it, but Wish plays a lot of Kato mid, or has played a lot of Kato mid. I have seen more people as of late ban out the Kato in most of the time second phase, but
yeah,
it is not a hero that I expect to be banned, considering I don't ever see anyone play it.
I've cast a couple of Katos, and even as a support, it actually looks really strong. So, with the right combo, just the recall in general. Like I've seen the recall facet destroy teams. I actually casted. It was not endgame. I think it was OG. Like the one game OG won in this tournament was with Kato, and they absolutely used that facet to its maximum limit. But yeah, it's not gonna happen here. They get Ringmaster, so Zero Tenacity steals that hero, but endgame's gonna keep the Warlock.
Yeah, Ringmaster is also one of the stronger supports at the moment. A lot of, I mean, honestly, everything the hero has is great, but also just the save can do a ton of work. And on the other side, Warlock is not a hero that you want to really let go either. I would say these are normally in this patch the two most picked, plus Jakiro are the three most picked plus 5s. Yeah, they're all just really good. They have all really good laning and really good team fight later as well.
Okay, so what I'm assuming now that the Warlock's already picked, Zero Tenacity is not gonna go towards the Enigma route, which is also why Endgame didn't ban the hero. So they're gonna have to give Nifrit something else, and I think like that Enigma performance was top tier. Oh,
that's Enigma ban. Yep. I mean, to be fair, Silence is banned, also still available. So they might just Ringmaster 4 and then Silence 5.
Yeah, Endgame could pick it as well, but I think it would make your support duel really trash. So
yeah, I mean, technically it would be a really good team fight, and Enigma would have no game if you have a Silencer plus Warlock. It would take, but you'd be really lacking in any gank potential. Like all three of your cores are gonna have to be gankers to make that work.
All right. I think this is what you do. You pick. I think you pick Silencer. Oh, wow, never mind. Because I was gonna say they should pick OD as that save. Like it got banned in the second phase. Tiny could still be a plus 4. Could even be their carry. But I would love to see that OD. I think it's a really good response to both Ringmaster and Enigma.
Wish does love playing it, as you mentioned, and in general, it is a hero that also has the advantage of
so it is for Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see too many Tiny plus 4s anymore. But the Rubik is very nice because now it's actually really dangerous for Enigma to use Black Hole.
I mean, lots of good spells to steal from Ringmaster as well. So that's cool. It's a hero that I have not seen a lot of, and honestly, just looking at the performances, the win rate of this hero is actually super trash right now. But I'm always keen on seeing someone try the hero. It just feels like hero isn't in the best place at the moment, at least in competitive.
I think it's also a lot. Normally, when you have map changes, it becomes harder for Rubik to play at the start of the patch because it's harder to find the positioning working correctly.
I think this is Enigma support, by the way.
Yeah, I think so as well. It has to be, right? Because if you have a Rubik and a Warlock on the other side, you're just not going to have a game as Enigma. You're never going to be able to use Black Hole unless you use it on... You can't even use it technically on Rubik because then the Golem gets dropped on you and then you still Black Hole.
Yeah. You need, like, the conditions to use Black Hole are pretty much non-existent. So I do like this Slaughter. It's gonna make sure that Tiny's extra armor, isn't really that effective. The lane is good for him if Tiny is gonna be carry, which could be the case. I think Wish did play some Tiny games. He did. So it is one of the few flexes that they have between carry and mid for endgame. Or at least that they showed so far.
And Slardar, if this is a mid Tiny, you could also... Okay, now you can't really anymore. I was thinking you could always flex a Slardar towards mid, as a lot of people also do, because you just follow Tiny. Tiny has 0 armor at the start of the game, but they go for Storm. Makes a lot of sense. You got Stoikov last game. 13-1, I think he ended the game. So, yeah, very, very good reason for them to go for another Storm pick.
Oh, so there you go. They flex it back to mid. They pick up a Morphling. Very good in the lane against Slaughter. Also another high armor hero. Technically not great against Enigma, but it is a support Enigma as far as we're aware, right? The only other flex would be carry Slaughter, which I hope they don't go for.
Yeah, then they'd be a lot worse off at this stage. Morphling actually is really interesting right now because the build on Morphling that I've seen is 4-0-2-0 and then everything in stats. Then get the talent, and at that stage you come you're at like level 18 or so, and you have everything swapped towards agility, and you're still walking around with 1800 HP.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. So
No, Adaptive Strike feels weird though, but it's just the build these days.
I mean, the hero's strong. Like, the hero is super strong, and when you don't have Dragonite with the whole freeze reduction, and they even banned Doom here, even though we're like 99% sure it's offlane Slaughter, but they could potentially flex it to carry, pick Doom. What else would you ban?
It's also great against Slaughter, as you mentioned, because late game you will always have tons of armor on the Morphling. And it is technically, it's bad and good against Enigma, because if you get Black Hold and you are swapping towards Strength, you're still just going to be perfectly fine until Enigma gets Ags, so that it does percentage-based damage. Or Demonic Conversion, but that's normally not that much damage.
And I mean, Morphling, when you get Shard on him and you become the Slaughter, you're going to be applying Corrosive Haze, right? So Morphling is going to be doing so much freaking right-click damage on all those heroes. So I love the Morphling pick here. Mars is pretty bad because you have you can get out of the arena. I wonder what the offlane pick here is for 0. No,
unless they just go
they
for
need a carry. Yeah, they need a carry. Never mind.
They need a carry unless they want to go all the way and just go for the AA +5 and be like Slaughter safe lane, Enigma off lane.
Oh my god. Yeah, that would be a quick way to game 3, which I'm not opposed to, but
I mean, if you hit the Ice Blast on Morphling, he's dead. That's just that's just the beauty of it.
I mean, then I hope they go pipe on mind control. Oh! Dude, I don't remember the. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's been more than a year since I've cast Axe.
I've had some Axe games here and there. Obviously, very strong with the facet where if you stand alone, you get like a gazillion armor. Would make more sense to play the Slardar possibly safe lane now, but most of the time you'd still just get a ranged safe laner to deal with the axe and bully him out. Like a, I mean, a hero that gets picked up quite a lot right now is the Medusa. You have to be a bit careful of the axe dunk if you don't get any HP at the start. But for the most part, you just bully out the axe with the Medusa.
I think that's why they picked the axe, to be honest. Like the two, yeah, like that's definitely the #1 hero to deal with Medusa right now.
Yeah, but then you just get power treads and put them to strength, and he can never dunk you. Or Dragon Lance, and then he also can't dunk you. And then he can't really clear your mana, and that's mainly the big thing. Like, Morphling is the only one that could, but he has to hit you for quite a lot of time.
Is Drow bad here?
Drow's always bad. It's great against Morphling, but Morphling gets on top of you. Same with Tiny and Axe. Ooh, okay. Big, bulky Sven.
A lot of armor?
Yeah, a lot of armor for them. Good AC builder, so even more minus armor for endgame.
Oh. Nifrit's gonna play... Wait, what?
Oh,
Is
so
this support
Slaughter
Slaughter?
+4.
Okay, that is... Huh. I wonder why you would do that. Like, isn't that... I guess Nifrit might be super confident on his Enigma, because... You need to have so much balls to... This is not an easy game for Enigma whatsoever.
Yeah, it isn't, but on the other hand, I'm surprised that Rubik is not going for the other facet where you get bigger AoEs, considering the spells you can steal, which is everyone's got an AoE spell, which is kind of cool. But yeah, as you said, Nefrit's probably just more comfortable on, and it's laning against the Morphling. Warlock's a bit annoying, but laning against Morphling Warlock, actually, you're still in a very decent spot there with Enigma.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so looking at the drafts, the one thing that I don't like is that I think Tiny Mid is kind of mediocre right now, and on top of that, with the exception of the Ringmaster, everyone is super tanky on the side of Zero Tenacity. This is not like an easy game for this Tiny to just snowball and go ham. Whereas like we saw what Stoikov can do with the Storm. I feel like it's actually a very similar game. You have two supports that are weak and that don't really hold their own. And I'm afraid that there's not really a lot of ways to stop that.
It is a game where you really need to know exactly where the Radiant cores are, because if Stoikov jumps on the Warlock on the back line and then gets axe called, he's dead. Like, that's the one thing that's really good, is that they have that BKB piercing control on the axe, and mind control is going to be a very impactful hero this game if they want to turn this in their favor.
Yeah, he needs to have a good lane though, and it is. I guess it's a fine lane against the lane, right?
You should
you don't get
have
trashed.
an okay time.
True.
The only thing that could be problematic is that Rubik tends to be a pretty weak laner, and Ringmaster tends to be a really strong laner. So that's the only bit that is a bit more problematic. But Sven doesn't really blow up an axe until you get to strength levels.
Interestingly enough, he did go for a call out on MC, which is not the most popular facet. Has like a 35% pick rate. Oh, goes for the attack speed here on.
No, Spartan is down and is gonna get first blooded by Pablo. I love the fact that I press on Pablo and then it shows me in the quick buy, like the item that you should get is Dagon. Come on, Gaben, that can't be true.
Well, I mean, it is a lot of damage.
Recommend. Oh, Spartan Warlock taking quite a decent amount of damage. They're trying to blow up those Eidolons already, but in response, this Slardar, very bulky, Doesn't mind man fighting, especially once he gets Bash of the Deep. Right now, he still only has Slithering Crush. But it is a hero that laning-wise can be problematic. And late game is very problematic. Like, it opens up Roche capabilities very easily, Tormentor very easily, that you're going to have to constantly be busy with.
Yeah. Gonna be a very interesting game. All the lanes are very skirmish, but I feel like this might be a very late first blood. Like, I don't see any lanes where, you know, it's straightforward to get a kill. Maybe bottom. I mean, I guess there was first blood already, but I mean, just like kills in the side lanes. Might
I
take a
think
while to
bottom
happen.
as well would be the one that's scariest, as Morlock is going to
Oh,
get dragged
speaking of
back.
that-
Pablo, he has Slithering Crush available. Is not going to go in because Nefrit's not chasing for more. But yeah, mid tends to be a someone makes a mistake lane, but very, very possible to get a kill there. As,
Yeah, maybe a TP, right, with a toss back.
yeah, toss back, or just in general, a toss back play can always catch you off guard. And well, top should nothing really should happen top.
Yeah. Just Sven and Ringmaster. Axe is notoriously kinda. He pokes a lot, but you don't really get a lot of solo kills as this hero.
Eventually, Axe will probably just cut the creep wave behind. He's already doing it at the
Yeah.
moment. Takes the small camp plus the creep, the wave, and Ringmaster's not really a hero that can stop him from doing that once he's got some regen items.
Yeah. Already has a bracer. Pretty tanky on MC. Yeah, actually going for double bracer. This is not a build I've seen a lot of. Like, most players get one bracer tops and just rush the Phase Boots Blade Mail. Which is pretty interesting, right? Because with Vanguard finally being like somewhat decent, you would expect Access to rush that item, but it's not really what I'm seeing in a lot of games.
Yeah, Blade Mill just gives too much, especially with this facet that he chose. Again,
Yeah.
that Blade Mill is quite significant, so that they blow themselves up. Would it be a Gleipnir game just for the extra AoE?
Oh.
To interrupt BKB Black Hole, maybe?
Support Axe Leibniz. Let's go.
That would be quite cool to see. I don't really. It does give quite a lot of HP actually.
I mean, Atos is not bad on Axe, right? Especially support, like where if you jump, you're dead. Like it's
Gives you mana,
It's-
which he lacks
yeah.
a little bit. You get 450 health from Gleipnir
damn.
and bigger AoE.
So
That-
lanes are very even, right? Highest CS is 19, lowest is 16.
Top, a bit of a pickle fest coming up. They tried to go for Jeezy, but he's going to be just fine. Actually, speaking of which, Retsu is the one in trouble right now. Are they going to dive further? Jeezy's going to get smacked by the tower.
Oh!
Tower hit comes in. Healing Salve gets used. LeBron cannot chase further, but there's MC with a good call. Needs some more counter helix procs. Not actually going to come through as Jeezy zaps down the Ringmaster.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Like the Ringmaster had a Fairy Fire, but the range on Fate Bolt is always so deceiving. Like, you think you know when he's gonna cast it, and it's always a little bit higher than you think.
Yeah, and it does quite a solid amount of burst damage. A lot of Morphlings tend to have that mistake as well.
Yeah.
If you play a lane against Rubik where you're like, okay, I can be right here and then zap dead. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next time, I'm not gonna fall for it, and then you die again.
Yeah, LeBron already picked up the infused raindrops just for the Fade Bolt spam, as Axe doesn't have anything to use against infused raindrops.
And it looks like Stoikov's just farming, just getting some stacks for himself. So
That one's at
super
level
slow
6.
game, as we talked about, at least in the laning stage.
Pretty close affair though, as there is a slight advantage for endgame on their heroes. I'm curious to see. Okay, Morphling.
Dude, it's so even. Like the Tiny and the Storm are literally even. The Morphling and the Sven as well. Like it's a 1 CS difference across every single lane. It is. It doesn't really get much closer than this.
It does change a little bit if you go over to the net worth chart though. as
Sure.
the Tiny, it seems, has used less regen than the Storm Spirit.
Well, he is made of rock, so you would expect him to be a bit bulkier. MC, by the way, he's in a weird... He might be dead.
Very much being chased down. Has the Axe Call, but is going to get smacked down by LeBron. And that's an impressive and important kill. Towards mid, Pablo picks up the shield rune, going in for Wish. But Stoikov doesn't have the... Well, he does have the mana to zip in. However, there's a rotation from Jeezy coming up. He needs to zip out back to safer territories. And both supports lurking about in mid to try and secure those water runes. The first lane runes.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that is really the power of this position for Slaughter. Like, you can rotate back to the runes so well, and when you have a storm, the game is all about securing runes. Pablo loses way less time than other heroes would going for moves like that.
He actually doesn't have Ash of the Deep on Slaughter. Instead, going for the Guardian Sprint level 2.
Yeah, I mean, he has no deck speed right now, right? He probably gets it level 4. Like, I guess he's saving, but he might get it level 4.
No.
Oh,
Guardian
never mind.
Sprint. Okay, I guess
Dire's middle tower
I
is
need to
under
know
attack.
this
Just
for
gotta
when
go
I
fast.
play Pulse for Slaughter.
Guys, don't worry. Pablo taught me. That's how he plays.
Pablo knows what's up, guys.
Now you can do whatever you want, because no one can check Dota 2 Pro Tracker anymore.
Top, mind control is being chased. I mean, you can't. The free dies in the meantime in the bottom lane with the rotation of Wish. Mind control is going to be fine. Yeah,
Okay.
they are busy brawling on both sides. But there is a little bit of Dota 2 Pro Tracker. They do
Yeah.
share
Some
some
players
games.
are like you have to manually place your replays or something, right?
Yeah, and it does help a little bit. I still check it out every once in a while to see if I am doing something horribly, horribly wrong or not.
Yeah, I saw Watson had a couple replays. It's pretty cool that there's still people sharing.
And I think official pro matches also get counted now. Something like, or that he was busy with that. I don't know if he completed it, but
Yeah, I
that
think
was,
he's gonna do that.
because that data still does get of course shared.
So looks like the rune did get picked up, and this is an interesting rotation by the Tiny.
Yeah, he got a kill bottom. Now looking for one top. Red's already used the God Strength, and he's just gonna use it to farm up on the back end.
Yeah, he
Well-
got scouted by that one ward in the river, so Wish, like, he's just wasting time here. He's not gonna find anyone.
And Nanda needs to be careful himself in the bottom lane,
Dire's top tower
especially
is
with
under
Stoikov nearby. Stoikov is
attack.
not
Dire's
scouted out,
structures are fortified.
so Nanda very much needs to be on his tippy toes.
Yeah, this could be scary. There is Black Hole available. Oh no, he wait for him. He's dead.
Yep, that's the moment that they go in. Electric Vortex drag, the Black Hole even used. The Fleet gets the kill. Stoikov gets the kill. TP cancelled. Go for the tier 1 tower bottom lane. And it's going to take a lot of damage. Gateway taken by Spartan. Has a chaotic offering. At least they'll
Yeah,
keep
Wish
the tier
showed.
1 standing.
Wish showed a little bit too early, but the scan was there anyways. Top lane, they're going for MC as well. Oh, this is a disaster. This
Oh.
is way too many kills being given.
And LeBron, there's going to be the pushback. MC stunned up. Pablo, he does have Bash of the Deep this time around. And MC, Golem
Oh, they
in
dropped the Golem.
response. Retsu's actually the one taking down to the Fatal Bonds.
Nice.
And
He's being blocked by the little imps, actually.
Dire's
yeah,
top
Retsu
tower
gets
is
away. Tier 1 tower gets
Tower.
secured. No kills happening. That's
bottom tower is
wild.
under attack.
LeBron TPing. Ooh, whip play
nice.
by Nanda. Is it going to be enough? Wait for him. Yes, it is. He did level morph level 6. A lot of morphlings don't even go for a point in morph until like they're level 16 or something.
Yeah, I didn't check if he was saving the point, but if he was, that's why you save a point. Gets to benefit from that engagement.
He already has +2 all attributes spent.
So Nifrit and Storm playing together here, and they might break this smoke that Wish and Jeezy are going for.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Okay.
bottom tower is
They're
under
trying to get the
attack.
catch onto Nefrit, but he knows what's coming. He knows what's cooking. He's just gonna get back an easy farm until he gets his next black hole.
That's the same problem they had game 1, right? They just couldn't force the fights they wanted. It feels like the map awareness of Zero Tenacity is just a little bit better this series.
Radiant's
And
middle
game 1 they
tower is
had
under
Monkey, so
attack.
they were even a lot more
Yeah.
aggressive
better at
on the
chasing.
catch. But Tiny doesn't have blink yet, so he's a very slow hero until he gets the
Yeah.
blink.
And you
Oh,
lose
MC?
like this hero doesn't farm fast. Every rotation like that. Oh.
MC taunted by the Wheel of Wonder as he dies. There's a nice triple ancient stack, and they have Sven in their team.
Yeah. Sven does not have OT, but he could join. Looks like they're gonna defend this.
Is under attack.
Oh, stolen ball lightning.
That's not a bad steal, but does drain your mana very quickly on a hero like Rubik.
So, is that
he
why he
does-
got Frugal Flitch? Because of Storm?
Yeah, actually, Frugal
Right?
Filch does help a lot in that regard. I guess so, because this is a game where the other facet, they have so many AoE spells that you really want to be able to upgrade.
Yeah.
Like
might
every
be a
hero
Storm
on the enemy
specific.
team has amazing AoE spells. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even the Slardar with the Slithering Crush, Black Hole, Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beasts.
Yeah. Insane. Even Stormhammer to some degree could be
Yeah.
good.
Soldier's fortune.
I mean, even Warcry. Not that it's necessarily that great, but yes.
All right, so very slow game here. Only 7 kills in 13 minutes, but the Sven is definitely starting to get ahead now. The Mask of Madness completed.
Yeah, Sven is obviously gets himself a free cleave, but I'm pretty impressed with the fact that even with all that chasing from Wish, he is second in net worth and just a little bit behind the Sven, who had a pretty good lane, hasn't died a single time either.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a smoke. Wish did finish his Blink Dagger, so I'm assuming it is time for them to try and put that to use.
Well,
And
they
Nifrit
are-
seems to be the hero they want to punish right now.
Yeah, with that ball lightning, as you mentioned, it would be a lot easier to get the catch onto the Enigma
Dire
so that the
are
Tiny
scared.
can catch up.
Oh, but look
Scanned
at that,
up,
man.
though,
They know exact, bro.
they smell it.
That's-
They just smell them coming.
Yeah, smells like rocks, and
Dire
they're gonna be fine. Like that's so frustrating. Like this Tiny was stomping the lane and out bottom, dude. MC is gonna die again. Not like this. They have blade mail.
He is dropping low. Stoikov zips to the side, needs to get himself out of there. Jeezy did steal Impalement Arts, though, so doesn't have Zip available anymore. LeBron jumps away. The toss-up comes through. He dodges a decent amount of the attack, but he is trying to
alive.
slither on. TP attempt. He's close. And he gets waveformed down. Ooh, LeBron almost broke some ankles there.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is starting to get a bit worrisome here. Like they are spending a lot of time. Oh, mid lane. Pablo gets
Yeah, but
tossed,
Pablo is a Slardar, so he is very tanky, and Wish needs to be careful because he now has +1 armor on the Tiny with the corrosive phase debuff.
Yeah, very brittle rock.
Dire's top tower is under
And they're
attack.
gonna
And the
try and
Freaks
force
got
mid.
Helm of the Overlord done to be delivered.
They will get the tower, so that's done. I mean, finally,
Dire's middle
they
tower
group
has
up and
fallen.
get something. They've been trying to go for moves the whole game, and
Dire's
this
middle
Meteor
tower is
Towers
under attack.
is a good advantage to get.
It is shrine time. And
Oh.
the Tormentor's up. You have a Slardar on your side. That should be a very quick kill onto the Tormentor.
Yeah,
Dot
they
Strength
had
is
a
still going on as well.
They have Black Dragon as well, so contesting this is going to be hard. And okay, LeBron gets the true sight. Not amazing this game.
It's also not. Oh, jeez, he tried to steal the ball lightning. Steals the very weird static remnant. I love the fact that it just it looks so dumb when it moves. It's so
Yeah.
huge.
Epileptic epileptic remnant.
Static slide, baby.
All right,
Also-
so LeBron gets his shard. Could be useful for
Evasion, I guess.
Roche, but they are the Roche team, so not exactly that useful.
Rubik's Gun Glimmer first item as well.
Hmm.
And once Morphling gets Manta, it also, yeah, he's almost done with Manta. It does remove half the HP of the Manta illusions.
Yeah. Oh, they
Oh,
find
Stoikov?
Star mid.
And they kill him off. Yes, they
Ooh.
can. Comes in with that static remnant, static
Wow.
slide, and Jeezy gets the kill.
Holy shit. That's a lot of damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Retsu's
attack.
got Blink, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, gets Golem Drop missed against him. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was a fat whiff. That's a ping whiff right there.
Oh my. Oh god. I mean, they were connecting with Wish. They probably thought that, oh, okay, toss back
Retsu,
onto the
toss
Sven,
back,
but
but-
he gets.
Gets saved right now. Wheel of Wonder as well. Wish held in place. Retsu has God Strength, doesn't want to go in. Nanda's actually chasing after LeBron.
Radiant's
And LeBron is very dead.
Dire's
Huh.
top tower is under
Yeah, I mean,
attack.
Nanda definitely having a better game here. They're gonna get the kill. Call.
Oh, Retsu's going to be a second one dead. Dunk comes out for mind control. And this is pretty big.
Yeah,
with the
they do
kills
get a
that
tier 2
secure.
bottom with Nefrit, but they are gonna get the tier 2 tower top as well, it looks like.
Well, we do have Retsu with the DC right now, but yeah, this is just going to be tier 2 for tier 2 trade. Obviously, Nefrit almost done with the Blink Dagger is going to be a big one. Stoikov trying to catch up in farm with the Witchblade build up, but the advantage they got from that quick Tormentor has been nullified completely.
Yeah, he definitely has. And it feels like until they get this Blink Dagger on the Slaughter, they're not gonna be able to offset this aggression. Like they're very close to the Enigma Blink and the Slaughter Blink, and that's probably when. And they have Blink on Sven as well, so the mobility is off the charts on Zero Tenacity. They just need a couple of minutes.
And it's not seeming to be in their favor. It's surprising that Retsu still stayed in the area knowing that they were all... Like, they dropped the freaking golem for him. Bottom lane, Spartan is actually dead. Stoikov will be walking away. TPs took too long because of the extra cooldown addition and mind control. Who's going to get it? It's going to Wish for the extra 250 gold.
Okay, so still 7 galvanized stacks for the Storm. Nefrit does have a Blink Dagger flying to him, so they could go for a Smokerino play. There's one available here for Pablo.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger on the Slaughter is going to be very impactful to get those quick stun initiations. And if he gets the shard at one point as well, the stuff like the Glimmer is going to be significantly reduced in value.
Yeah, that's really the build, I think, for support Slaughter. The shard is insane. Blink on Nefrit's available. Spartan might just be dead.
Yeah. Slithering Crush, the Warlock, got a Fatal Bonds off. Maybe they get a counter kill onto Pablo. Actually, Corrosive Haysteel is pretty good.
True.
Could open Roche
Oh.
for them if they want to.
Yeah, they're kind of far away, though. It will take them a while. And I think that's why this play is worth it. Like, yeah, you lose it's support for support, but literally the entirety of the Radiant has your TP there. Which means that Sven gets to free farm for a little bit.
Well, Van at least is still vying for the top spot, but Nanda is top net with the games going Butterfly next, and that would force the Sven to go for MKB. And again, unless he goes Bloodthorn, but very unlikely that would be the route to go. I mean, Bloodthorn's not necessarily bad, but
It's a really good Butterfly game for Nanda. Like,
yeah.
Dire
so much right-click damage, so much minus armor, and pretty much no one there wants to buy MKB.
I guess Storm has Witchblade, which at least gives him True Strike on one hit.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Mind control.
Oh, they're
golden
going for
dagger blade, well
Nande.
done. Zip in. He doesn't even get the swap towards strength going. Quickly deleted. LeBron gets the kill. Turn that into tier 1 tower. Takes topside as well. But towards mid, they're going to get the catch onto Pablo. Slardar is just going to smack himself against the blade mill from
He did.
Axe.
Buy his blink though, so dies, but did quick buy the blink dagger.
Doesn't lose too
Pretty
much
good.
in the process.
Radiant's
Easy
top
has
tower
Guardian
is under
Sprint.
attack.
Not the most useful.
Hey, it's pretty cool.
It is cool, but I guess it's better these days because of the map.
Dire's middle
Think.
tower
Oh, he
is
doesn't
under
get the
attack.
benefit.
No, he doesn't. That's weird.
Huh. You would assume you would get it. That's. I guess is it tied to corrosive haze? It's tied to the innate. Yeah, that's
yeah, it's the
weird
innate
because like,
ability.
yeah, I guess in the past maybe you would get it and you don't anymore.
Oh, that's a bit sad. Then it's
Yeah.
even worse. And I mean, what right now is the play? Are they on a specific timer on the side of endgame this time?
This one's hard to read, honestly, because technically, Morphling's supposed to be like the strongest hero in this game, but the big question mark for me is how much this Tiny is going to be able to scale. He's actually having a really good game, but ever since they nerfed the hell out of Kaya, I haven't seen Tinies as mid heroes look as good. So if Nande plays perfectly, I feel like he can solo carry this. But I still just like the Zero Tenacity draft a bit more, like as a whole.
Well, Tiny is going to be that extra damage dealer, it seems, as he is building into a BKB Revenant's Brooch, has the Echo Saber. So it's,
Yeah, that Revenant
lot.
Brooch Eggs has been the build I've seen the most these days.
I've
There's a
seen
lot
some
of
people
damage.
go for like Yule's 4-staff mid Tinies, and then they do nothing late game.
Yeah. That hero, I mean, the crash landing was way too strong, but I do feel like they over nerfed it a little bit, as they will go for a smoke. They have
Smoke
3
on
blink
smoke.
daggers, they have a storm, and
Radiant's
they
structures
have
are fortified.
Aetherlands on Ringmaster. This is a huge timing for them.
Dire's middle
This
tower
is a
under
classic
attack.
situation
Dire's
for
middle
Spartan.
tower has fallen.
The double fluffy hat, just for HP.
Oh,
But
oh,
they
they get the
while
storm.
They go in for the zip. Nanda, Slithering Crush comes up. Can they get the damage out? Black
Black
Hole
hole.
gets used. Jeezy, he just used his spell steal as well, so it's going to be a
Still alive.
cooldown. Mind Control's trying to run away. Zip in deeper. Nanda's going to get slowed down. Nanda is dead, and Jeezy will be the target here. Retsu goes back in onto Wish. They find LeBron, but Wish is crushed. And the zip goes deeper. Stolen zip by Jeezy. Gets himself out of range, but this is so well done by Nefrit. Also, very unfortunate that Rubik, the Warlock, just TP'd out the moment they went in. Golem Drop gets thrown
Kill
out.
him.
They want to go back in with the 2 supports. Can they kill off Retsu? He's sticking down thanks to the Fatal Bonds. Loses his life thanks to the Bonds. But it will be a double kill added in for Stokov. Plus the Golem kill for Zero to Nasty. Easy money, but Nefrit there, huh? What is so great about his play is he saw that Rubik stole a spell, and then immediately he's still he doesn't know. I think he just got level 12 on Rubik, so it's still a 16-second cooldown before that fight, before he can use spell steal again, and that's the moment that Enigma can make a
Radiant's
play.
middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
really clutch black hole there. It looked a little bit wonky, as you said. If the Warlock doesn't TP, they could have even lost that fight. Not only because the Golem could cancel the black hole, but because just upheaval in general could have absolutely crushed them there. Unfortunately, Wish might be in
Wish
trouble
getting chased.
here.
Pablo does have a blink. Was considering it, but the rest, Nefrit's the only one nearby. Sven is still dead, and LeBron is all the way at their base.
Some poking around. And again, 5k gold, the lead here for Zero Tenacity. At least this series, it feels like every time they have a timing, they're able to like smoke and execute the play that they want. Whereas for a big portion of this game, whenever they smoke on endgame, they don't necessarily get the openings they want. And I'm not sure if it's just Zero Tenacity playing really well around the map, if they're being a bit hasty with some of the movements on the Radiant, but
I think it's just they're being outplayed. Zero Tenacity is so like Nefrit's been playing so one death this game on the Enigma, and they have tried to kill him, I think 4 or 5 times. He's just always scanned perfectly, gets out in time. Stoikov goes in. There is the dust on Spartan, dragged back, but in response, Stoikov needs to be careful of Nanda's outgoing damage and will have to zip and get healed back up. While upside, they're all close to mind control. And there might be a fight brewing here with the 2 supports and the safe laner nearby, but I guess they're going to back off. Retsu?
well,
In the pit. Oh, Godstrike Demons
Oh,
on
no,
to Axe,
that's
pops the BKB.
unfortunate.
MC is dead, can't even respond. Wish is dusted up, he's being spam slowed in the meantime. But the dots, the searing signets, making sure he cannot get the blink off.
they have another
Regardless.
black hole. This is a really scary moment here.
Facing in. They did just finish Nanda's butterfly. That is going to be a very big pickup.
It is good that they are they're buying time here. The God Strength is going to wear off, so they either Roche or they're not going to have the opportunity. This is a bit risky here for Zero Tenacity. I'm not sure about this play.
Yeah, they've got the Warlock Golem drop. They Ava into the pit. Don't get the tossback play. Scary
Yeah,
gaming.
they could be able to steal the Roche here. There's a fair chance that this Morphling could Roche, knowing that there's no God Strength available.
But they, yeah, it really feels like one bad team fight and the game is completely shifted in favor of endgame. Mind control, top side, bottom side is going to get jumped by Stoikov, who actually does quite a lot of damage onto the Blade Mill Axe.
He's
Might
dead.
even kill him. Axe does stay alive on the other side of the map. Jeezy's going to get jumped, and this is all a distraction. They're in the pit. It's almost dead, but Pablo is so very close. They get the vision
Oh,
in
the
the pit.
spotlight.
And will they get the jump in? They know there's no BKB for 5 more seconds. Godstrike gets used. There's the fear.
Oh, they get it!
There's a steal from Pablo. The black hole onto 2, and they find everything. Wish is on the run. Can he get himself out of there? It seems to be the case, but Stoikov is closing in. Still has a big zip at the ready if they get any vision, but what a steal there coming out from Pablo. Game winning.
Yeah, that spotlight just did so much. Pablo in the perfect position. They knew that the X was bottom, so Stoikov just making sure that he doesn't have a TP, doesn't have a BKB. As you
Stoikov
said,
killed
they
him.
are.
Stoikov killed Axe in the Radiant base.
You're right. I went back to the pit because I thought he was just gonna walk back to the base, but damn.
Yeah, he solo killed Axe. No harm, no foul. Had a regen rune, TP'd back. Wasn't even needed in that fight, obviously, because Nefrit had a god tier 2-man black hole, which included the Warlock.
And that's the problem, right? Like I think it's the right play to steal the Roshan, knowing God Strength is on cooldown. But there's so much pressure from this freaking Helm of the Overlord bottom that Mind Control has to be bottom defending. And that gave them the opportunity to slowly contest the Roche. So just very nicely done by Zero Tenacity.
They spot him out. Mind control. They're walking over the observer ward there the entire time. They don't have black hole for another 80 seconds, so they don't want to take a fight just yet. Just close up the map to make sure that they outfarm endgame.
Yeah, they've been pretty. Like they made a couple of mistakes Zero Tenacity game 1, but in general they were definitely quite patient. The way they play the game.
Bottom lane, there's that Ancient Thunderhigh to blow up some buildings. But Wish will be able to defend it for now. He's closing in on his Revenant's Brooch. That should be nice damage, but the biggest problem is they're just not able to fight.
Yeah, another big problem is there's an MKB on this fan. So
Nanda gets jumped.
Oh,
Axe Golem.
boy.
Nicely done by MC. The cleave,
the cleave!
Almost takes down Nanda. Zip in. Stoikov turns his attention towards Nanda while he was going for Jeezy. The kill isn't going to land. Nanda's going to get feared off. They find 2. Zip for more. Get the 3rd. Wild Wish is going to get controlled. Bash from Pablo. Has Bash of the Deep. And he's Okay, he's not going to continue try and clear that one up. Mind Control is back here, walking forward, gets stunned up in the process. Mind Control, like Pablo doesn't care. He's got the Aegis. Mind Control just walks to the low ground to die?
That's such a weird play. Like, Tiny has no BKB. You have
Radiant's middle tower
3 dead
has
heroes. There's no way you're gonna get anything there.
Yeah, that was just
Radiant's
walk
middle
down to
tower is
die.
under attack.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's just not the type of play we would expect from him. And this now might be more than Molino Barracks because Black Hole is back.
Radiant's middle
They're lucky if this isn't game right now.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of pushing power behind them as well. With obviously Enigma and Agent Thunder joining in, Avatos from Wish to try and clear up the creeps.
Oh.
Interesting pause moment. As Wish sees a big fat hammer about to stun him without a BKB. Pablo's nearby, has his blink available, plus the Aegis. Axe still dead for 6 seconds. Should be enough to get the kill. If they go for it, but no. They're a little bit scared, I guess, from the Warlock Golem.
Have to be very careful right now. As you said, like they are on the brink of losing this game. And this is elimination time, so losing this means Zero Tenacity will go through.
Yeah, and the worst part of it all is if you lose this, you are out of the money because then you do not make top 4 in the tournament.
Exactly. And you know, for a lot of these teams, I think we kind of briefly touched on it in the pregame. Like, not a lot of tier 2 tournaments left, and you know, I hope we still get to have some CCT because it is one of the last, like, higher level online tournaments, right? Like, you actually get some pretty big names on CCT.
Radiant
Yeah, you get OG who gets eliminated 2
get
series in a
Navi.
row. You
Mind
get Navi who's
Control.
playing finals.
Yeah, you get, I mean, LeBron, the GOAT of all sports.
It's this has been 8 tournaments this year. The last calendar, no, not well, just in the
Not
last
this
full
year, but yeah, the last season, let's say.
50k per tournament. That's really solid money for tier 2 teams. To
I mean, it's more than $500,000 when you combine the whole prize pool, right?
like 400k.
No,
Close
is it?
enough.
Oh, I thought it was more. I thought it was 50k first
Each.
place. Oh, you're right. Yeah,
And
yeah,
there's 8 tournaments, so I think it's 25k first place. Okay, 30k. Yeah, Zip it comes out. Jeezy's already dead. So that's no black hole steal at least. So if he catches the Warlock inside the black hole, there's nothing they can do to stop it.
I mean, honestly, at this point, it looks like the Storm can just find a Warlock.
Axe Call
Okay.
comes in, but the save from
the
LeBron
save.
doesn't get. Wish tried to get the avalanche interrupt,
Oh,
but it
this
did not
is
work,
over.
and that is so painful. Wish gonna get hunted down. The right clicks are too much from Retsu, and they force him all the way back to the base. Yeah, the combination there from endgame looked really solid. You had the Blade Mill jump onto Sven while Tiny tried to get the catch onto LeBron, but LeBron has an Aether Lens. He was just out of range from
Yeah.
the Tiny to interrupt.
Like their
the
rocks,
save.
they just took a little bit long to get to him, and he. Yeah, this is it. I think honestly, 30 seconds is gonna be mega creeps. This is going to require a huge mistake from Zero Tenacity.
Radiant's
Well,
top barracks are under
They are walking up. They do have the golem drop. They do throw it
Oh,
out. Nanda
no.
wait for Zim,
He
but they
blinks on
find
the
the
golem
back
again.
line. Nanda surrounded. Black hole gets used, and they will find everything. GG, well played gets called, and endgame is eliminated. Unfortunately for them, they are eliminated right outside of the money pool. But it will mean that Zero to Nasty will be inside that money pool as they will be facing up against, quickly gonna have to check, Apple City Gang tomorrow, but that means that today we do have to say goodbye to Endgame.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are out, as you said. I mean, decent performance. They are somewhat a new team, right? I think, as you said, like a lot of these players have played together in the past, but this mind control edition. They probably gonna have to work a little bit on it. They look good at times. I think their drafts were fine, but the cohesion not there. It felt like they felt a little bit more lost in game number 2.
Yeah, I think Mind Control both games just had a terrible time. Compared to Nefrit, who played absolutely fantastic on the Enigma. You rarely see an Enigma get picked up that early against heroes that technically counter it, and then you still just have a superb time as he did. Zero to Nasty looking like a very scary team going forward. So Apple City Gang is going to have quite a challenge against them tomorrow. But that means, of course, that we have one more left today, and it's going to be the upper bracket final of Navi versus Rabot Yagi that we'll be handling later. Rabot Yagi, the big surprise of the tournament, I would say. I know 2 of their players. One of them, of course, used to be in my team. But Rabot Yagi, yeah, they're the big surprise against Navi in the grand finals. Most of that team unknown.
Yeah, crazy, right? Because when I saw them beating OG, I was like, yeah, maybe, they just got lucky with the seeding here. OG is not looking that good. But they 2-0 Apple City Gang, which is first of their group, and also did 2-0 one move. So they might be here a decent challenge for Navi, although I do hold Navi as my clear favorites for not only that series, but for the finals. We'll see how they're going to perform. I mean, Yuragi is just looking so good. I'm a big fan of a lot of Navi's players right now.
Yeah, definitely expecting it to be hopefully a very exciting finals. I'm a big Shad fan, so yeah, he got benched for Yuragi, so we'll see. We'll see how he performs in that upper bracket finals. I'll keep my eyes peeled there. But of course, that does conclude it for us for now. In about 50 minutes, we will be back for the last series of the day. Don't forget to check it out on the CCT channel. My name is Deacon True, and I was joined by Bowie. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Radiant's bottom
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for the room. I'm joined by Bowie, and we have ourselves a winner bracket finals here. Navi taking on Raboljagi for that grand final spot, and it's definitely looking like an exciting one coming up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, out of all the teams here, Raboljagi is definitely not the ones that I expected to be in the upper bracket finals. But they showed that they're very resilient. They didn't really do that well in their groups, but that 2-0 against Apple City Gang is looking pretty good. So Navi, the favorites for me, but I do feel like they've been upsetting a lot of teams past couple of series.
Yeah. They have had quite an interesting stint going forward. I am curious, though, as I have not received word. It does look like they have a different pulse 4 on Raboljagi.
That's the same from the series that I cast against OG.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it is. I think he's been playing with them for a while in this tournament because, yeah, I see that Somnia is the registered one. But when I cast it 2 days ago, they did had Denton already.
Okay, yeah, that does explain then. Very curious to see how they are going to be performing. I did cast a series of them. I watched the series of them. I didn't get to cast a series of them in this tournament so far, so I'm very interested in what they bring to the table. Obviously, Bowie, you're going to have to fill me in on all the heroes and the beauty, but they are going to take on the big final raid boss, Navi, who, of course, directly got invited in towards the tournament playoff position with Yuragi, Sanctity, Boom, Ari, and Kaori. A very mixed bag of players, but a unbelievable amount of experience behind them as well.
Exactly. I'm very excited for this one because Navi. Yeah, sure, we have our our issues with Yuragi substituting your favorite player of all time, but I'm a big Ari fan. I feel like he maybe didn't shine as much as he could in the end of OG, but I also feel like Boom was a player that got absolutely shat on by Reddit, and I think a lot of that wasn't his fault necessarily. So,
I mean, that's what you get if you join Secret, right? That's you just get shat on if you join Secret, no matter who you are. He does look a lot better right now. Has definitely increased in his value in that offlane position, as it did take him a little bit of a while before he actually got really sorted into that. Considering he played for mid for years beforehand.
Yeah, true. It definitely took a while. He did go for that change. I mean, how many years has it been? Maybe like 3 already? 2.5 ever since he changed?
I think
because it was when Quinn joined GG, right?
Right. Didn't he get kicked out because Quinn joined?
I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, yeah, like it's been a while since he changed roles, so I do agree that he's looking much better now. We did have a problem in the lobby, but hopefully it's nothing too major.
I'm actually also pretty interested because I think, did he play mid in the first time that he played for Secret, or
I think it was already offlane when he joined Secret, I think.
Okay. Well, regardless, don't know exactly how that's going to entail. Nonetheless, there seems to be a slight technical issue going on. Hopefully that can get resolved as soon as possible and everyone can get themselves ready. It seems like someone had to update Dota or whatever. But yeah, Navi, of course, it is a very big name in esports. Obviously, CSGO is like they're, the team of Simple and whatnot, but it is not a team that has had any I mean, if you check out their results page, the last time they got any achievement was ESL 1 Germany 2020. And that kind of really shows exactly what their past is so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it here, and it seems like Boom left GG at the end of the International 2022. So, yeah, 2.5 years pretty much that he's not playing mid anymore. He joined Secret right after, and then he had a couple of teams, but has been playing for Navi for a while now.
Yeah, that was oh yeah, no, yeah, he played offlane I think in 2020 because that was when, if I'm not mistaken, Nisha was still their mid laner.
Yes.
So then you're definitely not going to be playing in the mid role. As well, obviously it's Nisha, top tier player right now. Okay, yeah, we're going. There seems to be some connection issues, so we're going to quickly reconnect, and hopefully the draft will start soon. But immediately at the start, give me your predictions. What do both these teams like to play?
Well, from what I've seen, they love playing Sand King for Raboyagi. That whenever it's available, they play it, and it seems to me that a lot of offlane heroes that farm well without the need of ancient stacks are very popular now because you can stack for yourself. So I've seen a lot of offlaners, Sand King, Enigma, Tidehunter, they all thrive on forming those two camps, which means that you don't really lose the lane anymore because you can actually double stack for yourself. I guess Underlord might be another one, right? Especially when you see Terrorblade, which seems to be the favorite illusion hero of the moment. But yeah, they love running Sand King for Raboyag. For Navi, I haven't really cast a lot of their games, and in fact, they only played 2 series in this tournament so far. So they do play Ricky, which is very interesting. I'm down for some mid Ricky. It's one of my favorite heroes.
Mid Ricky, okay. I remember some TI matches that went really, really poorly with a mid Ricky. Yeah, I quickly did check out the heroes that they like to play as well. To a degree, the Jakiro is their most big TB, so they don't play anything very surprising, I would say.
Oh, they play mid Phoenix, by the way. That is a big one.
Okay, that I did see the Phoenix picks. I did not know that it was a mid pick Phoenix. That changes a lot in the eyes of. I mean, they have played Phoenix 5 times in the last month on Navi, and they have a 100% win rate on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that stat, but yeah, when they played mid Phoenix, it was basically like the enemy team first phase Monkey King, and they pick Phoenix, and basically because they can flex it to mid, they can bring the Phoenix to whatever lane the Monkey King is gonna be, and I think that's a big asset that they have. So gotta be careful here if you're Raboyage trying to run Monkey King. But judging from their games, they have not played a single. They played 1 carry Monkey King game, but they're not that keen on the hero. Or maybe they are, but this hero has been banned a lot, so I guess most teams are not really getting to play that much.
Okay, I did also quickly check that from all of their most picked heroes, Sand King is they've picked it 5 times the last month, and they actually have the lowest win rate on it. They have won 2 games, lost 3. So on Navi's side, though I have seen in the South American close qualifiers recently for Dream League, a lot of Sand King picks coming in. Kind of surprised that I don't see it as much in Europe, as it looked really strong with the fact that you could also flex it mid and in the offlane position.
Yeah, especially there's a lot of spirit heroes being popular. Still see a lot of Ember, still see a lot of Storm. Even Puck to some degree, I think actually struggles against Sand King if you get the initiation. So it might be a little bit of an underrated hero, I think. We might get to see a bit more of it. They did also play OD once on Raboyage, so I feel like that hero in the right game is super scary, but we just don't get to... it's been out of the meta for so long that I think people forget how strong this hero can be.
Yeah, I That seems to be the case. I am very interested to see if we finally do get to get that Tinker pick slash ban, because it was it completely ignored in the last series? I think so.
It did get banned in the first game of the first
Ah,
series,
okay.
but then I think in the second game they ignored it.
Okay. Here we will not get to see it getting picked because it did get banned out. The other heroes, PA, yeah, makes sense. Darkseer, I think, is one of the strongest offlane heroes in this patch. Maybe even the strongest offlane hero. As you mentioned, TVs and such are all very heavily picked heroes. So then getting those fat illusions, even Dusa has made a return. Offlane Dusa even comes into play quite a lot of these games, and you really don't want those illusion heroes getting countered so heavily.
I think right before we cast, there was also like a carry Dusa that just stomped the game as well. So it feels like that hero is very scary. And initially when I thought the Darkseer was being banned like literally first phase every game, I was like, maybe because Helm of the Dominator is good again, some Darkseers are going for that. But yeah, I have not seen a single game with Helm of the Dominator Darkseer, which makes me sad. I really like the in the past when you could do that, but I guess there's just better items. Halberd is pretty good to rush early.
Yeah, Halbert, auras, just tons of auras, and then late game you get Ags because that's fun with the good old normal punch. We do get to see a couple of interesting man. Slardar, obviously signs are from last year. Slardar, though, that normally means that you're planning to go for something like a Sven safe lane already.
Yeah, one some of those melee heroes that just cannot stand their ground. Curious to see if I don't think you first phase that hero, but it's an interesting first phase ban that you don't see that often. Especially because Navi and Raboyage, I guess they played one Slaughter game, but they are leaving the Sand King open, so they would rather give Sand King here than Slaughter, which Raboyage has literally first phase every time. So I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do here: ban something that's good against it, pick the Sand King.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time. Your TB is still available. I would probably also consider the Ringmaster, as it has brought too much value. It's also a really good hero against illusion-based heroes. These, thanks to the Shard.
Yeah, they are using a lot of their reserve time here too.
NTA was the last ban. Okay, NP. I think it got
Oh.
banned first phase in both
This year's
games yesterday.
Always first phase ban. I did not cast a single game of NP this patch yet because it's just pretty OP.
I've casted a couple of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's obviously very strong with the global TP, and if you ever get to the point of level 25, that Treant can 3-shot a freaking range rack, so it's a little bit overtuned, I might add.
I mean, the thing is that they addressed the Treant a fair amount, but this guy's fucking universal now. Like, he's insane. The scaling on NP is just bizarre. I feel like they're gonna reverse that change. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, so Mag, pretty good response to NP in general. Breaks the trees. There's no level 2 talent anymore. That is one big nerf that the hero did receive. So I like that, and that's probably gonna be the offlane pick. Boom did play a fair amount of Mag, and they have not flexed this to carry yet on Uragi.
Yeah, it is still a hero that, of course, can go all 3 roles, which makes it very nice. And you have the 2 different facets that both the shockwave facet's also pretty nice, but obviously I think even off lane Magnus still prefer to go for the cleave facet most of the time.
Yeah, especially if the weaker camps now close to the offlane, you can just farm them. You don't take that much damage compared to ancients, as they will remove the Monkey King
And Shakiro.
Yeah, both of which are very good against NP. So this is giving core NP vibes, probably carry. but mid could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, Warlock is still available though. I think that's always going to be an important one to catch up because one, it's either a really good combo against Magnus RP, or two, it's a really good counter to Magnus RP, where they RP your team and then you drop the golem and then it's completely all over the place as you cannot get the skewer going.
Yeah.
I think that's always a valuable pickup. It's also good against NB so that you have at least a BKB piercing TP interrupt.
Yeah, a lot of the really strong supports are banned here, and both sides have not picked any of them. So we might get to see some different ones. Ringmaster is the big one that's still left, so I'm assuming that's... Oh, no, they got Tiny.
Okay. Ari does like playing at pulse 4, but I would still expect it to be a mid for the time being.
Yeah, they only played it mid so far in the tournament. But yeah, and Ari played some pretty weird supports. He played Spirit Breaker 4, which is not something we get to see a lot. And I think that was without a Dark Seer as well, which is usually when we get to see Spirit Breaker a bit more.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker. It's another BKB piercing interrupt that's could be pretty handy, especially against a Nate's Prophet.
Yeah.
A Tusk. Okay. I mean, Tusk is obviously great against Tiny, doesn't do the most against Magnus, but AA is in this patch good in every game because there's just too much regen.
It's a good save against RP, right? You can blink snowball someone to prevent the skewer. AA Tusk is a good combo because of the shards and code feed, so it's a nice combo. I think it's overall active. You have a lot of global with teleportation and AA blast as well. So to me, like, this is an easy Spirit Breaker plus, I don't know, Warlock. Yeah, I think Spirit Breaker Warlock looks fine.
Yeah, or Spirit Breaker plus, but Crystal Maiden. At least it's a counter to the NP Treant, which could be helpful. That's about it. That's kind of what Crystal Maiden does.
It's very strong in lane, so there's a possibility it's going to be like a tiny CM lane. You can frostbite into toss, make sure you kill some weak heroes. But we're not sure yet. As I said, Tiny did play in the mid lane mostly for Navi.
Oh, there's the Kato, the one that we were talking about. Then the question is, it's probably Ari Pulse 4, I would assume.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
it could also still be played in that mid position. If you get a very active, fast game with like a fast Dagon, you can blow up these Rabujaki heroes pretty easily. Even the NP.
Sanctity plays a lot of weird heroes, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing Kato as well. Not that Kato mid is weird, but it's definitely not, you know, a spirit hero or a quap. Definitely on the more niche type of hero. They have some squishies here on both supports, we're assuming. So, you know, something like a Puck, something that like a Storm can definitely annoy them. Oh, okay.
Okay, Tide. That most likely will be an Ursa ban out. Yep. Monkey's also banned out. Slark would be a. I mean, Slark has the big downside of playing against AA, which is very scary, but also doesn't care about NP or Tusk, for that matter. So that should hopefully for them be another ban out.
By the way, Ragi played a carry Doom then, so.
Carry what?
Doom.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people do that, and it just, like, I guess Yuragi in this case won, but I've casted, I think, 4 or 5, and they all lost.
Okay. Was it against, like, a Morphling or something?
No.
Okay.
It was just, it just, like, it did nothing. It was useless, all those games. It stopped net worth, and then fight starts, and he's, like, with the biggest backswing ever, and they get Echo Saber or some reason,
Oh my
and then
gosh.
they're still full HP.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So Navi, you want something that can set up for the A blast and can set up for the NP teleport. So Storm, I mean, Puck to me sounds good, but they have overall less pick, and they have a Tiny, so picking Puck here is not great for Raboyage. Gonna have to go outside of the box a little bit to find a good hero.
They could also on Navi just go for the Magnus safe lane still. Magnus safe lane with Crystal Maiden. You just skewer Tide underneath the tower and he dies. For the mat, you don't even care that much in the lane either because you can just skewer if the Ice Shards gets thrown out by the Tusk.
True. Oh, they banned the puck. Interesting. Okay, I mean, I like it. I think that's the hero they needed. You need a setup for the AA Blast. You need something that goes in for. You don't want this Tide Hunter to be the initiator. So I like it.
Yeah, it makes the most sense, especially with an NP on your side with the global TP. You're going to need to have a very fast hero to start those initiations. And as you mentioned, Blink Ravage behind it, Walrus Punch, Ice Blast coming up on top. Very scary to deal with for Navi as they can quickly get ganked. But they still have to show their own hand on what they're going to go for. Because they can really go any way. Magnus can still play all three lanes. Kato can play support or core. Tiny can play technically all three lanes as well. I have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to play mid Kato just because Storm shits on you. But the other two can definitely flex. So there you go. It's off lane mag with mid Tiny.
Probably.
Yeah, I like it, right? You get to lower the meta cooldown, which is nice. Tiny with lower cooldown is also super strong. Just the recall. Oh, this is not a recall Kato. I thought that they would like to play fast with the Tiny and the Mag, but it's just going to be Solar Bind, which is pretty good against NP, I guess.
I mean, does he really walk? No, recall seems to be a better choice because it doesn't do anything against Storm. Tide just dispels it. The supports don't really care, and NP TP's out. So recall, especially against the global TPs and such, is a better value tool. You've got TB on Navi, who doesn't care about the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, as you can just always sunder. I'm liking the choices here of Navi.
I'll be honest, I was incredibly impressed by OG. I know that they got they got knocked out pretty hard, but the one game they played with Kato, like the amount of work this hero can do is crazy. Because like you can fight as 4, and these heroes that usually the only limiting factor for them is mana, that gets solved by the Kato. But if you win a fight, you recall the TB and you get towers that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And you're just like pumping Chakra Magic on the Metamorphosis. Like this is a really strong combo. And, I already had Navi as my favorites, and I think their draft looks top-notch.
Yeah, I would assume it's going to be more favored towards them. It is one of those heroes, right, Coddle, with the recall facet, where it works so much better in pro matches than it does in pubs. It's just, in pubs, it's same with IO. It's really hard to make that work. And then in pro matches, if you have communication going on the entire time, it is one of the strongest tools in the game.
Exactly. But it also goes down to execution a lot. Like this is a super high level support that can look like trash if you don't play well. There's a lot of catch for him too. So the Storm, the NP, even the Tusk to some degree can go after you. So Ari has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, this is very much a 4-staff kind of game on the Coddle, and just tools to keep your allies alive for the most part. I think that should be in the back of his mind. Try and kite out the Storm Spirit, probably even Glimmer with the 4-staff to force them to go for the Invis detection tools. And then while they're focusing to, because that's what Storm is going to be doing. He doesn't really care much about Crystal, but really needs to kill off Coddle in the team fight. And if you do that, focus completely on the Coddle, you're going to get Avatos. You're going to get RP caught by the Magnus. And that's kind of the biggest threat that they add in these team fights.
Yeah, that's why Vision is going to be so important. Like if you see the Coddle separated from the Tiny, that's when you can really just try and punish that hero a lot. Like, sure, the Magnus can punish a lot, and try and punish too, but, RP is dodgeable when it's just such a longer cooldown. But lane-wise, I do expect the safe lane of Navi to be very scary. As you said, the Frostbite. Oh, wait. So they are playing the CM bottom. I guess that's the better lane combination, but it is way less scary than it could have been.
Yeah, it should be just fine. Top side, you're gonna have a Coddle plus Magnus. He's just in the first couple of levels gonna have Shockwave anyway, so Ari will give him the mana for it, and then you constantly have spam throughs. And mid, just like last game, you know, it can go wrong, it can go great. It really does depend.
Yeah, I think Ari might stack a lot this game, right? Kato is very good at that. High move speed, high cast range spells. Some stacks for Boom would be pretty good. And he did go for that internal empowerment you talked about, which means... Oh, first blood.
Okay, very strange position where he gets first blooded.
Yeah, I guess the Tusk was drawing creeps and the Tidehunter was a little bit overly
This is not even with
aggressive
meta.
position.
This is Crystal Nova plus Reflection. That got him killed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Shouldn't happen.
And Astakor already forced the TP top lane as well. Very low HP on the AA. Was caught out of position. As Snuff is having a good time, but Yuragi 4 denies already as well. Now he is popping the Metamorphosis, going for the Tide. Blubber, he is very slow on the Tide. We'll be able to walk it off to safety.
Radiant's courier
Yeah,
has been
should be okay. Tusk does get a... I'm sorry, Ari gets a Sentry and the Tusk gets a Courier.
And then towards mid, Sanctity is struggling a little bit, does have a double stack creep wave, so hopefully for him he'll be able to recoup a bit. As
Yeah, the
Beret-
tech speed slow from Storm is pretty annoying. Like, you can miss some CS if the Storm knows what he's doing, which I'm sure Mirel does.
Yeah, probably seems to be pretty adamant on his Storm Spirit mid. And even, he doesn't have Electric Vortex, but that's another way to just interrupt, if need be.
Yeah.
We're just absolutely getting bullied in that bottom lane.
Yeah, like this, just like in the other game, right? And Terrorblade, I guess the Crystal Maiden, to some degree, should be annoying. I think in the past, when, you know, you had... when Kraken... Because, like, the way Kraken works now is just different. I guess, you know, the way Blubber works. You could get, like, 2 points of your passive, and it would be pretty hard to kill you. But now Blubber is just fixed, and it isn't as good as it was in the past. Even though now you don't need a skill point for it.
Yeah, true.
It is good in its own sense.
I mean, he still has 2 points in Kraken Shell. That kind of shows exactly how
Yeah.
rough that lane is against the TBCM.
Very true. Yeah, because now it feels even worse to get the spell, right? Because you're not increasing your dispel threshold, even if you're getting the damage block. It's weird. It's
Yeah, regardless, you're gonna still only have every 450 HP. And well, the plus side is Tide has a very big health pool with Bracer and Magic Bond. He does get about 2 dispels before he would die.
Stupendous.
Storm bottle refill. He finds it a little bit too scary in that mid lane against the Tiny, which makes sense because Tiny is getting more points in toss with level 5 Tiny, and any rotation from these supports coming in, the Storm dies pre level 6.
You're pressuring Snowy a lot as well. Just that shockwave spam. It's interesting that the Magnus did get internal empowerment, but it is maxing shockwave just because of the Kato. So it's an interesting approach because you would expect the other facet if that's your...
He actually skewers him out of the Illuminate blast range, but yeah, exactly. Boom can just constantly keep spamming away with the shockwave and harass. The more, the merrier. And there's Ari making some stacks happen, which can be cleared up with the Magnus once he levels the Empower. Or honestly, Tiny TB are also very good heroes to clear it.
Yeah. I like that said though, Spirit is recovering now. He did die, but it's doing fairly well. Bottom, Ari gets found.
Yeah, Ari dropping low. Skewer attempt by Boom. Has another shockwave available. Drags him right back in. Snuff dropping low. Kari is here. The freeze comes out. The neutral creep kills off the NP. as Corey won't be able to catch up to Denton and is very likely going to get taken down by As the Core in response. Snowball chase, Corey dead, and a very big fight in the top lane because they didn't even lose the NP.
Still super lucky that he gets denied, but still an AV win nonetheless.
Yep. And MP can always just TP back to lane as he does. Because he'll have even if they kill him a second time, he'll have teleportation available.
Well,
Radiant's bottom
so
tower
time for the
is under
runes.
attack.
It is a region here that Sanctity denies from the storm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Classic Tide. Pulled the creep wave just like an axe should do. He's going Mage Slayer as his first item. It's, I mean, always a good item, I guess.
It's better than the pipe, not gonna lie. At least it's cheaper, and it does give him sustain with the cornucopia, as he is being collapsed here. 3 heroes.
Yeah, he's very likely dead. They still have the toss available, and he wants to make sure he hits the real Tide. Lifted up in the sky, drops the Ravage, and is still trying to run away. Tree Toss is gonna die, and well, a big cooldown was used.
Oh. Yeah, well, I guess he did force a lot of TPs, but then using the Ravage seems like a waste a little bit, but anyways.
Are you making more stacks happen? And wants to get everyone farmed up this game, as he is constantly refilling that Tiny mana in mid, which is normally Tiny's biggest problem.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has
And they
been
actually
denied.
get the tower, even though it's a deny from us, the core. But map control wise, I mean, this Stein is looking insane. Like, getting a tower from a storm like that, Morel has been jungling for a long time. And now Sanctity gets to farm those Ari stacks as well with the Chakra Magic.
Yeah, so he'll get a faster Blink Dagger, which is always the important thing for Tiny. His Blink Dagger timing can win new games if you manage to get those quick kills, because these supports are not going to be that. Hell, even the Storm Spirit and NP are very squishy for quite some time.
Yeah, for sure. If you have like any follow-up from the Tiny, like if you just have the Crystal Maiden nearby and you toss the Storm back to her, like you 100% get the Storm, because the Frostbite's gonna hurt. Oh, Storm.
Ooh, nice little steal there. Arcane Room bottled up. Gets out just in time. Is more than a full level behind of Sanctity at this stage.
Yeah, and I guess they do have a couple of stacks here, as the core did make Morel a little bit of a stack. But, I mean, net worth-wise, already 600 gold behind the Tiny. And, like, Tiny doesn't farm fast. So it's all in the stacks and the tower that they were able to get.
Sanctity was so focused on the Tide, didn't realize that he just walked past the Tusk, but now he does find the Tide. Toss back play onto the Tide Hunter. Doesn't have Ravage for another 20 seconds. Cannot go for any TP plays as they have another toss available. Lifted up in the sky. NP ulti gets used, but they lose the Tide once again.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's not great.
It is very much not great, luckily enough. The rest is keeping up very well in pace, and Spirit on that Tide is not even that far behind. There's going to be a zip coming in. Ice Blast connects onto Sanctity. He went a bit too deep without any backup this time around. Tides can TP in, has the Ravage, feels very confident.
That's a very early A blast, right? I guess maybe he wasn't aware of the level 6 on AA, but impressive that as the core is this high level.
TP got cancelled
Spirit.
by AA. Ravage is thrown. Spirit dropping very low. Ari's going to be the target here. Does he stay alive? Freeze not going to be able to get Costin in time.
Okay.
And they lose the crystal.
End of the metamorphosis, so Yuragi couldn't really help the Crystal Maiden there.
Are scanning.
Time for the runes, and it is a haste rune.
And this time it is going to be for Ari, level 5, so 3 points in the Chakra Magic. Constantly keep that cooldown on Avatos as low as possible.
Boom now starting to recover in farm. He has 3 points of empower. He started with the 2 shockwaves, but now he doesn't really need to focus about that any longer.
And also,
Yeah.
obviously, in a game like this, empowering the TB, empowering the Tiny, who is going for the Echo Saber, so probably the right-click build Tiny. Adding Empower to that Tiny is ridiculous amounts of damage.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even the tiny, right?
What?
So, wait, what? Didn't you say adding power to the Terror Blades a lot of damage?
No, the Tiny.
Oh, okay.
I was like, and even the Tiny, right? I was like, yes. Very much so. Indeed, you are correct.
My bad, my bad. Anyway, speaking of the Tiny, he did finish his Blink Dagger, so this could be prime time for a Smokeroo move, but the sports are not nearby. They have other plans here just covering for Boom top side.
Yeah, clear out the tier 1 tower top. So far, that would be 2 towers already secured. That is also a very important thing against the MP. You need to cut up his map as much as possible, because that forces him to go to your jungle to farm up. And that's where he is the most viable to get ganked. Oh, they recalled bottom. The Tiny is there. Toss up into the creeps. Pushback attempt. Ari doesn't reach. They recalls the Crystal Maiden as well, but they won't be able to get anything more than just a relocation of their players.
Yeah, I guess that's why the Tiny is not playing with them. They're just relying on the relocate to get those plays going. Speaking of which, the Storm still in recovery mode, but a little bit closer now to the Tiny. Should be finishing his Kaya. Couple of minutes, but very quiet game here from Rel.
I mean, from both sides, Boom has his Blink Dagger done, Sancti has his Blink Dagger, so they really want to take fights, but they're not getting anything gifted to them. The only one that they encounter is the Tide, and he's got the Mage Slayer now done, so he's not even, he's a very hard hero to kill at this stage.
Yeah, the only hero that's showing is the Tide, and now that he has the Mage Layer done, he's definitely not an easy kill. But they're gonna go for Core instead.
Have a toss onto 2, Corey with the freeze onto the A, there's a Ravage available. Can you get the cast off? Ice Blast is flying out to at least clip someone. It doesn't connect on anyone. Astakor is dead. NP with the ulti, but Spirits, there's nothing he can realistically do, as he is going to get taken down. So double kill coming out from Navi. And of course, in 40 seconds, the Shrines of Wisdom will be up. So that's going to be maybe a good job for Navi if they can pick it up.
Yeah, they still have Ravage, so I wonder if this Tidehunter is just going to try and straight up TP to the tier 2 and protect the Wisdom. But instead, looks like only Kaori is going to try for it. They're not sending the whole team.
They also have to be careful that it doesn't get stolen by the MP, as he does have level 3 teleportation, so he can just scoop in, grab it, and then quickly back out.
True.
It is very scary, though, because you're going to have to kind of instantly TP out. They have vision with the Watcher.
And Kaori.
So Kaori is very much in trouble. Boom,
RP on
onto 2, drags him back. There is a Crystal Maiden
look at
ulti
that.
going up. The Ravage doesn't get thrown out. They get 1 kill. Make that 2 with Boom getting blown up. In response, Spirit taken out. And Mireille going for that Shrine of Wisdom. So honestly, not that bad if they keep Astakor alive, which is not going to be the case. But NPTP steals the Shrine. They get both of them on the side of Rabojagi and 2 for 3 trade.
I mean, it's nice, but they might lose this tier 2. There is no Ravage available, and teleports on cooldown for 19 seconds. So protecting this tier 2 is not going to be easy. They even have to glyph for it.
The fortification comes through, but TV is going to back off with the rest of his team bailing out.
Blink getting ready, though, for Denton. He's having a better game than I anticipated. Already, I mean, this is going to be like a 16-minute Blink Dagger for him, and then having that snowball save could definitely change some of these fights.
They are going to go for the Torment to pick up, and that's going to be a nice shard if it goes to Crystal. If it goes to Coddle, he gets, I guess the Illuminate deal is nicer, but the double
nice.
double recall is like, sure.
it's pretty good. Like,
is
it's
pretty
a
good.
very decent shard.
But yeah, I don't know. It feels.
I mean, I can think of like 5 heroes that have worse shards.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like if you have Jakiro in your team and he gets the shard, you
Yeah.
always get sad.
Muerta. Or
Martha's
like...
shard is pretty good.
Yeah,
spell,
come on.
Infinitely
It's-
scaling,
When
first of
you
all.
OT.
Yeah, a Kaori, Crystal Maiden gonna get taken down. And Avatar.
Oh, look at that
By
Avatar.
Sanctity, Mireille, Dead Spirit going for the TP attempt, but there is the cooldown reduction for the second toss. Yuragi double kill, and that's probably gonna give them Roshan.
Dude, this Kato hero is so broken. Like, when you actually get a team that knows how to play it, it is like heroes like Tiny just they seem completely overtuned when you have Kato.
Well, he does summon. Oh. Okay, never mind. The shutdown recall is amazing. I didn't even know that you could teleport yourself to someone else.
Yeah, you can, and you get move speed bonus.
Ah. Fun. Chakra magic and the increased movement speed buff are applied to both Coddle and the teleport. What? I need to play Coddle. I've played Coddle. I like Coddle. I just only played with Solarbind sucks.
Yeah, the thing is, when you... I mean, it's good on core Kato, but when you play this type of Kato in your pubs, what's gonna happen is someone's gonna tilt that you're teleporting them, and they're gonna prevent you from casting stuff on them, and then you feel
I'll
so
just
sad.
only teleport on them.
Oh, that is true. I don't think I can stop that.
So I'll just be there, give them chakra magic, movement speed buff, push anyone else who's ganking them or something, and then like
True.
pretty pog.
Pretty pog indeed, as they kill the storm again. Morale was kinda, recovering. Now he's the lowest farm on the entire core list.
I mean, you don't even need bots anymore. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
they might find us the core here. He's in a pretty... Oh, they're gonna find Ari.
Is in a lot. Ooh. They have Ravage, but he doesn't have Blink. He's getting it delivered right now. But Ari just walks away in time.
Yeah, there was a ward on the left side, but he ran to the correct side, fortunately.
So essentially, with recall, you can instantly drop 22 seconds off of a spell from someone. I think. Wait, no, my calculations are wrong. 18 seconds of a cooldown of a spell.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Oh yeah, baby.
Dire
Wow.
are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under
The
attack.
targeted friendly hero takes play-based damage during this time ability when cast.
I mean, you gotta be ulted, but yeah, like during a team fight, this is...
Can you use it on ally? Can you teleport two allies, but if they take damage, it doesn't work?
No.
or-
Yeah, you cannot teleport to someone taking damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they just need to get their juke boots on.
Yeah, like the reason it's good is not because you save people, but it's like you kill someone, and then you teleport to that person, and now they have like their combo again, and you kill someone else, and it's just like you chain kills, and like nowhere is safe.
Especially with the tiny on your team.
Yeah.
Avatos.
He's very close to a BKB already, as they're chasing for us the core. But there is a ward that will...
Yeah, and the courier's flying in the tower, so they kind of know what's coming.
Something is wrong.
Yeah. Oh, boom. Top
No,
side.
it is pretty farm.
Denton gets the jump away. Oh, what the? Okay, boom just flew all over the place. Zippin coming out from the storm. Denton is
Care about
clipped up.
RP.
Ice Blast is going to connect onto both, and Boom is dead as they get the TP away. So a big turnaround here for Rabodyagi, and that net worth advantage is close to dead even because this NP has been getting fairly large.
Yeah, but they did get another tier 2, so it is one tier 2 left here for Raboyage against only 2 tier 1s that on Navi. But yeah, gold lead wise, they are looking good as Sanctity wants some fish. Watermelon, I guess. Is the... Oh, where's the Cotto? Cotto should be coming.
Yeah, Ari's just continuously farming. Doesn't have the.
He doesn't have OT.
He doesn't have spirit form. Denton is still chilling on the high ground, playing ward gaming.
I guess he's waiting for the wisdom,
Radiant's
probably.
middle tower is
Yeah,
under
that seems to be the case. Ragi's got Shard, Manta, Hurricane Pike. It's another thing as well with the Empower buff and Demon Zeal on TB. Even if you don't have meta, you still can do a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 in Wisdoms here. Denton very smartly was able to get that. He's getting a lot of farm. He's already halfway towards the BKB.
Well, they do manage to take out the last outer tower on the side of Navi. As Sanctity just randomly gets hit by a... Yeah, that's the worst thing about playing with an NP on your team, is that it gives away all the wards.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad sometimes. But Snowy did finish both Pike and Mjolnir. We'll have a BKB in a couple of minutes. That's probably the timing that we're going to see Raboya actually playing aggressively. That with the Storm BKB on top of it.
As 4K net worth advantage is all it's at the moment. But Sanctity is going for that big item next. The Revenant's Brooch will be a ton of damage added into these team fights.
Mm-hmm.
Only BKBs can save you at that stage from it.
So, pretty slow portion of the game here. You had a couple of team fights, but looks like we're back to chilling.
Ari joining his TB.
Oh, they're looking for Spirit, but they find Denton instead.
Yeah. He doesn't get the chase going. Sanctity doesn't reach. It's too far away. They lost Kaori in the meantime. Denton has a blink in a second. Avalanche.
Gets cancelled.
Dire's middle
But
tower is
Snowball
under attack.
gets the blink
Ooh.
back. And seems Denton is going to be able to be just fine.
All right, so it's gonna be okay.
Yuragi's got Orchid flying in. Storm is closing in on that BKB, which will be a very big necessity.
Yeah, I mean, morale, despite some of those deaths, still, getting a couple of pickups here and there, getting his farm. The Tide going for Shirvas is pretty interesting, because I guess the healing of the Cotto is annoying, but
Yeah, it's also just the slow
bit
and
slow.
vision.
yeah.
Same reason why normally NPs buy their shard as well. In this case, Snowy doesn't have it just yet.
Yeah. Picking up that NP, this BKB is very, very close.
Now he's got the 4-staff glimmer. He's everywhere on that coddle. My god, that's strong. Placing a very deep ward. Observer spots out Mireille. On the side though, Denton Tusk is going to get caught out. And already used his snowball, so they will find the Tusk.
All right. Kaori picks it up. Very nice.
Torment is going
Tormentor
to be up
is
soon as well.
Yeah. You could also Roche probably, like in after the Tormentor spawns, because it's going to be pretty much at the same time.
They do also have Magnus Horn Toss available now, so
Oh wow,
got the
so
axe
much farm.
finished.
Oh, Miro gets found.
That's a big one if they can secure it, but not enough cooldown reduction for the Tiny to go for round number 2. And Storm is about 400 gold away from his BKB, and P's got his BKB done. And Tide is definitely not going to go for BKB because it's a Tide, but Chivas isn't too far off. Ari TP's in, summons with him the Magnus. They're looking for the Tide, but the Tide's going to back off. So instead, they're heading towards that Tormentor. Get the second shard of the game, which Magnus would have a nice shard, I guess. Yeah,
decent.
Magnus or CM. Tiny would love his free shard, but he's not getting it. Oh, they're going to throw out an Ice Blast, but it comes in a bit too early. Actually, taking the gateway is Ari on the other side. Looking for Denton. Tusk gets dragged back. Snowball, does he have a blink? It's going to be on cooldown regardless. And the Tusk is dead.
Poor guy.
They know they're bottom, but still got caught out because he did not expect the TP through the gateway.
Yeah, and now they get the shard as well. So full control here. Rabayage, like they have been very passive this game, not really able to. Like they got a couple of kills, but as a team, like there was not a single ravage where DNP was like close. Snowy, is still farming despite the fact he finished BKB a while ago.
And TB on the other side is looking fairly problematic to deal with. TB is getting his own BKB delivered. And then they do have a couple of tools against it, obviously the Ice Blast and the Walrus Punch. But for the most part, he should be able to walk freely through a team fight.
Yeah, he can get the Sunder, right? Doesn't care about AA Blast, so as long as he pops the BKB, should be able to survive the AA Blast.
Sanity's going Silver Edge, so to get a break against the Tide's Blubber, and then one-shot him.
Oh, cool. Nice. Especially when you have this Caudle just teleporting with you. You want to be invisible so you don't take any damage. Gonna go for the Smokeroo.
And the Roche is up. The second Roche, that's the Banner Roche. The high ground pushes potentially. All three lanes are very decently pushed out so far. So this is the best position you can be in.
Boom
if
is
you're
looking for
Navi.
that blind Horn Toss.
High ground ward. Tide showing himself.
Oh.
Very much missed. That was not even close.
Yeah, a little bit too far. But I mean, they know they're on the base, so technically they could force Roche if they want to, but Rabayage, they're gonna instantly smoke as well just to get some vision in the map. They are pretty much blind. They have no vision whatsoever, and it is nighttime, so very scary.
Now currently, Boom is lurking about Roche. They know they're in the pit. Obviously, Ice
They're
Blast
baiting the
is
Roche.
really good.
Yeah,
for
they're
that.
bringing the AA Blast.
Yeah, it flies all the way past. And now they won't have an AA Blast for another 40 seconds. So they immediately bail out on a potential fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a free Aegis. And in return, they might do quite a lot of damage bottom on towards the tier 2 tower. Oh, but Ari is sneaking through.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's right on their heels. And there's the recalls coming in.
Has fallen to the Radiant.
On the other side, they're all up in the area, but they have high ground vision there. So they know they're coming. Yeah,
Okay, so
slow push
Fair.
to the high ground, I guess. But they need to rectify these side lanes.
yeah, they do. That's why they have the Caudle, so we can easily deal with that. TP to other people. Or they can bring people as the Caudle is doing that.
Nice. All over the
Dire's
place.
middle tower is
And yeah, now he's going to be able to join in for that high ground push. Fortification used. They have the banner. Don't even throw it down yet.
Yeah, already forcing the glyph. This is huge.
Yeah, but the creep wave's got. So
Oh, true. Storm
Yeah.
did cut it.
they really should have just dropped that banner.
Yeah, I guess they didn't instantly recognize what the Storm was gonna do. But yeah, they
Or
buy some time
NP.
here.
Like that's the thing. You're playing against Storm and NP. They can very easily cut the creep waves at any
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, but the NP has to spend something for it, right? Like Storm, definitely.
Yeah, He
He has
drops
to-
a nature's a treant there with the Mjolnir on it, and he just goes away. Iragi level 20 now. For the conjure image. Talents instead of the all stats. Oh, jump in. They do manage to get a catch onto Magnus. Ice Blast flies out and they lose Boom. Buys back immediately. NP, Coddle has that TP back into the fray. RP gets used. They find one kill. Look for Spirit, who's going to go for the TP attempt, but the Horn Toss will interrupt it. And with the Metamorphosis usage coming in, that should be at least a set of racks.
It's such a bad move. Like, you know they have a tier 1 tower. You know that they have all of their spells. And you fight like that, like instead of fighting in your base. Like,
I mean,
this is
even
at least...
Oh, drive back. Doesn't even survive.
I think this is GG. Like,
Yeah.
they can go throne.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
The only advantage is Tiny doesn't have a shard. Otherwise, it would break so much faster.
Dire's structures
Yeah,
have fallen.
that was... And now they don't have Ravage, so like if that play goes wrong, which is what we're seeing here, you're gonna lose so much real estate. Like, there's still 2 minutes on these ages. Oh,
Buyback
God.
AA. He's got the Ice Blast. Sip in. Drag back Ice Blast is gonna connect Walrus Punch onto the Coddle, which would be a pretty decent kill. They do manage to take down the Aegis for the first life. Mikado is gonna be just fine running the opposite direction. Sanctity, the Ice Shatter has ended. TP out from Yuragi, gets the TP to safety. Sanctity is not going to be so lucky, so they managed to stay alive for the time being, even find a third one onto Boom, which is a dieback, by the way.
Under attack.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, that was close, right? They almost lost 2 lanes of barracks, but they do defend the melee ones, and they force dieback on Navi. Not too bad.
I know it's actually a very solid defense going in. They caught them all a little bit too close to each other. One scary prospect, though, is there is a Coddle Scythe of Vice now done. So that's a pretty lengthy stun that he could throw out on a Storm that sips in too aggressively.
Yeah, that cast range bonus is very scary. Gotta be... But I mean, at the end of the day, they only got a tier 1 tower out of that move. Like, even if the gold lead looks decent, like the game state's already... Like, Navi can... If the Navi wins another fight, this could very well be the end of it. So, Rawayag, they're gonna have to play... They cannot make mistakes like that.
You are getting close to level 25 NP, which is going to be important. I assume he's still going to go for the Treant HP slash damage, as most NPs do, instead of the
Yeah.
TP cooldown reduction. And then you've got to deal with backdoor. A lot of backdoor plays.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
that's
Definitely scary.
normally when you see a Crystal Maiden go for a Dagon.
Yeah,
Radiant's
that wouldn't be
bottom
bad.
tower has fallen.
Does have 1,000 gold, so not that far away from it.
Or Coddle for Dagon. Coddle obviously loves Dagon. But all the
It's
cool
very
kids
good on
get.
Coddle.
Used to be, it's better with the other facet, obviously, but
Yeah.
Recall is just too big value. And they're just pushing out that bottom wave very aggressively, which is rather scary with how Coddle can be anywhere. Oh, he actually summons Boom and Sanctity towards mid. They're going for the last set of racks.
Yeah. They do have Metamorphosis. They pretty much just won Raboya. Like, the way to deal with the split push in side lanes is just force them in the back, the base first. But if you show up as 5, you will have to address that. There's no way. There's an AC on this Tiny. Like, the abilities are gonna melt.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the NP is trying to use his greater treant to defend, but it does nothing against EV illusions.
Yeah, but they do force everyone back to the base, so that's one of the wanted in the first place. They're back to controlling the whole map.
And Boom can easily be summoned with while he defends his side.
Yeah. It's just so powerful, like what this Scotto can do. It's crazy. And now he has the -3-second Chakra Magic cooldown, so it's... What he does with Spirit Form is even stronger.
Let's see, what are the other talents on him? Spirit form, movement speed bonus. Wow, that sounds meh. Chakra magic mana, I guess.
Yeah. What about the Chakra Magic Strong Dispels?
That one's pretty cool, especially with the recall and stuff.
Yep.
I mean, I guess not because you can't TP on them when they're damaged.
Mm-hmm.
But Chakra Magic regardless. It's on such a short cooldown, 9 seconds.
There's a Silver Edge on Uragi now, so even the Tidehunter has to be a bit careful.
Sancti wanting to hit building. Spirit jumps in on towards the Tiny. There's going to be the Charles.
Oh, the skewer on the Tidehunter.
He is dead.
No buyback.
Onto one connection. Sancti is going to get taken down. No buyback, as you mentioned. Denton gets a double kill. Boom's going to be a third one dead. They're on the run. Rabo Jagi looking way stronger in that fight. They kill off the Tide before he gets the Ravage going, but everyone else gets just absolutely annihilated by this Storm Zip in combination with the NP right clicks.
How did the Tusk get that triple kill?
Skills.
He doesn't even have a shard. Like, that's just... Alright, that's kind of crazy that he gets triple kill there.
6.3 KA damage dealt by NP in that fight.
Yeah, that's a lot. And, like, Tusk actually dealt probably, one of the least amount of damage, but still got all the kills.
And that net worth advantage is now completely gone.
Yeah, I think the big problem in that fight is that as they kill the Tidehunter, that's set up for such a good Ice Blast, and they don't really have a pipe. So this Terrorblade actually has to BKB 4 steps away, so he can't really rejoin. And that's like the scary part of going for this Tide. Like you need to make sure there's no follow-up, or else you're just clumping up for a huge AA Blast. And that's the Storm without eggs, right? Eventually, when he gets that item, it's even scarier.
Yeah, NP's also got his level 25 now, so he summons a 4k HP Treant that does about 300 damage to buildings with every auto attack.
I mean, more than the damage is all about the resolution. Like 4K is really the one of the top notch. And it's pretty much the standard here for resolution nowadays.
Ready for a catch in mid. There seems to be a fight. Roche is up. That's Roche number 3 with the Refresher, Cheese, Banner, and Aegis.
Gem on Denton now, so he did steal that from... Oh, that was actually from Asdecor, and that was being held by Boom, but it is back to them.
Look at the Tidehunter's build as well. He's got Mage Slayer, Ghost Scepter, Aeon Disc is his next item. Full on defensive mode. That, like, he's forcing the Radiant to get a nullifier at this stage.
I mean, you gotta ignore, right? Because I think literally the plan is I'm a piece of meat that you're gonna have to spend so much time to kill. It's all about ignoring him, finding DAA. Like, honestly, getting 2 heroes hit by A Blast in a game you don't have a pipe can be game losing.
I mean, preferably you'd kill the NP, but that's kind of hard to manage.
He will
choose. He TP's in later.
Exactly. You don't really get to find him unless you're so lucky.
Sancti D does now have the shard and is looking to go for that Silver Edge, as TB already has his done. Ice Blast is flying up top, but it's not going to be able to find any connections.
Okay, just getting some vision. Roche is up here, but only for 30 seconds, so I think you probably want to wait until he goes to the Radiant side.
Oh, Tide went for Anchor Smash affects buildings talent.
Oh.
I mean, he does have the Shark Eater facet, so he does have that really big Anchor Smash range.
All right. That's
so weird, though.
I mean, 220 attack bonus damage is pretty nice.
It is indeed pretty nice. And they are smoked up on Na'Vi, looking for a catch. Again, Tide would be the worst target, but can they find anything? Or if the creeps are close,
I think they should go
break
top.
high
Yeah,
ground.
honestly, I don't think you go for for like killing anyone. Just force them back to the base. If they're back to the base, you can probably Roche anyways, or make it awkward for them to Roche. Yeah. They were looking for Roche pit, but instead Navi, they're all on the top side. Oh, they're gonna
Astakor.
pincer them.
Hey,
Oh,
hey.
wait, what? What?
They didn't see him?
Didn't the smoke break there?
Yeah, but
I guess it was wearing off at the maybe.
At the same time, Ravage gets thrown out on towards the TB. Can't even get any guys up. TB is shattered by Astakor.
What the?
And Ari with the glimmer trying to stay alive. TP in the trees. Is he gonna get blown up? Very, very much so. Dies quickly. Yuragi doesn't have a buyback because he fully bought out the Daedalus. And now
Sanctity
Sanctity
gets
is gonna get
found.
caught topside. Has a BKB TP, but there is a Tusk nearby in case
Dire's
it's
top
needed.
tower is under
However,
attack.
that was, I mean, that's going to open up Roche for Rabojagi and put them in a favorable position this game.
Dude. Now I know how OG felt. That's kind of crazy. Like, this game looked... I think the highest win probability was like 70... it was 80-20. And yeah, that's kind of how I felt. It really felt like Navi's game to win. But that one play going to Spirit
Warriors of the
means so much. He now gets a refresher shard, and these fights are going to be extremely hard to take.
It's, yeah, this is getting really rough. You're also still not at the
Radiant's
scariest
middle
Storm when he gets his level 25 plus the Aghanim Scepter and Shard. He still doesn't have Shard. There's so much more damage that can come out of the Storm Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower
Huh.
has fallen.
And Ty's build is, yes, wonky as hell. He's got refresh Shard, so double A on disc in that team fight, next team fight. I will get that Ravage cast no matter what.
Oh, we'll see about that, but it is. I mean, Raboyagi, like the way they were able to posture around the map to not fall for all the peak off that Navi has, and at the same time still like get some decent farm, because 5k gold lead at this stage means pretty much nothing. DNP is even more farmed than the TB.
That's the power of NP. You just have your ulti, and that gives you such a massive boost in net worth the entire time.
He has a freaking moon shard, by the way.
Oh, Sanctity is spotted with the Observe Ward. Denton, jump comes in. Sanctity trying to get away. It gets Walrus Punch, which gives him a chance to TP out of there, and he should be able to get out to safety. Too early on that Walrus Punch.
Yeah, unfortunate. He's going for a Vice, by the way. I'm surprised that Eggs is not his choice here, but I mean the Vice is obviously very good too.
They're waiting at the
Oh.
Twin Gate right now, but it looks like okay, they're all gonna take the Twin Gate.
Radiant are scanning.
They get
There's
the
no
catch.
vision. Radiant scan makes sure that no one's there.
But everyone on the side of Rabojagi immediately build out back to
Then
base.
10's probably dead.
Yeah. The only one. 4 kill streak. It's at least a decent chunk of change.
And a
but
gem. Pretty good.
They turned this into good advantage, though. And yeah, you are right. It is weird not to see the Aghanim Scepter on a Tusk when you have 4.7k gold.
Yeah, and he might be forced to use that buyback now, depending on how much Navi wants to force this. It is a 2-minute Aegis, but I think ideally you force the buyback and you run away.
Yeah,
Can you
TB.
do that though? There is a double Ravage on Spirit.
We did see how fast TB actually did die previously. Walking in, there's the
Oh.
skewer, drag back onto Tide. Ice Blast comes flying out. He is silenced. Zip
Oh
in
my
deep
God.
onto TB.
The TB's
He's
dead.
before he can't even get the BKB cast off. Sanctity is going to be a second one dead. Ari just recalled right on top of him. Needs to quickly bail out as the rest of the team is in trouble. Big Zip coming in deep for the third core. Boom is going to go for the BKB TP out. And what a disaster. Yuragi is a split second to death.
I mean, I guess they did force the Refresher Shard, but they gotta respect that Tidehunter, man. They are being so... I know that's the only hero that they have to fish, But I don't think you even need to do that. Like,
I mean, when that happens, you just go. You see Titan at the bottom, melee rack. You just go top and clear up the tier 3 tower.
like you're giving him a free blink dagger to ravage your entire team, because like that's what happened.
Oh, boom. He doesn't have a BKB. 4 staff, silenced up, dropping low. Does stay alive with the Ghost Scepter. Skewered to the side. Has no TP. And blink to the side. He picks
Boom.
up.
So greedy.
Boom! What's
His
that gonna
greed
do for you?
sickens me. His greed.
Why would you even pick up the
Gluttony. He's just a greedy motherfucker.
And Spirit's pushing the high ground. He's got that anchor smash for
Doesn't
pushing
have
power.
buyback. What? Is this over?
Yeah, they have the Roshan's banner. They still have the H for another 23 seconds. And
they
with
have
that
Biome,
Great
they
Treant, look at the
TNT,
Great
like-
Treant's damage.
Oh my lord. I mean, look at the Tidehunter's damage.
They need to freeze
The
it. Ice
Anchor's
Blast
mash.
comes in pretty deep. Corey stunned up. They're not going to go any deeper. They're not willy-nilly just going to throw away the game, as the winner of this series, of course, goes on towards the grand finals.
Okay, so now you can probably poke here, but you're not gonna get the full barracks. Yeah, I think the play is just to engage.
Ari. Ooh. Gotta be careful. Trying to play greedy. I think he's building Ags? Yep, is building Ags on the Coddle. I think that's a really good choice at this stage in the game. You need as many ways to try and reset it for the TB. Even though I don't think it's going to be enough, he just dies without ever responding on the TB. He has not used a single BKB in time so far.
Yeah, and the thing is that you cannot dispel Ignis Fatuus, right, on Tidehunter. So that is the one disable, if it's not broken, that can, like, you're just not going to be able to, like, you're going to dispel it, but it gets reapplied anyways. So
Yeah. And he does have it done, so. Plus with the cooldown reduction is pretty neat. Escabalca's recall also, I think, gives you
Seeds of fortune.
it gives you a
Oh, they get
chakra
vision
on
of
it.
the
Oh,
Coddle here.
no. Coddle walks too close to the high ground, doesn't realize that that's like
RP
the
on the
worst
Tusk.
spot to stand. Tusk controlled up, taken down. Zip comes in deeper onto Sanctity. He's gonna get the TP,
Oh,
but
he's
not
gone.
in time. Sanctity dies, and Yuragi now, there is a Ravage being thrown. Still has a BKB going on the
Oh, they're
Terror
going for
Blade.
Yuragi.
Can he get himself out of there in the nick of time? The Ice Shards block is nasty. Hurricane Pipe over the wall. Skewer
they
dragged
beat the
back by
storm.
Boom. Mireille is going to get killed off, and that is actually a saving grace that they don't just instantly lose thanks to the kill onto Storm.
I mean, this is a 14k gold lead for Raboyage now, winning the actual Gaben. Like, it's a mix of mistakes, but Raboyage is really like, it's not like, yeah, Na'Vi is the better team making mistakes and Raboyage just getting a free win. Like, they are abusing those mistakes, but they are playing pretty flawless as well. Like, they have not made any mistakes, honestly, and it's just that
yeah, they've been playing really well, and they've put themselves in positions, as you said, where the enemies do make mistakes.
yeah,
Oh, catch on to
as we
Aztecor,
say, they make a mistake, but
and
it's just
that's gem
support.
dropped. But same with Ari, like standing in that position. You know, everything to the left is safe. The only
Yeah.
place where they might have a ward is on the right side, exactly where he's hiding. Like, those are mistakes,
Yeah,
especially when you fully buy out for the axe, you cannot make.
and I mean they also didn't have buyback on the Tiny because he did buy out for this nullifier, which means that they are in a pretty tricky position here. Roche will spawn in a couple of minutes. Oh, Yuragi.
Ari. Yeah, he's gonna. Someone's gonna need to buy a Dagon. Yeah, they have a Dagon on Kaori just to blow up those creeps. Oh, this is big. Denton Tusk taken care of. They did use the RP for it, but the Tusk is 100 seconds dieback And
Okay.
that might just be the opening they need, because the Tusk has been absolutely obnoxious in all these fights.
There's actually a gem in that high ground that no one is aware of.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, okay. They're gonna pick it up.
Metamorphosis use, staying close by. Has a refresh on Terrorblade, so he's got the double BKB at the ready as well.
Oh, Dagon's there. Nicely done.
And Sancti cleans it up quickly with the tree, looking for the last set of racks in the top side of the map.
There is a refresher on the Tidehunter here, and he does have buyback. So even if you somehow kill this guy,
Under attack.
you really gotta respect that.
Jump in,
First
Ravage
Ravage.
gets thrown, the stun
Where's the
comes
save?
up, Sanctity, can he get the BKB popped? Ice Blast comes flying out, Sanctity's dead. In response, can they even continue the fight? There's the second Ravage,
Pressure,
but the
Yuragi gets the
BKB
second
gets by
BKB.
Yuragi. He still has the Sunder available for Ignis, but there's drag back inside the Ignis, and they take down the NP. He has a buyback available. Terrorblade has the second round of the Metamorphosis. Boom is dropping low. Yuragi looking for a target. Titan's gonna get broken. Titan's gonna get taken down. Toss up onto Asticor. The resummon of Sanctity back in the middle of the fray. NP though, he's looking for a TP fight to catch out Sanctity. Knows that it would be a dieback if he falters, and Sanctity is
Urael's
left
gone.
behind. His team is nowhere to be seen, and Sanctity is dead. That's the first
shit.
dieback.
This game is so hype. God damn, back and forth the whole way around. They don't get megas, but that is that's 5 buybacks total, but 3 buybacks on the side of Raboyagi. But I mean, you cannot discount the Navi buybacks, because 2 cores actually committing, and even the tiny diebacking, which means that Roche is up in 30-second stops. Like, this could be an opening here for them to secure Roche on the side of Raboyagi.
And then they got that Aegis available once more to try and circumvent the downside of course, the NP buying back previously. And it also gives a lot of time for the refresh of the Refresher Orb. This time, Yuragi, though, he was well aware, the double BKB saving his life significantly. This is almost max duration Roche.
Yeah, literally, it is literally.
It is
max duration.
actually max duration Roche.
Okay. Well,
Haven't
even
seen that
that's
too
not gonna
often.
stop them here, because that's a minute without the tiny.
Yep. And they can't really stop it, as you said. Kato is closing in on this level 25. It is okay, I guess. The Chakra Magic Strong Dispels can be very important, but he's gonna need to make sure that he stays out of range. Also, when people take damage, he actually is recalling on them, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's only the summoning part you can't do.
Oh, okay. I was not aware of that.
So
that's
that
crazy.
means he has, what, 3 strong dispels in the team fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in about 800 experience, which is definitely feasible.
I mean, Crystal Maiden has the attack speed shard on Crystal Maiden talent, because his talents are just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, the freezing field is okay, right? But with this build, you're not getting like BKB or eggs. It's definitely a little bit worse.
You have I do. Crystal Nova will do 560 damage, which is nice, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely not great. There is an amplified damage rune bottom that is not scouted by both sides, but you know, if ENP can get his hands on that.
Ari looking to get that level 25. Walking very deeply towards enemy lines.
I'm just trying to make sure there's no vision there. Tiny 25 is available, so 2 toss charges on top of a harpoon being ready with shard, so he is right clicking for a lot of damage.
Honestly, I'd probably just get a force F if I was him. He is getting destroyed by Sprout. Just straight up Sprout. He's stuck and he can't move.
I mean, Sprout and the Tide Shard, right? It's pretty annoying. They only have... they actually have a Force Staff in Crystal Maiden's backpack, because Kaori is... He's balling. He has a lot of gold. I mean, he's one of the lowest net worths, but still a lot of items. Min of 55.
I mean, that's always the sad thing in late game. You need to have the smoke and the wards ready, and then the gems. So that's 3 slots already just gone. Has a Dagon and 4 staff in the backpack. That's very sad.
There we go. He gets to use the 4 staff now after committing for the smoke. The agents at the end of the day still not being utilized, but Raboyage, they are going for some sort of scouting play here. Maybe waiting for someone to be farming this bottom area.
Yeah, but the creep wave is so far out that there's not really a reason for them to be in that area.
Yeah, I think that's why they're here, right? Because they would expect someone to feel like that area is safe because the creeps are so far away. But and they don't even drop a ward, so it is a bit of an interesting move.
God, that tide's huge. He's also got the 50% chance of anchor smash on hit.
That's pretty funny. That reminds me of the old Quelling Blade in Dota 1. It was so fun. Do you remember that? Like the different tech animations?
Never played Dota 1.
Really? Yeah, like you would have different tech animations on Quelling Blade, and Tide was the Anchor Smash one. So it was really fun to just buy. I would buy Quelling Blade just because I wanted the different attack animation.
Air Blade Illusion's just getting owned by a Greater Treant.
That's crazy. I mean, he doesn't have Butterfly.
He has equipped Ags now, so he has double Terror Wave in the team fight.
Okay.
Stupendous.
That's actually pretty important because it's a good way. It's more control in those team fights.
You know, there's one thing that I feel like Boom, for how good of a game he had, like in the early stages, he hasn't delivered as much. Maybe, you know, it feels like a bad horn toss game, honestly.
It is. Because the only one that really... Oh, Crystal Maiden. Kaori walking up, has the A on this, trying to pop it.
Oh,
There's
RP?
the RP thrown out, drag back. They blow up Tusk. Buyback comes out immediately. Tiny's going to get controlled up as well. Ravage gets thrown out. Tiny is dead. Sanctity falls. They need to find Mireille or anything here for that Matthew. Uragi's trying to go for the TP, but the Walrus punch comes out. And the Hex is there. They take down Uragi, find a huge kill. Free secured. Mireille's going to die. Boom's going for the TP out of there. So a saving grace forces out the buyback onto the Storm Spirit. And those were the last 2 buybacks that the Dire side had left.
They get range barracks, though.
Ah, little sneaky Ari.
So
Did go for the Illuminate damage instead of the Chakra Magic Strong Dispels.
here's the thing. Yeah, that's crazy, because I thought it was a hard dispel, and then the Tiny actually dies. But Aegis is going to be wearing off here, and there's no buyback on Nature's Prophet. This is really the hero you got to focus on. Oh, the Greater Treant. They just get the freaking... Stop them! Stop this guy!
Okay, Malirax. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Terribly buyback, don't care. Greater Treant goes for more. Summons a new one. Needs to be frozen. Dagon. And it is looking pretty rough. Uragi did pop the Metamorphosis. They get the Ignis Fatus going, but Tide Hunter just walks away.
So, I mean, this is pretty much even. It is 2... I mean, on each side, there's 1 set of barracks open. I guess they did get the range barracks for Na'Vi, but, like, this is a dead even game. The 10k goal lead means literally nothing. And we are 1 minute away from Tier 5, so this freaking upper bracket finals is... semifinals is looking pretty good.
Well, no, it's the upper bracket finals.
Oh.
It's not the grand finals, but the upper
I never
bracket
know how that
finals.
works, but yeah.
It's a double elimination, then it's upper bracket finals, and then you have lower
Grand
bracket semi-finals, grand finals.
Okay.
But yeah, currently NP has queued up that he wants to go for Rapira. Is level 30, so he's got the remove teleportation cooldown. Talent now as well. I'm really surprised that Cardle did not go for the Chakra Magic Strong Spells.
Yeah. Like, did he misclick? Like, did he get the level mid-team fight? Because to me, it sounds... I don't know. It just sounds really weird. Like, I guess the healing is okay, but you're against an AA. Like, that sounds even worse now that I think about it.
Yeah. And Strong Dispel is... Like, the Terror Blade just needs half a second or 0.2 seconds to be able to get his BKB cast. And that strong dispel is everything he needs at a lot of these fights.
I agree. Definitely agree.
But I
Even
guess
the Tiny there died because of that. The Kodo actually TP'd on top of him. Dude, it has to be a mistake. I just... that damage doesn't do anything.
it's really like I guess it pushes out waves better, but you know, you got a pretty good lineup to clear up waves with the Magnus, Terrorblade, and Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, because like pushing the waves, you know, it's fine, but it feels like you can just win a team fight out of teleporting on someone.
Well, Ari does have Wind Waker, so that is another way to try and keep someone alive.
Right, so we already have some tier 5s here. Minotaur Horn on DNP with Audacious. So, I mean, it just does so much freaking damage.
Attack speed, attack, magic attack damage, and plus 10% incoming damage. Okay. Yeah,
Minotaur Horn on outs the core as well, so he gets another basic dispel.
Storm Spirit with the Fallen Sky.
Ooh. 16% spell amplification. Holy moly.
AA has Wise, 1,000 experience per minute.
Yeah.
Huh.
Big brain. He did get to 25, so that 4% could be very deadly. I mean, it already is. He has it. 18% Shattered Castle, which is crazy.
A Tusk with 150 attack range and 350 cast range.
Oh, the attack range is crazy with War's Punch. Yeah. So yeah, even the Side of Eyes now with the 350 cast range is pretty much like Auto now.
He doesn't even have Ags yet on Tusk.
Yeah, I think he's waiting Roche. Like, that's the only...
Well, Roche doesn't give Ags anymore, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm dumb. Maybe he forgot about it as well.
Tiny's also got the Stygian Desolator with the attack speed and magic attack damage.
Magic Lamp on the Kodo with cooldown reduction. And Minotaur Horn with attack range and cast range on the TB. Oh, I mean, the 350 cast range on Sunder is clutch.
Oh, yeah. But also just in general, the attack range is like...
Yeah.
Pretty nuts. Getting the mini BKB. Magnus with Pyro Attach. Yay! Gold! Oh, wait, they changed how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, Ravage on the back line gets the catch, and there's no DB, no more. Sanctity as well is going to be the second one taken down. Has a buyback available, but without the TB, the fights are going to be very rough. Boom trying to get away. The zip from Mireille is very deep. Get the jump, get the kill, and the cores are dead. Double buyback coming out from Na'Vi. The supports are the only one left standing as they get back towards their base, but a huge Ravage coming in from Spirit, and once again, the TB was not ready.
I mean, the only decent part about this is that they're gonna go for Roche, so there might be enough time here for the Terrorblade to spawn, but maybe not actually. Like, the lanes are all pushed up.
Yep, the lanes are pushed up. They know he doesn't have a buyback for another 2 minutes. And the two other cores, if they try to defend and die, you won't have them for the rest of the fight. Radiant has no buybacks at the moment because Ari is a little bit off, and even Kaori has it on cooldown.
I mean, they know for a fact this TB doesn't have buyback, so I wonder how much they're gonna try and pressure. Maybe you just give the barracks and you play for the throne here, because the Mag actually refreshed his like, he used refresher and he didn't even use the first RP. So now, is he going for a play here? Oh,
okay. Drag back, a 3-man drag back.
Oh,
RP comes in. Sanctity, though, he needs to bump out the damage. They take down Asmikor, but Sanctity is going to get controlled up, and he is a dieback. Curry on the side, Crystal Maiden ulti being used in the fountain. Tie goes, and Spirit is dead. Another Ice Blast comes through, and that keeps them at bay for a little bit longer. 20 seconds until TV has respawned. They have fortification available. Murray has the Aegis on the Storm. Skewer comes out. Boom is dead because of it, but at least he pops that first life. Crystal Maiden. Buyback available in 50 seconds. Stairblade is up. They have fortification right now. Needs to use a TV. Can he get the TP plus the Terror Wave going strong enough to keep them at bay? He's going to go up for the first
Second
fear.
one.
That's to refresh a second run as well. The fear
Yes,
isn't
one
going to be
kill.
enough. They drop Spirit Dive.
Oh,
He is dead. But the Storm Spirit, they're going to go for the finish here. They're trying to keep him occupied. The Hex
Shadow
is going
Vibe.
on Storm, but it's not enough. And it will be Rabble Yagi taking game number 1 after a 65-minute comeback.
Well, I mean, this game was entertaining as hell. So before I complain, I gotta say this was one of the funniest games I've guessed in a while. So I'm very grateful to be here. But I'll be honest, like Navis was supposed to win that game. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, I know they only had 80% win probability, but I think like if they played like a bit better, like that's supposed to be like a 95-5 game. I'm very surprised that they lost. A couple of weird talents, a couple of weird item choices, bad team fights over and over again. I was not pleased with the mag, like the way they're playing around the mag, but overall, you got to give it to Raboyage. They absolutely clutched this game out.
Yeah, big props to Rabajaj, especially the performance. I mean, NP 17-15. The Tusk had so many crucial catches this game.
Yeah, he did.
And those ravages from Spirit as well. Like, he had a horrible score line, but in the end has had an absolutely insane impact to catch out the TP. But that's the first in this series. So will Navi be able to recoup in game number 2? Or will this be a 2-0 where Rabojagi gets themselves in towards the grand finals? We'll go towards a short little break and get everything ready. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is already starting out to be an absolutely fantastic upper bracket finals. My name is Dika Truman. I'm joined by Bowie and Rabojagi. What a turnaround they made in game one.
Yeah, and you know, you got to give it to us, the core. I think I talked about it with Rob, the last series that I cast with them. Like, he is the one player from that initial Yellow Submarine that didn't really get picked up by anyone. But I'm sure that he learned a lot. Like, obviously Spirit had a coach with that Yellow Submarine, and they did, like, climb a lot of the ranks at the time. And I feel like he might be the backbone of this team. Like, the way they were able to maneuver around that Navi's game plan and like, just keep the composure. You have to assume a part of that is the captain. So, I mean, it would be crazy if they can 2-0 this. And after that game, like, I feel like it's pretty possible, actually.
It very much is so, especially if Navi does not ban out the Nate's Prophet. I think that one needs to be removed, as Snowy showed why. Yeah, okay, they actually banned it out themselves. They did have first pick on Navi, so it's not too surprising. But yeah, that's a hero. It's very obvious why it's not allowed to be played in almost every series.
Yeah, kind of crazy that the hero got to farm the whole game. Like, it felt like he farmed for 30 minutes if he ever showed up, but whenever he did show up, he was just man-fighting a Terrorblade. Obviously, the whole save the Terrorblade didn't work as well as we thought it would. No hard dispel on Chakra Magic felt like an oversight by Navi. But, yeah, regardless, I do feel like the ban is warranted for sure.
Mercado also had the upgraded Yules, which he could use
Yeah.
to save TB. So yeah,
And he has infinite cast range as well.
yeah. So that was an interesting one. I definitely think that could have been quite a lot better. I mean, they probably should have won that on Navi, but nonetheless, Rabojagi played an absolutely astoundingly good game. DK gets banned out right now, as Navi still have a couple of options over. PA is still up and available, as they actually really do not want to deal with the Tide or the AA, and yeah, the PA gets secured themselves.
Okay, so it could do Morphling. There's a lot of responses here, but they go TB. Okay.
TB versus PA. This opening pick I've seen too many times. Also, still possibly you could flex a TB off lane in case you see a better opportunity for a safe lane hero.
It's possible. I think that, you know, when you don't have Doom, this hero looks like way worse. But and also AA, because I feel like those are the two heroes that he actually counters with Sunder. But yeah, I mean, regardless, the hero is pretty strong. Like, I feel like Navi used the hero fine, so we'll see how it's gonna pan out here. As now Navi banning some Silver Edge carries, so Dragon Knight's already banned. What else by Silver Edge? And is mid. Or breaks. Like, you ban Viper here?
Viper can be pretty nasty to deal with for a PA. I mean, no one bans it, but it is very strong.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe a second phase, a third phase ban if they haven't picked their mid laner yet. So you probably ban something else. Just a Jakiro.
You accidentally blink into an ice path and then you're dead. Understandable that that's going to be the route to go for. Plus, the Aghanim Septum Macropyre can be disgusting as well. Monkey King is not yet touched here, and that's also a hero that gets heavily picked in most series.
Yeah, I think for Rabojagi that's off limits, because if they pick Monkey King, they're just gonna pick Phoenix on Avi with that Sanctity, his weird heroes. So I feel like you're not gonna touch that until you know what Sanctity wants to do. And in general, when you know what the enemy mid player is gonna play, you already picked your supports, so that's really the problem. What is left here? Silencer. We saw a lot of that. Doesn't look like the greatest Silencer game though.
Warlock. Always nice to have against TB.
True. Yeah,
Technically,
Warlock ban
Shadow
sounds
Demon on both sides.
good. Yeah, especially if Ringmaster gets picked. So I wonder, like, you can pick Shadow Demon, ban Shadow Demon, pick Ringmaster, or you can ban Warlock, pick something else. Oh, they banned the Phoenix. Okay.
There's the Warlock. Obviously, kind of surprising. It was not the pick in the last one, but Warlock, for obvious reasons, very strong. Big AoE team fighter. Very strong laner, especially with TB. You just constantly keep healing him. And then he should not die in the lane. And even when you get to ultra late game, you hit that level 20. PA jumps you, blows you up, and then in comes the golem on top.
Ooh, he went through. Very good against TB.
Very good against Warlock as well if you add in a Clockwork, for instance.
This is gonna be a Spirit Breaker game now, because I mean, Ariel was playing it without Darkseer, so looks even better now. Oh, Ari Magden.
Okay, we're going very greedy, it looks like. Oh my god, what is this game?
Oh my lord. The classic TB Medusa Flex.
And the worst part is, which one's offlane?
I mean, it should be Darkseer's Wet Dream to get a good wall, right? Like, you're getting a meta illusion, and... But, I guess the Medusa is so broken they don't care.
There is the Dusa build that is like completely region oriented, because if you place the safe lane Dusa build's completely different from offlane Dusa. And offlane Dusa, I've seen games where it doesn't do necessarily that much damage, but if with 5 heroes hitting it, they can't kill it. So it just eventually outlives everyone and wins the fight in the end because of the shard and, you know, Ags coming into play. I mean, mainly the shard. That
I've
just
seen
goes
some...
nuts.
Apparently, the most common build is Meteor Hammer Gleipnir.
Yeah,
so,
like that stuff. That's offlane Medusa build, which is wild that there's a hero that still goes for Meteor Hammer. It's always the weird heroes that go for it.
Yeah, it's always the weird heroes. So what the hell do you do now? You cannot pick anti-mage? Do you pick mid anti-mage here? I don't know.
If only PL was a thing.
Like, AM should be a TB and a Dusa counter, right? He doesn't care about Warlock, doesn't care about Tusk. We're gonna go Pango.
Yeah, Diffusal Blade is always nice to have. But yeah, I can... obviously, anti-mage would be great, but then you'd probably get... What? Play offlane anti-mage like Amar does?
Mid, right? But yeah.
Then they pick Monkey, and then you just get bullied. But they pick Huskar. Huskar is scary against PA, though.
That's what I was saying, though. Like, they did have 2 bans, so there was a chance, but they want to go... They want to go for more standard build, as they do ban Huskar anyways. And probably Monkey as well.
Would assume so against the Pango. That or what? Shaker was here that got played against Pango a lot.
True. Yeah, looking at what Morale plays, he also does play that OD we talked about, which should be very good against RP.
Does he also play Primal?
He doesn't have a Liquipedia page, so I can only speak from the games that he played. He played OD, Ember, Pango, TA in this tournament.
Because obviously it's always good to have a Primal against a Pangolier in lane. They still are looking for a support here on the side of Navi as their position 5, most likely, very, very, very likely. And the big save hero has not been... like, if you go Vacuum Wall, RP, and you throw a Wheel of Wonder in front of it, like that should be enough to win the team fight.
Yeah. What do you...
Master...
Like, they have those stuns, right? Like, they have Rolling Thunder and a mag support.
Silencer? Silencer is still available.
I don't know.
Yeah. Make sure TB can't get the Sunder off.
I guess that's true.
You get a vacuum wall, RP vacuum wall, whatever, and then global silence, and then Rabajagi just doesn't
So-
have anything against it.
If it's Silencer 5 and you just get Glaives, you should trash the Dusa, right? Because you're taking her in off, so a lot of mana should be gone.
Yes, but if you get caught by the ice shards, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's the also downside on the other end.
So what can they pick here? I mean,
They need a
OD
mid.
doesn't look that good anymore, and it would be like a really extremely greedy draft.
Jaeger? Primal gets silence to punish too much by the silencer.
Yeah, I think Shaker also does. Like, you need to kill the Silencer first.
It's not necessarily the most
Yeah.
amazing Mage Slayer game. I guess this is more of a comfort kind of a pick. I mean, Navi's... I don't actually know which side I think is greedier.
I think Raboyagi is greedier. Honestly, like, this Dusa DB is just absolutely too greedy. But I mean, Dusa is broken right now. It is banned first phase very often, so I kind of want to give it to Raboyagi. I don't know, like, even though I think their draft is greedier, Navi, I don't love this draft. Like, this PA is going to be farming. I don't know, besides the Pango, who actually benefits from Iron Shell, the Silencer is just a 2-minute cooldown OT. If they don't destroy the lanes, I can definitely see Raboyagi winning this.
Yeah, I'm liking the one thing about these Medusa, of course, is the undulation facet where you just can't be slowed under 300. So if you get vacuum walled, you literally just walk out. Like, there's no problem there whatsoever. You just okay, sure, which I think is going to be pretty fun to see. For the
Do you know if her
rest-
illusions share the same thing? Like, if the Darkseer illusion is not going to be slowed as well?
I would assume so.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
I think most innates work on, or facets and innates work. Probably not
Yeah.
all, but
Yeah, because like I know with like DK, right? They changed a couple of things.
yeah, but that was because DK was too broken
Yeah.
with the
yeah.
Elder Dragon form, and then
But
yeah, no.
are you saying Deuce is not broken though?
yeah, no, Dusa is also in a position where it's a little bit too ridiculously strong, as it's hard to kill. PA is one of the few heroes that can kill Dusa though, as he just has ungodly amounts of damage. Add in the Magnus Cleave and power buff as well.
They have a break, so that should stop the undulation.
Oh yeah, that's actually. Is it break? It doesn't state that it's breakable.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Damn. Okay. Maybe that could be. That's a suggestion here, Ice Frog.
Calm yourselves.
I'm actually checking which ones. Ember went for the double sleight of fist, so stronger laning, but less
30
Control.
seconds to battle.
no smoke. Very quickly gets broken by Cory's just chilling on the high ground. And if this goes very late, you're gonna have to deal with double global silence shenanigans, and then the game becomes really rough. But you do have on one side.
By the way, the Radiant already has 54% win rate just because of their picks.
I mean, you're playing both a Dusa and a Terrorblade. It's very greedy, but if you survive the laning stage, which you
Yeah.
probably will,
And that's the thing about Navi, right? Their siege is awful. Like, I have 3 melee cores, so
but they're
they
high
can
ground
tower.
defense though.
Yeah, but you don't need to go high ground as Raboyage. You just want the turtle until you
Yeah.
become gigantic.
Yeah, but then even at that point, you at one point have to push, and then they have Vacuum Wall, RP, Skewer, Pangolier, Rolling Thunder, and even the Global Silence, which if you're trying to extend the game that much, Silence is going to get a refresher.
Yeah,
And
but
that
then
is-
Ari is gonna learn the different talent, and the game gets hard. That's a joke. I love you, Ari.
I mean, what other talent can he go? If he had still the old facets, the pushback, then probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting the Empower Cleave here is pretty bad. Because it's
Yeah.
like 5% to your allies.
And having the Shockwave return is pretty neat.
Okay, so mid lane should be Pango favored because Pango beats everyone, especially Ember. The top lane is weird. Like I have not seen a lot of competitive offlane deuces, so I'm assuming it's PA favored, but I will refrain from being too direct about that.
Yeah, Deuces should most of the time just have a decent. I've seen in pubs, high-level pubs as well, Deuces during any point in the game just constantly keep buying mangoes. Like, where they just have 3 mangoes on them at all times. They get ganked, mango, back to full mana, and then they continue.
Nice. Also, that Denton Tusk was very impressive in game 1, and he does get to play it again. To me, like he was, like we talk a lot about a lot of players, but Denton was definitely like one of the highlights for me.
Who didn't even buy Ags? And
Yeah.
he looked amazing.
That's crazy.
Sancti just got his bottle delivered, so we'll be able to recoup in that mid lane as he did take quite a beating there from Murray. With the extra sleight of fist hit, it's pretty strong against the Pangolier. And he is going for the Searing Chains build, so no need for Flame Guard. That does mean that you have very early rotation threats in this game.
Yeah. Oh, does miss the Gordon's grasp.
Ice Shards block. It's going to be Kaori. Pretty much. Well, actually not that much damage taken. Spirit does have to be pretty happy with 12 Magic Wand Charge and Enchanted Mango. Should not die unless he makes a drastic mistake, but they don't have any stuns either, so should be just fine.
One thing that's good for Medusa in this lane is that PA is probably, even though like PA is a very strong laner, you just get so many free 1 stacks that it's really hard to kill this Medusa. You kind of have to play to kill Denton instead.
Spirit's not getting really any farm though, so that's
Yeah.
a very big difference, as Yuragi 20-8 against Spirit 7-0.
True. The TB is struggling a little bit. Yeah, I mean, in general, Navi dominating the CS as they did in game number 1. So it's really like that game was theirs from the start until the mid game problems arose. Not sure if that's a
Ari
word, though.
being quite a nuisance on the Magnus there on the side, making sure no stacks or pulls can be made by the Warlock. And you always have to be very terrified of a drag back with the Shockwave Skewer into double Ion Shell.
Oh, Curry could be dead.
And it is going to be first blood secured. Denton on the run will not be able to get away. Spirit did draw first blood though. And will be just fine continuing.
Yeah, that's huge. Boots. No, that's a full new talisman flying to him.
Oh, jump in from Yuragi. Wants to drain as much mana as possible, but Medusa is just, he still has Enchanted Mango available toward mid. Sanctity dropping pretty low. Doesn't have a shield crash, but does have a water rune still bottled up.
Morel's doing way better in this lane. Like, he dodged a lot of shield crashes and swashbuckles with Light of Fist. Like, that's not easy to pull off, and he's doing that consistently in the mid lane.
Yeah, Tendonize as well to his name. Pango going to the side because he needs a bottle refill, otherwise he cannot go back to that mid.
Yeah, like, pretty much half a level ahead here in this lane already. So, very nice start from Morel.
But the big threat is the fact that Yuragi is getting full free farm top lane. Oh, they're going in onto Corey. Rooted up with the tag team. Do they have the damage? Silencer is dead. Yuragi is chasing in after Denton. And Denton sidestepping, juking all the way through. Will be just fine as they do manage to get that kill onto the Silencer.
Yeah, I mean, this,
And
this
a lot
Dusa
of damage
is-
there as well with that Mystic Snake.
Even though
Yuragi?
she doesn't have a lot of CS, like, the net worth is...
Oh, that should have been a kill.
Yeah.
Silencer doesn't have a TP yet for 7 seconds. That should have been a kill. Ice Shards hits there. No way that PA can get out.
Yeah. very unfortunate. Bottom lane, there's a little fight with us, the Cornari, but not sure this is gonna mount to
Warlock
anything.
fighting against the Magnus.
Bounty which my matriarch will prize.
And the Magnus being the one that's more scared. Rune. Amplified damage for the Ember. He's level 6 as well. 2 points in the Searing Chain. Side lanes need to be careful.
Yeah. Really, really scary. Doesn't really have... oh, he actually has 2 chain points. Yeah, never mind.
He went for the gank fight build. Obviously, Flame Guard isn't really that necessary
They
towards
find
mid. Going in on
Sanctity, no
Sanctity.
swashbuckle.
Tag team as well. Kill gets secured. He just TP'd towards mid as well. So he's going to have to walk all the way back. And big kill there for Mireille.
Like, not only he's stomping a lane, I don't even think he should be stomping, but he now gets this kill. This is huge. Morale. You know, we were kind of doubtful with this Ember Spirit, but he's showing why they picked this hero Spirit.
Medusa
Gets
top.
engaged.
Is going to get silenced up. Denton dropping low. Astakor walks in, but Denton is going to get taken down as they don't really have any mana to help out the Tusk. But where did the Magnus die? Solo bottom?
I don't...
Yeah.
I
He
don't
died
know what
solo to
happened.
TB. Okay.
And he doesn't even have Thunder, so that's even weirder.
Guess they tried to go in for the kill and he just popped his magic stick or something.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe he had a Lotus as well?
Could have been
Oh, they're
out
going for
towards
Sanctity
mid.
again?
Sanctity, he doesn't have Swashbuckle available. Shield Crash is going to be keeping him alive enough as Sanctity is dead. Kaori TP's through, but Mirage is going to TP back to base, refill his bottle, and get back in action. 2 deaths, sorry, in a row for Pango. The Ember is 7.5. Pango is almost level 6.
I mean, Morale's just absolutely wiping the floor. After that game number 1, Navi, like, feels like he got to them. Like, this is just not the type of gameplay they're used. Like, these guys have been, you know, getting to many finals of, like, the highest tier qualifiers.
Magnus. Ari dropping low. There's the snowball in, going for the Magnus. Looking for more. Sanctity does have his level 6, so he can go for the Rolling Thunder, but Mirage just trying to force it out of him. As this, it's a hasted Ember. Like, he's gonna keep hunting you. So
we're
Ace
off
has
now.
just entered. Sanctity
Oh,
dropping low.
no.
Mireille might have gone a little bit too deep here, and he is dead to right. Snowball comes in too deep as well from Denton, and Astakor is in the area as well. Denton's the second one dead. Astakor looks to be a third,
Oh
and
my
this
God.
was way too greedy from Robo Joggy.
Yeah, they definitely they overplayed their hand there, and they should be punished. This is gonna be another one for the Darkseer, I think. Boop.
Does eventually get taken down, and that is 3 kills in response for Navi. And you really could feel that that was coming, right? It really did feel like, oh yeah, they're gonna make a mistake.
Oh, they do get Ari. They were like half a second from getting that kill. They just overplayed it a little bit, as there is a global for Corey, but there's no point.
Yeah, they'll find 2 with the rotation from the TB, who is now top net worth of the game with his rotation towards mid. But yeah, exactly that. It felt like they were so very close, and they felt that way as well. But
Spirit.
Sanctity was really just draining them
Punished
back.
by
Oh,
Uragi here.
yeah, and yet Uragi now has crits available, so there is nothing that the Medusa can do.
All right, they do get the tower, but they pay the price with that PA. Very nicely done.
Yeah, he's close towards his Battle Fury already.
Dire's middle tower
2 pieces secured.
I mean, got very lucky with the neutrals, right? Has an Orb of Destruction and Blightstone, so that -4 armor when you take all of the Deuce's mana away definitely adds up.
But Snowy, with that rotation towards mid, is top net worth. Boom's also very farmed up. Is okay, not going Heaven's Halberd. I guess Crimson Guards later, but first he's going to go for the Guardian Greaves. Oh, smoke up. Ari and Corey, they do have that global silence ready. Then 3-man smoke up towards bottom,
Oh,
where
Double
Snowy's trying to
Radiance
farm.
can. Oh, they do ping it.
Yeah, they know
Radiant's
what's
bottom
coming,
tower
so
is
they
under
take the
attack.
gateway to the other side. Where the gateway right to Uragi?
Oh, hello. Can they stop this?
He- Aztecor was a bit too slow with eating up his tome.
Yeah, he could have. They could have gotten that Q or get very close to it.
Yeah, that should. The interrupt should have been like that. Should have been a kill, without a doubt. There's no way that Uragi would have been able to get out with the golem on top as well, and
Second
nothing
time
to
in a
jump to.
row that they lose a Q on Uragi. But they will get a tower, so it is the TB. They get the right click.
Radiant's
Nicely
bottom
done.
tower has fallen.
Deuce is also close to the Kaya, and then Meteor. Wait, what the hell is the Kaya build? Oh, it's
What do you
a
mean?
Meteor Hammer. It's actually only crown and recipe.
Yeah, he just bought the crown before that.
That's really cheap. It's an extra like 700 gold, 800 gold, 850 I think, and then you have it. No, 750.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Dire's
nuts.
top tower is under attack.
I mean, no one buys it, right? Everyone buys Sunjin Yasha and buys. I guess Kayasha is probably the least bought one, but still. So Darkseer did finish his.
Sorry. Root it up, Aishar's block, make sure that the Pangolier cannot go for the rolling play. That's also one of the more obnoxious things to deal with.
Yeah.
Aishar's block. It used to also be the clockwork, but no, it's significantly less so now these days with the spread.
Mm-hmm. That's really tough. Like the Pango cannot itemize for that. Like he. I guess you can buy U-Scepter, but you definitely don't want to do that. Like you need the Diffusal first and.
Bottom lane, big kill. Boom gets caught out. And Snowy throws out the high five right there. Is going for the Asha. 4-0-0 right now. This man is honestly shredding them in game number 2. Game 1 obviously did the exact same thing, but game 2 he's been a lot more active on a TB than he has been on his Nature's Prophet in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Raboyagi is playing, right? They have a Dusa Terrorblade, and they're like invading the enemy map. It's not like they want to farm. So Navi being pressured way more in the early parts of the game than they were.
Oh, Ari, Walrus punched up. He's gonna try and steer a disengage. Ari, Aishar's block
shards.
has the TP attempt. Is he gonna get away? Yes, just in time. He also did just get his level 6, which he was very far behind in that regard. The wall gets placed, Rolling Thunder as well onto Medusa, but Medusa gets out of range. Rolling Thunder ends. They use 2 ultis there.
They get nothing. That's crazy.
Yeah, they just walk away on Rabojagi.
I mean, they can keep going now, because there's...
Oh,
I guess they have
Astor,
RP,
Warlock, crit. Not gonna be there as Boom did not have a vacuum has a 60-second cooldown level 1. Holy.
Yep. I think the patch that they changed that to like 40, Darkseer's win rate went up like 10% or something. Like,
60 feels so way too long for a level
Yeah.
1. For a spell
and it
that's
used to
pretty
be,
good, but
I
not,
think,
like,
constant
amazing.
radius, all levels as well. I think the cast range changed, but the radius was the same, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, no, then I understand it, but now it's both.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Well, still only a 1k advantage at this point in the game. It's primarily all that advantage is on the Terrorblade, which is not too shabby for the team, especially once he gets to the point of building an MKB. That's still going to take quite some time. Ari needs to get his Blink Dagger. Denton,
Radiant's bottom
same
tower
thing
is
as
under
last
attack.
game. Very close to his Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
And
Dire's middle tower
they're going Tormy.
Okay, but they seem to be aware of that. They are.
Yeah, too slow.
is scanning.
Shard for Magnus, which is, I guess, okay. It's
Yeah, it's fine.
a bit of extra damage, I guess. And slightly longer range if you get the Blink Dagger at one point. And there we have the Medusa using the Meteor Hammer for pushing power. But now it's
Medusa
dead.
might also be dead.
Stone Gaze gets RP'd. Pangolier gets the stunned up. Spirit is dead, and they take him down with a big move.
Big rotation, but probably worth it since there's nothing really happening around the map. PA did finish Battle Fury. TB did finish the Yasha Dragonlance, getting close to the Manta.
Going Gleipnir next on Dusa.
Invisibility.
Yeah, it's the build, right? You get bigger AoE Stone Gaze. It's all about landing the Gorgon's Grasp as well, so it becomes your setup for that spell. Because like you don't even learn the split shot for the most part.
And then you keep on going until you hit your level 25, get the extra intelligence, 40 int, and then boom! No one can touch me.
And eventually you get a 20% Gorgon's Grasp radius talent, which definitely sounds better than 10% Stone Gaze. So, because Stone Gaze is already like 50, right? Oh yeah, 55 level 3.
Yeah. Yeah, then 100%, especially with this build.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at Ari, he is closing in on towards his Blink Dagger, but Denton has his Blink at the ready. And they did lose a little bit of that net worth. Well, the net worth advantage is now in favor of Navi thanks to the free shard to the Magnus.
Yeah, but win probability still on the side of Raboyagi here with the insane late game that they supposedly have. Although it's kind of hard to grasp how good of a late game hero this new Dusa is, right? As it sounds very strong right now, but how good is it later?
It is very strong late game. The only problem is he is now struggling in the early game and a little bit too much as they have been focusing to make sure Dusa doesn't get the farm.
Yeah, that Fuso Blade on the Pango is really annoying. Like that's a big part of why he died in that fight.
Murray as well on the Embers going Manta style after his Orb of Corrosion. So this is not a Mage Slayer game for the Ember, and Manta style is not a item you see too often on spell damage Embers, so it's probably going to be more of a right-click Ember game.
Yeah, it's literally just a global Bayo, right? Scepter just don't want to buy that item in general on Ember anymore, so...
Yeah, but BKB is one that you do like to buy.
Yeah, but BKB for global is not the greatest feeling.
True.
With that said, EB did finish his Manta as well. I mean, I feel like they have no intention to play aggressive here anymore on Raboyagi. Like, all they want to do is scale.
Murray's actually going Radiance after his Manta.
Huh.
I guess it does interrupt all the TPs ever. Oh, Snowy needs to be careful. There's a big rotation coming in, but they do spot out Gory. War is punching control onto the silencer. He's got the global silence. Won't be able to use it as he is gonna get taken down. The spot was there with the Observer Ward. That's also one of the best Observer Ward placements as well in the game right now.
It's very good. Gives you some Roche vision. Gives you that high ground area. And with this skill, they can potentially control the side of the map here. We'll see how much they want to pressure. I don't think they want to pressure too much.
Yeah, it's still a little bit scary. PA does have his Manta as well, so he can get rid of the Gorgon's Grasp. But there's, of course, Rod of Atos now available on the Medusa, so you got to deal with double roots. And soon enough, it will be a Gleipnir. So then you have AoE route into another nasty route coming in. Oh, Astakor. Warlock spotted, jumped. The crit is going to take him down. Global silences get used. Golem was thrown out. There is the wall placement. Vacuum back on the TP. Rolling Thunder. Is it going to be enough to keep him occupied? They control up Ari Magnus, who pump fakes his ulti. Will be taken down. As the T needs to get rid of the his own illusion, takes the Medusa's HP, which is also the fun part in this game, as Medusa will almost always be full HP.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool combo. Not gonna lie, pretty fun. This Medusa is, I mean, with this form at least, isn't as greedy as the normal form. So yeah, I mean, things pan out well. They survived that engagement. That's a pretty even trade at the end of the day, though. No one gets anything. Maybe this is gonna be a Wisdom Rune steal if Denton gets lucky.
Oh, Spirit is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but can he TV out?
Radiant's courier.
Magnus, jump in. Ari, skewers too late, gets the TP away. In the meantime,
And they
Denton
get the
going
wisdom.
for this wisdom steal and is out of there as well.
Beautiful.
They get double the value.
And not only that, they are getting those fights while they are playing for the super aggressive, greedy items, right? You have the Radiance on Ember, as you said. The Terror Blade. Wait, are they roshing? Oh, they're gonna
They're
rosh
going
out of
rosh.
this.
There's no
Okay.
golem. And then there's not much to fear for a Roche engagement.
I like this play. This is good for Navi. You gotta punish that somehow.
It's actually kind of one of the more interesting things with Roshan. In this case, obviously PA gets it and it might keep him alive in a fight. But first Roche tends to always be a little bit problematic as well because of the roar. You can't like sneak the second Roche. And the second Roche always gives you the high ground push banner.
I mean, you can sneak it if you didn't get a first one, right? But
Yeah. Oh, amplify damage rune.
Okay.
For the Ember, gets the bottle refill, bottom lane. They're trying to get away. Actually, Denton's being chased by Ari. And he's going to try and keep him occupied. Denton, Walrus Punch, Aisha is blocked, but there is Yuragi jumping in. TB, though, sprinting there with the Metamorphosis coming up. Going for the fight, looking to kill off the Magnus. RP
Oh,
gets
Manta dodge!
Manta dodged. And now Yuragi needs to run away. He is going to jump right back in onto the TB, who does have a Sunder available. Needs to find target, but there's a Global Silence coming in. Big Chaotic Offering is there available as well. It's going to get dropped up onto Yuragi, who's going to go for this Warlock on the side, and Spirit's just trying to get the Gateway TP out of there.
Holy moly, Yuragi's pissed.
Yeah, that must really hurt for the TB. He uses Manta to dodge the RP, but then gets caught because he doesn't have a Manta for the Global Silence.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like that must feel so bad. Like you somehow dodge RP and still die as they get boom released.
Yeah, Boom tried to find Spirit,
Are fortified.
which doesn't really pan out. Spirit has the Gleipnir now done with the Gorgon's Grasp, and you need... Well, he has Guardian Greaves, and almost... I think he's getting loads delivered now as well, so they have multiple ways of dispelling and making sure Sunder doesn't happen.
Yeah, it was on cooldown when they went for him, so that's why he ended up dying.
Radiant's bottom
But still,
tower
despite
is
all of
under
that,
attack.
Yuragi 6-0 and 2. Well, okay, they're pinging him bottom. They want to punish this PA.
Oh, he does have a Manta. Gorgon's Grasp is going to root him up.
Uh,
And jump away by Yuragi on the side. Gives away that there are allies in the area. Smoke gets broken on the TB. Yuragi is going to jump in onto Spirit. He still has the Aegis available. He's fighting on the side. Medusa Stonegaze comes out. He has
Ingo
to
is
look in
gone.
opposite direction. He's going to go in for Astakor. Knows he can try and get the kill. But there's the mini Ravage from the Croaker with the Tendrils of the Deep. Warlock is going to try and run away. Fatal Bounce comes out, but he will not disengage in time.
still a 1-for-1 with a core being dead for Navi and they holding the Aegis, so it's not bad for Raboyaj.
Yuragi's pushing high ground.
What the hell?
They do have Blink RP and Global Silence available again. Spirit is going to get dragged back. They know he doesn't have a Stone Gaze available on the Dusa. Root on everyone is out of mana. Needs to get himself disengaged. Is dropping low. Is dropping dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The Radiance is so close here for Morel that he doesn't want to be a part of that, so he's split pushing mid. They have Glyph. They might be forced to use this Glyph here. Yeah.
Warlock doesn't have Golem for another 15. Yuragi still has the Aegis for a minute and a half. And they still have RP Global Silence as well.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting a tier 2 tower top, but I think their read is correct. I don't think you want to take this fight into RP and Aegis for PA.
And Radiance is about to be delivered. They pump fake the Golem drop just to see if they can fear them off.
Go
Yuragi
for
Fatal
this.
Bonds comes up. Lotus Orb gets rid of the debuff. Yuragi is continuing. This is the melee rack. You actually kind of want to keep that one alive. Dusa TP's in on the back end, has Stone Gaze available, is going to get the jump here onto Yuragi, who's rooted up in position. Aegis might just get popped for his first life, but the Lotus Orb from Boom gets Yuragi out of the problem area.
Yeah, I think that that's the right read. You don't want to commit on that fight. If they somehow go for the skewer first, maybe you take the bait, but if you clump up, Ari is gonna punish you heavily.
Radiant are scanning.
And with that age still 30 seconds left, Ari is looking for a catch. They have a deep observer ward jump in from the Ember, but just checking it out for a little bit. PA done with Satanic, now getting Basher delivered as well. This PA is absolutely humongous.
Yeah, these dispels are gonna be a problem, right? You already have 2 dispels there, but you also have the Lotus Orb, as you pointed out.
Crimson Guard is also finished up on the silences, so you get the extra armor going. You've got the empower buff.
Oh, Aegis finally over.
Rolling Thunder is also like everything on the dire side is still available.
Oh, Ember going for the backlines here. Jumping in,
Find
finds the Ember.
Ari. There's going to be the Sleight of Fist. Keep them occupied. Sanctity with the Rolling Thunder. RP used. No more remnants available on the Ember. Manta Style used, but immediately gets hit by the Global Silence, and the Ember is going to get controlled up on the side. They do lose Kaori, but Ember is dead. Mireille is a big kill to secure. Ari still has a Blink Skewer drag back play potentially. Dusa has Stone Gaze. Can he get the cost off? So there's going to be the golem drop coming in, but Ari is
Stone
stunned
Gaze
right
on
in
the
the middle
Magnus.
of his skewer. On the side, Sanctity has no way out of there either. Hurricane Pike onto Yuragi is going to get rooted up. Yuragi does have multiple ways of dispelling with Boom. Denton, Walrus Punch in a second, but taken out of commission. And again, Boom is there. Lotus Orb, Surge, whatever you need. He's going to use it actually onto himself to get closer, continue the fight. Something gets used by Snowy. And now he's going to force staff him over the cliff. Tried to get the TP away. No bash comes in. And he gets out of dodge. But what a fight. And this PA is just being enabled by the Darkseer.
Insane how much Boom and Yuragi are playing. Like, the difference that Boom is like doing these fights compared to game 1 is crazy. Like, this play style is much more suited to him, I think. And Yuragi is fully making use of all of those dispels and the move speed. Very nicely done. Even though the fight from Raboyagi was great, like the Ember forcing the RP on him, overall just like delaying the fight, but they don't have the burst damage to kill this PA. Like the MKB is such a necessity.
Yeah, it's getting very rough. Yuragi is incredibly farmed, but the big one is Terrorblade now has MKB. In that fight, Yuragi would have died if there was an MKB on TB.
Yeah.
As he missed like every single possible hit. And this time around, he does have it available. Vacuum drag back comes in. Boom does have the wall and has the Crimson Guard now finished up as well on the Darkseer. But they have to be careful because there is again a Global Silence and an RP and a Rolling Thunder and a Vacuum Wall.
Like they need Shivas as well. Like, the lifesteal that Yuragi is getting from the Satanic is so annoying.
He doesn't even have BKB. That's how confident he is on the support so far.
Yeah.
Walrus Punch comes in. Lotus Orb spell reflect. Rolling Thunder though.
It saved the PA from the Meteor Hammer.
It is going to be Denton taken down. And they still have RP. Oh, the backline being jumped here by the Ember. Quite a lot of damage being dealt to the dire side. Spirit trying to frontline them all the way back. Is going to get skewed, but a great route onto Ari, and the TB is pumping out damage, but TB now needs to be careful. Global Silence gets used. He has the Manta, needs to get out of range, has the Sunder available as well, as they are going to be backing off on the side of Na'Vi, but there is still the RP play potentially. Vacuum comes in, RP, but the Golem drop in response, and Snowy, the Rolling Thunder, he does have targets to Sunder, is going to try and get the Sunder guns. He gets stunned up by Yuragi! Oh, the bashes galore, Meteor Hammer onto the PA, does he get away? Lotus Orb isn't going to be enough, he's so very low, but he gets out of there with the Surge! Kaori being hunted, and they will very likely catch out Boom as a last retreat, but this Yuragi is just being bodyguarded so hard by his team.
13-0-3, and I mean, it is really the bodyguarding effect. Like in that fight, there were so many clutch Lotus Orb reflects. It reflected the snowball, saved the PA. It reflected the Gleipnir and like prevented Roboyagi to quickly engage once the Dusa got the Gleipnir off.
Is under attack.
Just this game has been crazy. Like I would never expect these teams to be equally skilled, but I mean Roboyagi, they are really impressing me today.
Yeah, they're holding on. Like if TB got the Sunder off in that fight, they would have. They would have been wiped. But he gets bashed at the most opportune moment ever.
Yeah.
Abyssal Blade, obviously, and then a bash added into the mix. He got double stunned there. That's
But like
just
even
so
though they are
sad.
being pressured this much, like this is still what like Tusk. Oh wow.
Actually, Ari saved him.
Huh.
Oh, Yuragi rooted up. Does of course have Satanic still. Get out of roots.
Strike away. All right. Yeah, I was just gonna say that considering how much Roboyagi is being pressured, like this is only a 6k gold lead with a lane of barracks down, right? It is not that big of a.
And it's also
it's
if
all
PA is
PA.
dead, it's all,
Yeah.
like there's nothing. They have
Yeah.
literally nothing when PA dies.
Exactly. So MKB is really when that happens, and guess what? Snowy does have it now.
Heading towards the Roche pit, but they're not going to be there fast enough on the side of Robojagi to deal with it. Rolling
wanna
Thunder comes
go.
out. Jump in from Yuragi, wants to get the crit. There's the blade note. You have to be very careful of. Ari is smoked up with the Blink RP ready as well. Jump in from Murray on the Ember, trying to go for the silencer. There's going to be the global silence used, but Sanctity on the Bangalore. Rolling Thunder has ended, takes a lot of damage, gets himself out off of the cliff. Boom is not going to be so lucky though. This time he doesn't have a disengage. Snowball goes deeper from Denton, but he is still alive. Actually, Yuragi goes back
Holy
in.
shit.
Denton had a chance to blink out though.
Snowy going pretty deep here.
Spirit as well, walking in. Snowy gets the Sunder off onto Yuragi. The root comes in.
There's no dispels anymore. Oh, there's a.
Yeah, he does have Manta, he does have Satanic, so there's plenty of dispels.
Yeah, I meant that the Dark Shield was dead, but yeah, it still had all
That
his
is true.
cooldowns. Yeah. But I
That's-
mean, you can see Roboyagi actually starting to take those fights. Like the PA cannot min fight as easily on the TB, and December with the Radiance is starting to become a nuisance.
Yeah, the Ember is jumping in the back line, which makes sure that the Magnus cannot get the Blink RP play, as he's constantly being burned.
Yeah.
Which is really saving that TB there, as once he gets RP, the PA just has a couple of hits needed and clears it up.
Yeah, this is really like a 4 protect 1 against 3 full cores. Obviously, the Deuce is still not at the level where she's doing that much damage, but she's just annoying as hell. It's kind of
Just
like
living.
a Tide Hunter in the most weird way possible.
Yeah, frontlining, popping Stone Gaze has the shard as well, so if you try to... Constantly healing tons of HP in the fight. Going for the Load Storm next is going to add in at least a way to try and keep them going, some dispels going. They are struggling to really get rid of the... Like, even if you Manta style on TB, you're still going to get hit by the second silence from Global Silence.
Yeah.
That's the worst part of it. You first have the first duration hit, and then the second one, which is 1.75 seconds at this stage, and later 2 seconds. So you always need kind of 2 dispels, which is a bit overkill.
And I mean, getting a BKB is nice, but I feel like the butterfly is also great this game. Like, you need to be able to hold
PA
your
already
own,
has
although...
MKB.
True. Huh.
So,
I guess we
yeah.
get AC then. Maybe the Ember can pick it up later, as his Shivas is going to be completed soon.
Yeah. Tormentor has spawned bottom side, so that would be a nice pickup for if they could get it, but this stage, it's too risky for Rabajagi to try and clear that one up. So those shards are actually very impactful. The Tusk shards, shard with the Ice Shard slow, and also the Warlock with the upheaval buff is actually very impactful. So you just keep them slow during the fights.
Definitely is. I think the Warlock needs to be a bit, like, he doesn't have to rush casting Fatal Bonds in these fights because it's so easily removable that I think you need to... Oh, they get some good vision here. They see
Catch
the
comes
Pango.
out. Pangolier would be nice, but there's the Global Silence to keep him alive. Yule Scepter on the Tusk. Can he get himself out of there? He's going to get skewered against the enemy team. Denton is actually
Alive.
vacuumed back in. They're so focused on killing off the Tusk that they lose the Silence. The Golem gets dropped onto the PA. He's going to get rooted. Can they keep him alive? He's
Yes.
going to try and get the jump away, and he does. They pop back onto the Tusk, and this wall is blocking Snowy from walking right in for that engagement, but they spent so much time killing the Tusk.
I mean, again, Denton, like, sure, his score might not look as impressive as game one, but he finds ways to be pesky. It feels like Raboyagi in general this game. Like, they just want to bait. And like, even with the Aegis on the side of Na'Vi, they're the ones that are going to lose a tier 2 here.
Yeah. Snowy on the Terrorblade clears up that tier 2 tower. They also have Deuce now with the Ghost Scepter, so Nullifier is going to be needed to try and clear out that Deuce, who is just... I mean, all Deuce does at this point is live, and that's more than enough in the team fights.
Yeah, and look at the build, Gold Scepter Vise. It's all about surviving and annoying people.
Is under attack.
Yeah, once again, Octarine plus, yeah, it's just... That's going to be very obnoxious to deal with in the later portions. But that's also one of the things for Na'Vi. They don't want to take this to the later portions.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Even with the greediest build possible with no BKB on Yuragi, he finally has to buy it. And this is like
Middle tower is
Eek
under attack.
Yuragi right now. He doesn't even have boots anymore. Besides buying a rapier, there's not much else he can do.
Well, Shard and equipped Ags, but
Yeah.
but that's he also just hit his level 25, so he's got the attacks to trigger coup de grace. On the side, Ari is there, which is being attempted to be scouted out by the Tusk. Plays a very deep observer ward. They know they want to kill off the Magnus, and there is the Rolling Thunder coming out. Tusk is in trouble. They know he's a dieback, and he is dead. Did cost him Global Silence and Rolling Thunder, though. So I don't know if you necessarily can push for more if you're Na'Vi.
Yeah, they still have RP. They might be looking for a good
Well,
skewer.
Metamorphosis was used, actually. Drag back, vacuum wall,
Oh, RP on
RP
two.
onto 2, and TB is dead. Deuce is
Oh,
going to
no.
get drained. No HP left. No buyback for TB. Jump in from Murray. They have the Fatal Bonds to at least do some
Wait,
damage.
Deuce
But
again for
Murray
the
on
speed?
that Ember, he doesn't get out. GG gets called, and that is game 2 going to Na'Vi with an absolutely astounding performance from Yuragi and Boom.
Dire victory.
Yeah, not gonna lie. Yuragi did a lot of the heavy lifting here. Sure, it was a team effort. He was being protected by everyone. And that's the type of Na'Vi that I like to see. But, you know, in many points this game, I could see Raboyagi turning around. I think they were a little bit too greedy with their draft, right? Like, this Radiance took so long. And once it was up, you could see all the impact the Ember was doing. But that was past a PA taking melee barracks minute 20 with the first Aegis. Like, that's not supposed to happen. Especially when, like, the gold lead was 3k gold. It's not like they were extremely ahead. They just knew that they had to pressure early because of all the greed. So kudos to Na'Vi. They played very well today.
Big props there for Na'Vi. I mean, Sanctity even did less than 10k damage that game. That just shows how little the red he was really needed, except for a little bit of an interruption in those fights. But of course, that does mean that we are going all the way in this upper bracket finals. We're going to a game 3, but before that, we'll be going towards a short break. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ourselves ready for the last match of this upper bracket final. My name is DK Truman, joined once again by Bowie. And so far, two very exhilarating matches for completely different reasons, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, first one, super long game with tons of clutch team fights. Second one was more of a Uragi show, both very entertaining. And I'm trying to think, like, what exactly is Raboyagi's approach? Because they attempted to do so, and honestly, it looked better than I actually thought it would. Do you double down? Do you try to play like Kato plus the Dusa? Well, now it's going to be banned, Navi. They want none of that shit.
Yeah, no Dusa shenanigans this time around. Looking at the heroes, I would assume PA gets taken care of, as that was, that was really rough. They couldn't get a single handle on Uragi at all.
Yeah, Dusa. Even though like the laning stage is actually pretty good for Dusa, later on Dusa just doesn't have the control, especially with that build, or the damage for that matter. So I would probably also not in this phase, but I would be wary of giving Ember Spirit to Mirel. Like, he looked incredible. Like, he absolutely destroyed the Penguin. He looked so good that he actually shot himself in the foot diving for that third kill, but regardless, that was a show as they get the mag again.
Yeah, Magnus, obviously we've seen that they flex it. Ari played it, Boom played it, both a game apiece. We'll have to say, even though they played it, didn't have the most success on both. They both did significantly struggle on the hero. I guess they got countered or counterplayed a couple too many times, but they just didn't really see the biggest impact from Magnus so far.
I agree. Yeah, it looked a bit weird, but it's still a flex for them, so they're gonna try and make it work again. As I wonder what the response is here, because we saw Rubik once, didn't look amazing. It was against an Enigma, but it didn't look amazing. So usually when we see Mag, PA was the response, because carry Mag is a terrible matchup. But they did ban PA themselves, so do you Morphling here?
I think so. This early a Morphling won't be picked up
When in
that
doubt?
much. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Snowy did look very good on the TV last game. And this time you don't have a ridiculous, insane PA on the other side. But this would very likely mean that you need to get rid of the Darkseer.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Navi, what do you address here? Did they ban Ringmaster in game number 2?
No, it wasn't touched at all in game number 2.
Okay. I don't know why I was expecting. I thought I was gonna see that hero more after the first series that we cast, but not something both teams are interested, apparently. The hero did get banned though. Second phase.
Yeah, Chikiro. It's same story against the Magnus, right? You have an ice bath down. You can't go for just a random skewer play as you get caught inside the ice bath when trying to return. So it is very rough to break through.
Yeah, I think you probably just ban a high tier support. So Silencer, I think, is decent, right? If you RP, you can stop the skewer before he gets to use it.
It's also, as we saw last game, still really good against TB and combo as well with the Magnus. RP, Global Silence. You can't help the people that are RP'd.
I do like the respect here for the Tusk of Denton. He looked really good in both games, even though they lost the last one.
Yeah, Robojagi. This has to, unless they pick it themselves, this has to be a Darkseer ban.
Yeah, I agree.
Boom was filthy on that hero last game.
And his Magnus was not nearly as good, so I think it's really about trying to force him to play that instead of something else.
And go for the global silence themselves, counter to the Magnus, and quite a lot of other different heroes that they could secure. That means your safe lane is a TB silencer lane, which, it does stuff.
Yeah. Out of those heroes, Boom has played Beastmaster and Mars. Beastmaster, I think, kind of struggles in this lane because you have ways to kill the boar. So maybe Mars. But then you would have like a Mars Magnus lane, which is not ideal because they just pick DK for now.
Yeah, DK banned in both game 1 and game 2. Rabojagi, I think they were the team that normally picks up the DK the most. But yeah, always very tanky. Hard to kill. Added in the Magnus, also a hero that has about the same thing going for him, where he just becomes hard to kill or can make a play, and not too shabby here. But Navi currently have a lot more control than Rabojagi, at least.
Yeah, and they get the Warlock as well. They need damage. They really need damage on the side of Rabayagi. Ideally magic damage. Unless you want to go like full on physical. Pick some Pango's Ladder, some crazy minus armor strat.
DK, I'm curious to see where it's going to be going. I really did like Yuragi with a very mobile safe laner, where he could make plays. DK feels significantly less so. You blink in DK stun and you hope you kill someone, and that's about the end of DK.
So they do go Slaughter. They have not played DK at all this tournament on AV, so kind of hard to read what exactly they want to do here. But I do like this Slaughter. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the Pango. I feel like they just need to have ways to burn through the Dragonite, and getting armor is usually minus armor is the best way, because break you can always dispel, can force stuff away. Minus armor is just you don't want to build more armor on DK in general.
Yeah, well, maybe AC, but that's about the extent of the armor building there. Slaughter also, we saw it in the previous series. We even saw post 4 Slaughter.
True.
Obviously, I'm assuming that it's an off lane, but it could still. Okay, definitely not going to be a post 4 at this point.
I guess it could be core Batrider, right? It is a thing.
And not
I
anymore.
think so.
Against a DK core, like.
It's supposed to be good against DK, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Like he.
Oh, laning stage wise, yes, but
yeah,
it really depends on obviously what kind of DK it is.
I mean, Batrider is not even played, so like I'm looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker here. It's a graveyard. It's just not a lot of games. Yeah, hard to read, but yeah, probably support. I agree. It's probably support.
The plus side is Slaughter can chase wherever DK goes. So if it's safe lane DK, you put Slaughter off lane. If it's a mid DK, you put Slaughter mid lane. So with that last pick on the side of Rabojagi, they should always have a pretty favorable situation.
Oh, wow.
That hero doesn't exist anymore.
What the hell?
But it is, I did say I want those Yuragi heroes where he's mobile and goes in and out of the fight. That is literally the hero I was thinking of. And then I thought, no one plays BL, so they're not going to pick it anyway.
Huh. EL Dota, I mean, it just shits on Silencer. It shits on Batrider. It's a very slow hero, though. It is a different playstyle
as well.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of Ags, though, so you don't get like the super fast Diffusal Blade, but later on, just removing the mana from TB is definitely a big part of why he's good.
And they did ban the Huskar, but that would also probably mean that you need to ban the Lesh.
Yeah, Lesh is not bad. Would have some mixed damage.
They pick up the Beastmaster mid, and then you also can't play SPL. Because Beastmaster with Ags is nuts against BL. Like, the illusions get one shot, and you constantly keep healing back to full.
Yeah. Now, the thing about PL is that it's not very good against Radiance. Do they just go Ember again here for Raboyagi? Just play the greedy Ember knowing that they're going to be greedy on a V as well?
I mean, he played a really good Ember last game. Radiance might take too long to farm, though.
Yeah. Does feel that way. I guess this is a better Primal Beast game, and you have to break, as well as just a lot of AoE on PL. Like with the
Yeah,
break,
but-
your E doesn't cost mana, right? So even when you're out of mana, you can still like keep applying that spell.
I think you're still too, like, you're gonna be very reliant on a hero like Lesh, or I mean, I don't think it's gonna be enough of AoE to catch out because they don't have. If you get the Blink Lasso catch from Batrider, like that would be huge, but that's really hard to pull off this game.
They ban
I guess the
Blinking
Slaughter
stat, though.
Shard's pretty important to have.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, so probably gonna be. I mean, the mech could be offlane as far as we know. That's really where Navi has to reveal the flex.
Yeah. I'm thinking they just pick Lesh and he doesn't care about PL.
No, I mean for Navi, like, what do you think they're gonna pick?
Oh, for Navi, I don't.
Yeah.
It could be anything. They go for the Sand King, which Sanctity
Oh.
likes to play mid, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. I
Yeah,
assume.
it's also here that would be very good for Raboyagi, right? They
Yeah.
could play mid slaughter, as you said, and pick the Sand King. That's like an overall PL counter through and through. Magnus doesn't really want to buy pipe, so that magic damage is really annoying.
You've got what? Axe, if you can get the catch. You've got Underlord if you want to go off lane, but Storm Spirit is also a hero that actually is pretty decent against PL because of.
It is very
the
risky
squishiness.
against Sand King, but you have Silencer, so I think that's what they're counting on. Like, as long as you break the combo, the Storm should be fine.
Navi does have very good control this game. DK mid, Magnet, like they have Golem, RP, DK stun, Burrow, and then PL to drain all the mana. It is looking like a very good PL game, but then again, there is a reason why no one picks PL. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be showing in this third and final game of the series, or if it will be the PL coming out on top. And well, where are you leaning towards, Bowie?
If I just look at the drafts, I do feel like Navi has a better draft, despite the PL question mark. But I don't know. Morel has impressed me a lot, and I do feel like he has the potential to solo carry this game because PL takes so long to get online and he's so squishy. Like, is he gonna buy some Maid's Lair? Because if he doesn't, like, the Batrider plus Storm can potentially just like kill him like 3, 4, 5 times, and there's no real save on the side of Navi besides Golem, I guess.
Yeah, I would. I guess so. If they can get on top of the PL, they can definitely kill him, especially with that Slithering Crush plus Shard on Slardar. That should be pretty impactful. He's also a level 30 Slardar, mind you. They have Invis Detection out against the Sand King, who's trying to be sneaky beaky. And it is going to be hard to try and kill off the Slardar, I guess, this game, unless they get that big chain stun lock going. But once he's got BKB, they don't take any damage with BKB on Rabujaki's side.
All right, let's go. Lots of tips. Final game, not an elimination, but whoever takes this one is going to be pretty close to those grand finals and some very, very smelly cash.
Oh, it does smell pretty good, I would assume. First place,
Does
of course,
smelly
is...
mean something bad necessarily? Or it
yeah,
can mean-
smelly means stinky.
Oh,
30
okay.
seconds to battle.
So yeah, the prize pool is 30k for first place. Second place gets 10k. Third place gets 7.5, and fourth gets 2.5. And the winner of this match will at least be guaranteed a 10k prize pool. Splits. If you lose this, it will drop to 7.5k at least.
The battle begins.
Oh, looks like they find Snowy here, but should be fine.
Yeah, to trade. What does PL actually? Spirit Lance from Phantom Lances losing still 25% Spirit Lance damage.
Yeah, he's going eggs for sure. It's probably going to be like some...
Does not affect Lance damage from additional bounces from Agnum 7.
Oh, never mind.
But
What is the other one?
Yeah, I'm trying to Divergent, Juxtapose Illusion, spawn on random nearby units and deal more damage, but
Oh.
can't be controlled.
Okay.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it feels like everything that has random in the description, this couple, like, it's just not good. Like, very rarely something that has random is good in this game.
It's actually pretty interesting if you would have this against Pango. Pango has his innate, makes it so that 40% less random procs happen against him, which is such a cool innate.
But against him, right? So maybe it means that he procs more on other people, or does it mean that like his doesn't proc?
His just doesn't proc as much. So if
Yeah.
you would, as PL, hit Pango, you just get less illusions.
Oh yeah, for normal juxtapose, but I meant like the facet. Like if he
Oh
goes
yeah, the
nearby.
facet, I guess
Yeah.
only if I randomly hits him or some weird
Yeah.
stuff. That's weird.
Mag
yeah.
is doing some interesting stuff here, just dragging the creeps, which
Yeah,
means...
the core is here though for the experience. And they have their own separate lane, so it's Snowy 1v1 up against Boom.
Has been killed.
And Astigore is in front of the enemy's tier 3 tower, because, you know, gotta chill. Denton is immediately starting up with already stacking neutral creep camps. So that Storm can get pretty big if the lane goes bad.
I mean, those ancient stacks though, neither of their heroes farm ancient stacks already.
Yeah,
I
they
guess
farm it
maybe
really bad.
maybe the Batrider can like level 6 possibly.
Oh yeah, if he gets smoke and the sticky napalm with Firefly, he can clear it. You know, gotta get that big 10-minute blink dagger, clearing out triple ancient stack. That 0.5 times ancient stack.
So yeah, I guess the PL is kind of like, it's just weird that in general, if you pick PL for the dispel against Batrider in lane, most people would have picked Slark, right? So I'm trying to think why you would go PL
I mean, didn't
rather
they
than
pick the
Slark.
Batrider after? Oh no, they picked it before, yeah.
It was before, right? That was, I think, his last pick.
Yeah, oh, they're going for a fight. Kaori taking a lot of damage. Slithering Crush comes out. He throws out the heal. Kaori dropping low. Taken care of. Spirit is going to get healed up. Yuragi,
Oh, dodge.
nice Slithering Crush dodge. And now Denton is at least going to be just fine. But Yuragi getting... Actually, Kaori getting that kill. Like Yuragi staying alive is pretty impactful. At least.
Yeah. And it was also Spirit getting that kill, which is pretty good.
Boom. They popped Meta to chase him, but like
they
he was
didn't
already
target.
out of range.
Has been killed.
This will do
I mean, that's a lot of items actually that they get out of Boom's
Radiant
career.
structures are fortified.
No, you're getting good farm going in towards mid. That is the interesting one. It was very close. Last game, Sanctity struggled a lot more against that Storm Spirit, but it was not enough to turn it in their favor for Rabojagi.
Yeah. Very curious to see how the Sanctity DK is going to be looking.
Lane, they're going in onto the PL. Takes quite a lot of damage. Pushback comes in. Yuragi is dropping low. The burn isn't going to be enough to take him out. Denton Firefly is still going strong.
Oh,
Yuragi
good
trying to
Phantom
dodge
Rush.
and weave. Spirit
Oh,
gets
no,
out of range. Slithering Crush can't be used. And Yuragi's going to stay alive. Corey needs to heal him up. And use it later, by the way, just to make sure that they don't see which PL was the correct one.
That was really bad pathing. I guess unlucky pathing from Spirit. Like, he was walking one direction and just moved the other way. I'm assuming because he was blocked by the PL, he was forced in a different direction.
Oh, Boom's taking a double stack.
Yeah, that's what
Which
I meant.
also
like, this
double
hero
stacks
just,
it once again.
Yeah, you just farm so well with Sand King in the Dire Jungle.
Well, that's actually kind of nuts that you stack it at the same time as you're clearing it. So
Yeah.
that would be 2 triple stacks that he soon will have cleared up. And that's kind of nutty levels of farm.
Yeah, unfortunately, Slaughter cannot do the same. So Spirit is has half of the CS of Boom at the moment.
I mean, that's the thing with Slaughter, right? He is a really strong laning hero, but farming-wise, kind of like Primal, farming-wise is a hero that definitely can fall flat very far behind if you don't get the ball rolling. It's not a recovery hero.
Yeah, probably even worse than Primal. And I guess the thing is, it was not the greatest Slaughter game when they picked it. They just needed more damage. They thought that maybe the DK was going to be a carry. But this PL really was not something they were expecting. Oh, Denton with a haste rune.
Yeah, he does have that Firefly level 2. I guess sticking Napalm isn't really going to help against PL, but these stacks are looking juicy right now in the Radiant Triangle.
Is under attack.
Boom is so fat. Holy shit.
And
Not even the
Yuragi-
highest net worth, but
Yuragi top lane up against Slardar. Slardar just not minding it at all. Pretty strong laner, but the problem is Ahri's coming in from the side. Shockwave, skewered as well, but that skewers him into the water, so he gets that big speed boost from his innate, and he is out.
yeah, double bracer. Way too tanky. And they will get the wisdom as well, so that's not going to be stolen by Navi. In fact, looks like Azdakor is going to be able to steal this one. But that's huge.
Yeah, it's in the
Radiant's middle
watcher
tower is under
radius,
attack.
so they know that it's being yoinked. Astakor cannot go for the TP out because of skewer. Unless...
It doesn't have TP anyway.
Oh, he doesn't
so-
have a TP, so he's just going to slowly walk away.
Yeah.
As Boom is also chasing him. No! Silencer!
All right. Another kill for Boom.
Of silence.
But neutral creep camp gets cleared. Murray together with Denton. As Denton's now level 5 on the Bat Rider.
I feel like every Storm game that I watched today, besides that insane performance in the first series, Storms are just losing the lane pretty hard. So, kind of confused.
Yeah.
I don't think that lane should be this hard for Morel.
I mean, it's, you just can't bully the DK once he gets a couple of levels on
Yeah.
his side, and then it just becomes really rough to do anything.
Illusion for Sanctity. Not that it matters, because DK illusions are literally just garbage. Oh, they're going for this.
Now they're going in onto the DK. Fatal Bonds in response, though, from Kaori, but he's going to get pushed back. Blown up in response, trying to help out his DK, but that damage from the Fatal Bonds plus DK just with the Corrosive Dragon level 3, because he has the Worm's Wrath level 3 at the moment. It is pretty painful.
Yeah, really good target prioritization. Just changing for the Warlock when they see that Shadowward gets committed. Storm did farm all of those stacks that Denton made, and he's going probably for more ancient ones. So a lot of farm here in the triangle of the Radiant.
No,
Oh,
he is
Midas
top
on
liquid, though.
Spirit. He's going
what?
Midas. Yeah,
On who?
Spirit.
Okay. Midas on Slardar. I guess that's a way to try and keep up in terms of farm.
Yeah, he's getting like destroyed, and there's okay.
Tip in,
Huge zip.
go in for Kaori on that Warlock. He is dropping low, but Mireille does need to be careful that his mana is not gone. And his mana is now gone. TP in from Boom. Should not be able to reach with the Burrow Strike. But Kaori does die, and Storm gets out.
Yeah, bit unfortunate here. Boom's gonna waste some time, and it does mean that this Snowy Terrorblade is even more free farming than he already was, so he's even happier now.
Yeah, but on the other end, you have Hiragi as well going for Diffusal Blade, actually. Well, I think Yasha's being delivered now. Yeah, Yasha into Diffusal Blade seems to be the build. Zip out from Mireille. Boom with the Epicenter Burrow, not going to be able to get too much done as a counter. Arcane Rune, quickly denied by Asticor, not going to get too greedy.
So, lots of ancient stacks here. Denton's gonna try and farm it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And in comes Spirit, so you can get the Hand of Midas at least.
Yeah, that's
Sudden
nice.
Crush. And also Experience is obviously going to be pretty handy, but... yeah, as you mentioned, there's not really anyone that can clear these stacks easily. And Denton is one of them, because he's out of mana.
Well, I mean, at least Spirit actually gets a big part of those ancients. Finishes the Midas. They probably realize they wouldn't be able to protect the tier 1, so might as well, make sure they get one bag than to lose both. Because the Sand King could have definitely stolen the stack.
Yeah, Sand King is very solid for that DK with Elder Dragon Form level 1 as well. Yeah, and you even have a Magnus. He doesn't have Empower yet, but Shockwave and stuff. They could
By the way,
definitely have invaded.
Boom is rushing Crimson Guard, so that's not going to be like a Blink Sand King.
Okay, but DK is going to get that blink.
Yep.
So that's going to be the change-up that they have. And this time, Ari is very close to his blink comparative to Denton, who is still quite a long ways off.
Yeah, they do find Kaori though.
Is going to get Lasso dragged back and taken care of. Spirit gets stunned on Sanctity. And Sanctity is actually alone in the area. The TP is coming in. They have quite a lot of tools. Even Storm is here, going in for Sanctity. He's going to get dragged back, take him down, turn their attention towards the tier 1 tower top. And a very big catch indeed.
That was very awkward. I don't know. Yeah, that's just a weird TP. You're not saving the Warlock. And now this is also a dead tower. And you're talking about the Dragon Knight getting blinked, but like, who's the follow-up for the Dragon Knight if he jumps?
Yeah, that's normally the Sand King, but
Yeah,
he's going Crimson into Shiva's, so...
I guess like it scales better, but I just feel like that amazing early game that Boom had is going to waste with that build.
It might just be that Navi doesn't want to fight it. I mean, then you'd not get DK Blink Dagger, but...
Yes.
Spirit
That's my point.
wants to go for Corey, but Yuragi is... okay, so Yuragi's first going Manta and then going Diffusal, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, he is against a Silenciador, so does make sense.
That Sanctity from that great lane, just his net worth has plummeted pretty heavily.
Yeah. Not really, and now he just has to jungle, right? Because this Blink Dagger doesn't really mean that much. Even when Ari has his Blink, like, by themselves, they don't really kill a lot of heroes. They might kill the supports, but like the Silencer. But I can even see the Batrider just playing Brick and running away.
And even then, if you like jump the TB, or the Batrider, who is level 8, almost level 9 currently, and Global Silence gets used, then Bat will lasso you, drag you out of there.
Exactly. It's just...
Radiant's bottom tower
They
is
are
under
smoking
attack.
towards bottom, looking for the TB.
which
Does
they
he
might
get
find.
back in time? It seems he just gets around the corner before they
close.
are able to catch him.
Literally half a
And
second.
Denton,
Oh, they do drop a ward and get vision, but I guess they already committed to the tower.
yeah, Denton's also stealing the enemy's shrine, so it's another steal coming in.
Ooh.
They
They're so
stole
big.
both shrines twice in a row. Ari, Skewer, has the RP, needs to be careful because Lasso, drag, takes a lot of damage. Ari's
Might be
dropping
dead.
both. Does he get away? He's gonna get pushed back, and
He's dead.
Ari ticking. Oh my lord, just barely survives. Then he gets
out,
the
though.
TP away. And Golem does get drop on the TB, but he gets the Sun off in time. The global silence comes out too late, and they lose Snowy.
That's a weird level, but
Yeah.
well, I mean, they did get both experience runes, as you said. The Slaughter is recovering with the Midas. Like, I don't think they're mad on Raboyagi.
Losing the TB there, that pretty much hurts, and this might open up. Okay, they're not going for the Tormentor, but it does. Yeah, no, they are heading that direction. They have amplified damage rune on DK, should get them the Tormentor for the free shard onto either Magnus, which is, you know, okay, or Warlock, which is actually really good if he gets a point in upheaval at one point.
Yeah, this is a kind of a hard game for Snowy because you definitely would like to have Sanjay Yasha, but obviously Manta is the better item for farming.
Free shard for Ori. Now needs a point in upheaval, otherwise it's very useless.
Yeah, definitely gonna go for it.
And Yuragi is closing in on towards his diffusal blade. PL is just gonna get really, really strong. Will eventually, most likely, just get buffed up with
Another smoke.
lasso drag onto Boom. They don't have global silence, but he is silenced regardless. Zip comes in, RP from Ari, but they still get the kill onto Boom. Skewer drag back, and Murray gets Zip out. Has to be careful of the fatal bonds. That's the big problem here for the Storm. Ticks down, and Kaori gets a double kill. Sanctity, does he get away?
Oh, the
Smoked
smoke!
up, keeps him alive right now with the Smoke of Deceit, and DK stuns in even aggressively towards Denton. Yuragi gets a double kill. Huge fight coming out for Navi with that RP goal and Fatal Bonds play.
That was a great bait for Navi. Like, they showed the Sand King, and Raboyagi is like, oh yeah, free. That's just a free kill. And unfortunately, they were smoking towards the Sand King, and really good RP. If they had global, that fight could have been much better, but Navi, they were aware of the global cooldown, and they utilized that perfectly.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's Navi now with a 4K net with lead. Yell's Diffusal being delivered. That's going to make TB's game a lot harder at this stage.
Speaking of which, speaking of a hard TV game, the Diffusal Blade is ready for Yuragi.
Spirit walking up is going to be able to get the blink out before he gets any damage against him. Magnus almost has RP available again. They have Golem drop. On the other side, of course, the Global Silence is available.
Really good wards from Navi. The middle of the tier in the lane, as well as both sides of the jungle.
As the core gets caught.
Top tower is under attack.
And a quick kill on the Silence. It doesn't have the money for a buyback, so you cannot risk a fight. Speaking of which,
Looking for Spirit.
okay, stun onto Spirit. Indeed, can he get away? He is he's stupidly fast. Nope, he's already gone.
Mid lane though.
Oh, Snowy, no mana. Does get the Sunder off onto Ari. Taken down by Denton. And they will turn their attention towards the Bat Rider, but at least they find a counter kill. And it includes the TB dying. There was a Sunder available on Ari as well. Sorry, RP.
Yeah, I think they had Blink available. But well, regardless, that's still like all right. What they need to do now is address. Look at the wards. Like, you have wards on the triangle, mid lane, and big jungle. Like, this entire area is a choke point that Raboyagi can't really play into. So they need to address that vision. It's clear that there's like a shit ton of vision because of the way Navi is playing, but they never really found enough time to address it.
Especially that Observer Ward in the triangle is in such an unconventional spot. Unless you place a sentry on top, which normally you don't even do that. That should not get counter-warded.
Exactly. Cliff wards are not that common in competitive. Especially when you're poor like this and you need like one center to occupy the largest area possible.
Oh, now they do have vision of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Zip in. Quickly get the counter ward. There's a region rune on Storm, which is nice. They want to go for a fight. He's got Kaya Sanj finished.
Okay.
And Spirit, Burrow, DK stun, full lockdown, no response, instantly dead, and they just have to get out.
Yeah, no sentry. Like they use that sentry to get that cliff ward. Oh, Storm going in.
Global silence being
What?
used. I don't really understand that play. They silenced the TP'd out. There's no Slardar, and
Yeah, that's
now
a
there's no
huge
global.
blunder. This is a huge blunder. Like that, they were ready to fight. They had the region as a set on Storm,
Radiant's middle tower is
but
under attack.
this is gonna set them back a lot. And the more ground this PL gets, I mean, the Terror Blade's gonna like he needs Butterfly, but he's
Radiant's
really
middle
far away
tower
from it.
is under attack.
You know what I think is going to be really important if they get it fast is if Storm Spirit gets a shard quickly. The overload, so you have AoE on every single hero around you, is
Radiant are scanning.
they just otherwise don't have enough damage to kill off these PL illusions.
I mean, even the Slaughter Shard, right? I'm surprised Spirit is going for full
Radiant's
BKB
top
before
tower is
finishing that.
under attack.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
And they're just being pushed back at the moment. Snowy is still very farmed, but he is playing against one of his strongest counters. Another
Radiant's
Shrine of
top
Wisdom
tower
Seal. This
is
time they will get their own. But
Dire's
Denton
bottom
has
tower is
stolen
under attack.
too many in this series.
Yeah, the support levels, like, look at the difference. Denton is level 12, and Ari is level 9. So, in a game where you're winning, the fact that the supports are 4 levels ahead is crazy.
Ari, RP
Oh.
thrown out, Spirit's nearby. Could help.
Oh, DP out?
Doesn't want to. Mireille TP does get the TP to safety, and at least it forced some TPs back to the Dire side. But
Wait, force RP, force TPs, that's a huge play.
Elder Dragon form forced as well.
Yeah. Morel's keeping them in this game. Like,
Radiant's top
despite
tower is
all
under
of his
attack.
blunders, he only died once, and is creating a lot of space.
But the big threat is Yuragi, who's close. He has the Eagle Song already done for his Butterfly. He's going to force TV to go for the MKB, which he really doesn't want to do.
Yeah. He's already struggling with gold for Butterfly. They're gonna try and go mid here because they know that the ERP is on cooldown. He's being used.
Skewer dragged back by Ari. Global Silence does get used as a counter with the TB coming up, pumping out damage. Ari's taking care of Mireille. Now needs to get himself away. Burrow in on the side. Boom. The golem does get dropped, but they do get out of range. Sunder play comes to Sanctity, half HP. They're looking for Yuragi. Which one is the real one? The PL is going ham here.
So
Spirit's
much.
now getting all of his mana drain. Mireille's got the amplified damage rune. Is going to get DK stun. Gifted a little bit of a tool there, but is going to have to try and zip back to safety. And yeah, it's just, they get such a good fight going, but then you see the PL and they can't find the real one.
Yeah, and that's a PL without the Butterfly. Imagine when that's ready. That's gonna be so much harder. But as you said, the Shard on Storm is a big one because with Witchblade you're getting the hit off, and at least you're gonna be applying some overload damage.
Yeah, but Witchblade's like, sure. Okay.
I mean, Witchblade and Shard.
Yeah, Witchblade and Shard. Well, the buffed up Witchblade is going to be really impactful. Together with the Shard, the Parasma. And then once you get level 25, but that's a long way to go.
Yeah, and are they gonna get there when this first Roshan is falling already? We don't know. Like, it felt like the games where Navi, where Yuragi was really strong. Like, he can just command his team behind him, and he is like very good at playing from ahead. It feels like that's when Navi played the best, honestly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Looking a little bit rougher now. As Navi with a 6k lead. Aegis on the PL. They already can't find the real one. Now they have to find it twice.
Radiant's bottom tower has
The
fallen.
advantage is that if you kill him off with the Aegis, it is at least easier to target the real one at the start.
Yeah, I guess that
With
is
a
true.
lasso, for instance, as the core Glimmer needs to get back before Yuragi catches him out. But he's just continuously pushing. Manta,
Oh,
Bottom tower is under attack.
or doppelganger dodge,
Radiant
easy
structures
debuff,
are fortified.
removal.
the Terrorblade's still farming. Like, he's still 1,000 gold behind the Butterfly. I think they're gonna give this up, which is probably the right play.
Radiant's
TP gets a tier 2, but Arya's already TPing there. 2 TP stop.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Snowy RP'd, dragged back, and the big one is the PL joining. Snowy gets silenced up. Manta tried to get the Sunder off, but did not manage to get it done. But they're going to go for the back end. As Golem drop from Kaori comes in, they drop both Kaori and Boom, forced out the Golem usage. And they'll even get the Golem for their trouble. So yes, it costs them the TV, but they actually get quite a lot in return.
Yeah, they don't lose their barracks. So, at the end of the day, I'm not even sure that's worth it for NV. Like, honestly, like, sure, the PL's still alive, and, you know, the PL is already countering the TP, but this is a game where I actually feel like the Slardar buying enough time with Eggs and all that shit and the Storm getting big. Those are the heroes actually going to counter PL. There is no item build or timing for the Terrorblade where he can comfortably counter Yuragi anyways.
I guess maybe if he gets Ags, but that's like a tiny
Nah.
go away thing.
It's like
Yeah,
costs mana
it's very
to-
minimal. You're just never gonna. I mean, it's really the Storm Spirit shard.
Yeah,
Like they
Like-
desperately need that shard to.
they need like Shiva's, Parasma, like literally everything. But he's gonna stop for a BKB because, yeah, if they're gonna win here as Robo Yagi, this game it's gonna be another hour game. I don't see them winning this game like at 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter what happens.
But it looks like Navi doesn't want to wait that long as they are pushing in for more. Satanic is being built up on Yuragi. He's almost done with the full Satanic as well, so that's going to be another Dispel.
Dire's middle tower
And there is the pushing power. 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Radiant's
Storm TPing back as well. TB
No glyph.
is not there just yet. But the push is just... He doesn't even have an Aghanim Scepter on the PL.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Well,
Dire's
so
bottom tower is under attack.
they will retreat here. They force the Storm back.
Another range rack's gone, so both side lanes are going to be slowly pushed in. Snowy is just farming up very close to his Butterfly. Hoping for him that that's going to be enough.
Dire's courier has been
It's a
killed.
courier snipe.
Dire's middle
And that
Surprisingly,
is
like
the
Storm
Butterfly.
still carrying a mana drought.
I mean, it's percentage-based mana regen.
Yeah, just
Radiant's
not
top barracks
not that common to see. But I mean, he did get tough, so that's 7 armor, still pretty good.
Dire are scanning.
Yuragi full Satanic delivered. And is going MKB next. Plus, if he gets the Disperse, he has another Dispel.
Oh, they
Couple too
find
many. Oh, Spirit is gonna get Golem dropped. Spirit is dead without a response. RP on the side on the Bat Rider. Global Silence does get used. Bat Rider, can he find a good target
So
here? He's
tanky.
burning up Ari. Tries to get the lasso onto Sanctity. Sunder play comes out, but Yuragi's chasing after the TB, and the TB just has nothing left. Murray on that Storm needs to zip himself out back to safety. Boom's dropping low to the TB on the high ground. Lasso drag comes in. It's enough to get the catch. Boone is dead, but Snowy is next as he does get shredded. They will
do get
go for
Kaori.
Kaori on the side. They are playing a very sneaky Dota here on the side of
cut the wave.
Robo Jagi.
My
But Denton, sneak it away. Blink dagger. Blink to the side. TP out. He actually does get out. 3-for-2 trade is not too bad considering the current state of the game.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. As you said, like they are identifying the heroes that they can kill, which definitely are not the Dragon Knight and the PL, and they're just playing around that. Unfortunately, the Terrorblade is always dying because they understand that he is the highest damage here, dealing hero that he can kill. So that's the tough part. He did finish Butterfly. I'm not sure if he had it for the fight or if he just completed it now.
Yeah, he
but
did have it for the fight.
Yeah.
But he just can't get out once the PL gets on top of him.
Mm-hmm.
And the PL also has, but he also has serrated Shiv now, so you have a little bit of True Strike against the Butterfly.
True. The TV also does have it, but you know, there's like 12 PLs hitting you, so it takes a while.
Which one's the real one? Spirit got blown up quickly in the beginning of that fight, so you didn't really have the Slardar at all for that engagement either.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Alright, so no ages, and they're still going for this. A lot of confidence on AV.
Oh, backline jumps. Slithering Crush does knock a neck. Global Silence does get used going in on towards Sanctity. Can they take out the DK? He is dropping pretty low. DK is dead. Spirit now.
Okay.
Slithering Crush comes out. He gets himself out of harm's way, and they find a DK and delay the push for the Mega's approach for a little bit longer.
Alright, I mean, Navi, gotta be careful with plays like that. That is, I mean, not the end of the world, but it still means that this Dragonite is not going to be farming, and it buys a lot of time for Raboyagi.
Tori on the Warlock in the meantime has his Lotus Orb done after his Glimmer. So that's also a good way. I do have to say, the player that I've been most impressed by in this series is Denton. Zoe, I knew that he could carry, but Denton's obviously new to me. And even though on the Bat Rider in this game he only died twice, gets a lasso drag on the Warlock, trying to take him down before he gets a golem drop. But unfortunately, he gets the cast just in time. Snowy needs to find the sun to target. He does find the
he gets the red PL!
Is it trouble? Yuragi drops pretty low, has to synthetic heal up. Spirit misses his crush. Oh, that had to hit. And Murray is gonna get taken down. The PL can go back in for blood, but that was, oh, he finds the right PL, and then afterwards they cannot finish the job. It was so
Dude, there's
close.
like 10 illusions there, and he gets the right, so they were so close to killing Uragi.
Oh, bash, so they can crush, but there's gonna be the man to dodge. DK stun onto the Slardar. He gets back, but they are just going to go for the Megas, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Metamorphosis isn't up for another 10 seconds. Actually, DK's taking quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, looks like they might hold for a little bit. But that Bloodthorn, like, it just synergizes so well with the PL. Like, they have Bloodthorn plus MKB, so whatever.
It doesn't work anymore with allies. Oh, lasso drag onto real PL. Global Silence gets used. And Yuragi with the Lotus Orb gets the Dispel going. DK is dead once again, but RP catch from Ari onto 2, and that is G to the G call.
Radiant's bottom
Okay. Gotta give it to Yuragi, man. Like, both of the last 2 games, he stepped up real hard. Like, that was Yuragi show. And with PL on top of it, right? That's just not a hero I knew could be played, but it is a classic counter to Terrorblade, and we get to remember why that's the case.
Yuragi in game number 1 played quite well on the TB for a long time, and then he played absolutely horrible, where he didn't get to use any spells for a bit. But in game 2 and game 3, he did not die a single time. And so now Navi qualifies for the grand finals, as they will drop Raboyagi down to the lower bracket, who will have their match to try and make it to the grand finals tomorrow. However, I mean, Raboyagi is a very scary team to deal with as well. I think their team play especially is incredibly solid. I mean, even that fight, one of the last fights at the top tier 3 tower of theirs, they spread the fight completely apart. Yeah, TB can't do anything in the fight anymore, but then you get Denton with the lasso drag on the back end, cutting them completely open, and still they managed to win out that engagement. Is remarkable with how the state was.
Yeah, very true. I mean, whoever has to fight Raboyagi will definitely struggle. They're looking really hot. It's going to be the winner of Apple City Gang and Zero Tenacity. But unfortunately, all of those games, they happen tomorrow. You know, today was a long game, but I wish it was longer because I still love to cast some Dota here.
Yeah, we had some fantastic games. Of course, that does conclude it for our duocast in the CCT tournament. Hopefully you enjoyed the show, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully we'll see you in the future as well. My name was DK Truman, joined by Bowie, and in case we don't see you, good afternoon.